It may be a little chilly here in Prague, but the fires of Volcor herald the sounds of a calling. The very first calling here in the Hunted metagame, the Hunted season, and we have got so much incredible limited action for you all weekend long. Sam O'Byrne joined by Scott Mines. How are you feeling, my brother?
How can I not feel great? If you had the pleasure of joining us yesterday for the world premiere stream, it was just the perfect introduction to everything the Hunted has to offer. We got to see brand new cards, we got to see incredible reprints with Command & Conquer and friends and the like, and honestly just some of the best players in the world showing us everything they're all about. I got to watch all of that, go have a lovely meal, and come back and do it again today. Yeah. How could I not be feeling fantastic?
No, I too. I mean, truly, it's as though the fires of the volcanoes in Volcor are just burning within me. My heart is just pounding as I cannot wait to see just what the players out there in the hall have to offer. Nearly 900 players in this calling, and side events just firing all weekend long. Yesterday, I was walking through the hall. Today, this morning, as I'm walking around, it's staggering how many people are sitting down playing great games, ripping open packs of a set that hasn't even released.
There's just no empty chairs out there.
Yeah.
As you say, it doesn't matter what you enjoy, there is something going on for you this weekend. Nearly 900 players for a calling is an astronomical amount, and this goes to show you exactly how excited people are for the Hunted. There's just so much to enjoy here, regardless of what class you enjoy, talents and the rest. There's just so much to be excited about.
So question for you, world-class player that you are, my friend, as you imagine, the transition from world premiere yesterday, right? So that was the first time players were seeing some commons, seeing some rares, like literally building decks with cards they'd never seen before. Now it's a calling, competitive rules enforcement, right? It's a fully different ball game going on. What do you think the difference is in the players' mindsets, deck construction? How does it differ from yesterday to today?
Yesterday was the warm-up for a lot of these players here in the room today. There are real stakes. There are prize cards. There is just a lion's share of cash. And to some people, that's the real big glory hunt that we're looking for. There's world tour points for people that are looking to reach that position at the top of the leaderboard toward the end of the season. These are all things that have tangible value. And that means we've got to dial it in a little bit. There's less experimenting. I can't just play Arakni because I want to. I've got to take a look and critically evaluate my pool and maybe take some of those lessons I learned from yesterday, playing with all my cards, the things that crushed me in feature matches that we won't talk about, and use those to inform my future decisions about how I want to navigate today. We'll see players gravitating towards heroes they learned the most about yesterday and utilizing those tools to maximum effect.
Well, you've touched on something I would like to elaborate further on. Let's get into exactly what these players are fighting for this weekend, because there is a whole host of prizes on the line, not the least of which is the brand new gold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet. Look at that sucker, folks. Let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of attacks on a lot of combat chains this weekend with power greater than their base.
This one stands to improve as time goes on. It bids me a very painful goodbye to say, adieu to our balance of justice with a beautiful, beautiful prize card. But it does mean we get that unique opportunity once again to hand out a brand new prize card to a player for the very first time. Somebody out there in the field today will be the very first person to get their hands on a gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. And that's bragging rights you can carry with you for the rest of time.
Also, of course, the PTI and those 16 World Tour points. But the prizes don't stop at first. Of course, we've got $20,000 US on the line for all of our players down from first to 32nd. Everybody there is going to be getting a good little chunk of change, as well as the gold foil legendaries all the way to the 8th place and getting that PTI down to 8th as well.
Yep, always love to see this. All to play for as we make our way into day 2. Love to see prize money making its way all the way down to 32nd place. Gives players something to chase all the way. The lion's share, of course, at the very top, $5,000 for our winner, joining that gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet and those beloved PTIs.
And now, of course, a new addition to the pantheon of good things you can get from playing Flesh and Blood.
TM.
TM, yeah. the World Tour points for the Player of the Year award also on the line, because this is a calling. There are up to 16 points available on offer for players to earn all weekend long. We're going to be checking in with the leaderboard a little later in our broadcast, but, just like the fires of the Hunted, the race is starting to heat up.
Absolutely. Players kind of making a claim during these first few events of the year so far. The World Tour has really kind of ignited the passion of a lot of people all around the world, and we're seeing that as we make our way up these ladders. People are traveling to events to fight for every point they can. Battle hardens across the world, increased attendance as people are just championing their best chance to be either a regional champion on the World Tour or, of course, that big figurehead at the end of the Player of the Year.
Well, We've looked at, we're going to look ahead at some of these players and imagine where they could end up on our World Tour leaderboard, Player of the Year. But let's also take a look back, because The players are currently out there competing to join. How did you put it?
A very exclusive club.
Yes.
We're going to call it a very exclusive club. Now, it might be amiss to many people at home, but there have only been 3 world premier calling champions to this point. The first of which might be my favorite winner's photo ever here on screen with Darren Ying. That's all the way back in Queenstown for heavy hitters. It seems like so long ago now, but joined that club, was actually the first to start the club and kick off a new avenue of players who are winning a calling here at a world premiere.
Yeah, because the world premiere, right, it's literally the first time these cards have ever been opened by the general public. For these masters of Limited, they've come in, they've dominated a format that it doesn't even really exist yet, and they have just exhibited a level of mastery and being able to learn, adapt on the fly. Of course, looking here at the calling in Queenstown during the heavy hitters world premiere, and Darren Ying there with his son took that down on Kasai. And then we move ahead, remembering as we first dove into the mists of Mysteria, taking a look at the top 8 here, and the winner, also one of my favorite top 8 photos. Thanks to Big Blanc over there in the bottom left.
I don't think I had seen that one before, and that's absolutely brilliant, of course. I love it when I see both Brody and Michael Fang in a top 8 photo as well. Incredible stuff in Nijveld, of course. We dove into Japan. The community greeted us with wide open arms, and the game has never quite been the same since in all the best ways. of course, capitalizing on that in all the best ways, but joining this illustrious club of champions for world premieres.
Yeah. Moving on, of course, to our most recent world premiere, Sons, this one in the calling in Tampa Bay. We can see the top 8 there, and Lucas Oswald, one of those boy wonders in Flesh and Blood, one of those young killers that he's been waiting for his first real premiere, taking down a tournament, becoming a champion. Nice one to do it here during that world premiere in Rosetta.
I mean, Lucas was no slouch going into this event. Obviously, infamously the winner of that Prism statue way back when, a living legend, battle-hardened. As you say, one of the many wunderkind we find ourselves with in here in Flesh and Blood. And it's just great to see so many generations of players finding a mutual thing to bond over across the table from each other.
Yeah, these are the players that have joined the exclusive club that Scott mentioned, right? To take down a calling during a world premiere weekend. And here in Prague, we hunt for our next champion. I cannot wait to get into the games today.
This is going to be an incredible event, and I really can't I can't wait to see what these players have learned overnight. We found ourselves in the booth here yesterday, learning so much about how this set operates and all the gimmicks and tricks that you can find. And these players would have been going on a similar journey, so I'm excited to see how their progress has evolved as they've learned things about this format.
Now, we've been speaking of past champions. We've been speaking of past limited champions. People have been able to dominate a limited format. How about somebody who has dominated 2 formats and dominated the World Championship? Because we have got in our first feature match of the day, our reigning world champion, Grzegorz Kowalski, is sitting ready, raring to go. I know I am as well, so let's prepare for the first round here, the Calling Prague during this World Tour stop. Let's get down into the arena.
Kicking things off in style, no half measures. Grzegorz Kowalski, of course, a giant of the game. It's Patrick Hausen on the other side of the table. This one, Fang versus Cindra, a matchup I expect to see plenty of this weekend. The jewel of the Draconic Heroes coming out in full force nice and early. Now, we saw this matchup plenty yesterday. There's a lot of tips and tricks, but both these players really focused on utilizing those 1-power weapons to their maximum effect.
Grzegorz, of course, taking down that World Championship with the Count Your Blessings Enigma deck. There was so much discussion before that tournament. Is it a real card? Is it a real deck? Is it a real archetype? I remember Charles Dunn putting up a post. There are 2 types of fat players. Those who don't believe CYB is real.
And those who have tested with it.
Those who have played with it, yeah. So, Grzegorz really showing the field there that, yes, it was real and actually quite good as he was able to take down that whole tournament. And he looks to add to his resume with a calling championship here. But both these players, 0 wins, 0 losses. This is the beginning of their tournament. But for Patrick, he has got a truly sizable opponent over on the other side of the arena.
Yeah, that can't be what you want walking into a calling of a brand new limited set. Sit down, look at the pairings, get ready for a fun day of action with your friends, and bam, the current world champion is your round 1 opponent? Yeah, it can't get much more difficult than that. Both these players here just taking their time, getting themselves set up and ready to go. Thorough shuffle of those lovely seal pools, of course. So this matchup, if you're unfamiliar, didn't join us for the World Premiere yesterday, there's plenty of things to be paying attention to. Fang is going to be trying to utilize one of two approaches. We'll see ourselves going wide, courtesy of fealty tokens, making our weapons cost next to nothing, and utilizing all of our cards in hand for massive buff effects on both daggers. Some of those will be instants to keep those daggers spinning. Some of them will be giant attack reactions to push extra damage all the way over the line. Of course, Cindra, a different story altogether. Going to be utilizing those draconic actions, using the occasional fealty to make those turns work and rebuy those kunai over and over again for repeated instances of unpreventable damage.
Well, the equipment has been presented. The fist bump extended. Let's go ahead and dive into our very first round here at the Calling in Prague. I cannot wait to see how these players look to tackle Flesh and Blood's newest set. The Hunted is here, and the hunt is on for our next champion.
Alrighty, so both of these players taking a quick glance at what's going on. Well, Patrick, not so much in this case. I'm more than happy to let Grzegorz decide how they want to begin this game by the looks of it. Can't quite get a sneaky play. Oh, we can see a Dragon Power, which is one of my favorite commons in this set so far, and mostly on name alone, regardless of effect. Yeah. I can't see too much going on in Grzegorz' hand otherwise. So go ahead. This equipment suite is super interesting for both of these players, actually. We see these Vengeance pieces on both sides in the head slot. Chest slot as well for Patrick. These are equipment you may consider playing into Arachni primarily for those bonus effects. But truth be told, they just block, and having some breakpoints attached to your equipment is exceptionally valuable in a format all about attack reactions.
Of course, got those Leapfrog gloves, Leapfrog leggings as well. Like you've said, attack reactions so prevalent in this format. Looks like Grzegorz is on the play. I love the move here from Patrick. Going second. Sometimes you just place the cards down, prepare yourself, ready for whatever comes next. Having a bit of a check in here. Looks like our players, as they're getting ready to begin our game.
It's the ultimate flex, really, right? I don't care what's in my hand yet. I'll take a look when it matters. Send an attack at me. Maybe I'll consider blocking. But until then, you have no idea. There's no facial tells. There's nothing being given away, and I love to see that from Patrick here.
We're going to be seeing these kunais all weekend long. It's the first kunai of Retribution of our Calling. Attacking for one, go again, going to be destroyed when the combat chain closes, but as we're going to see, or maybe we'll even see on this turn, there are other ways to get that dagger destroyed and get a little bit of damage across, as the first point of damage is taken by Patrick, down to 19 even on turn 0. Doesn't want to commit any blocks to something like that little dagger before. We've got to throw yourself at him. Oh my god, Grzegorz, he heard me. He heard me from over here. Just like, I wanted to see how these daggers can get flicked, can get thrown, because he doesn't have the danger digits in that arm slot. He doesn't have a way on demand to flick a dagger, but throw yourself at them now. Flicking that dagger with that one unpreventable damage, or, you know, I guess not unpreventable, but there's no way that Patrick had to prevent it. So now on turn 0, Patrick's already down to 18.
Yeah, perfect showcase of exactly how to utilize those kunai before they break themselves on the combat chain. This one going to be continuing down the chain for Grzegorz. No small feat here on turn 0. This is something I've actually been very intrigued by in this format. Players very happy to send an assault on the first turn of the game. There's less arseling going on, no tricks, no shenanigans. We're just happy to push damage, and you're seeing, once again from Patrick here, that's because damage will leak through. These daggers are really pesky to block early on.
Trap and release, of course, going to mark on hit, coming in for 4. I was noticing the same thing in my sealed games yesterday, that often the going second didn't feel as good as it did in other formats because there's a lot of ways to leak damage. And here, Patrick's even committing that Blade Beckoner Boots. It gets +1 when it defends a weapon attack. And with these kunais, unless you have something like the Draconic instant that gives all the Draconic attacks +1, those daggers are most of the time just going to come in for 1. Here, though, we've seen an instant speed discard. Talk to me about this guy.
This is very snazzy. Tip off here, one of the many ways in this format to just mark an opponent at instant speed. Now, there's a lot of reasons you might want to do that, but here, in Patrick's case, well, they're going to be drawing up a full, fresh 4-card hand anyway, so why not start the game with your opponent marked and threatening to make a fealty token in the very near future?
Maybe seeing a little bit more why Patrick was taking some of that damage from the kunai, knowing he wanted to discard that tip-off at some point, wasn't ready to commit it to the blocks, because now he gets to start his game with Grzegorz already marked. And for both of these heroes, they do create fealty tokens, but one of them cares about fealty significantly more than the other.
Absolutely. Cindra typically using them to just kind of facilitate pulling back those kunai in turns that maybe aren't flush with draconic cards. Fang, however, very interested in culminating 3 fealty tokens, because once you do, those Obsidian Fire Veins are completely free to attack with.
Here comes a point of engagement, giving the next dagger +2, and if the defending hero is marked all attacks are getting +1 for the whole turn. So this is now an Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 4 total because it's getting that full +3 from that yellow point of engagement.
That early tip-off coming in clutch here, making that marked token and bolstering our dagger. Of course, Obsidian Fire Vein doesn't have go again just yet, but that's the magical part of playing Fang in this format. All those Draconic cards threaten to make this turn go wider and wider, and Grzegorz has no way of knowing for sure if we're intending on swinging our second sword or looking to go tall.
Here comes 4, 2 floating, and of course 2 cards left in hand for our Fang player. We're looking for Draconic attack reactions in these Fang decks to give these Fire Veins go again, but Draconic Instants also a really good way, as Brian Gottlieb was saying yesterday, to kind of sidestep the cost of those Fire Veins. Still playing a card in the reaction step because it's not a reaction you have to play, it's just a card. And so with 2 floating and 2 cards in hand, all the possibilities in the world for our Fang player.
Yeah, super fun stuff from Fang. You'll never know exactly how big which dagger is going to be. And of course, if Grzegorz was to overcommit here and block out this early dagger, it's very possible the bolstered attacks could be on the second one a little bit later on. So all kinds of things to consider but for both players here. Patrick will be the one to act. We're getting all dynastic in this situation. Costs a little bit less per Draconic Chain Link you control, but we're making that dagger a whole 3 points of power bigger.
Coming in now for 7, only a block for 3 presented with that trot along from Grzegorz Kowalski here, our world champ, looking like he's going to take a full 5 as this damage is added to the Fire Vein.
Both players here having a discussion. Grzegorz kind of looking sheepishly at those leapfrog equipment, deciding if it's time to cash them in for a little bit of damage prevention. But no, we're more than happy to take the hit. This turn, of course, does continue, but we are unmarked, which means that first fealty token of the day is going to be hitting the board for our Fang player.
And now the point of engagement loses that +1 power for all the rest of the attacks on the turn, meaning that this is just going to be a Fire Vein 4-1. But even though the Dynastic Dedication didn't get the full cost reduction with the blue from Patrick Hauser, that he was able to use all 3 of those resources, still very efficient with the turn, and has a card for the arsenal as well. So both players going to have a 5-card hand for the first time they had the option to have a 5-card hand. But now Grzegorz Kowalski, let's see what he can do after falling all the way down to 14 on that first real attacking turn of the game.
Really clean stuff there from Patrick, utilizing their cards to maximum. We are, of course, pitching a very interesting Majestic O'Air. Agility going away. That card is fantastic. If you're able to attack 4 times in the course of a turn, you can break it, score yourself a bonus card in the process. But it does require you to attack at least 3 times to keep it around each and every turn. Maybe that's just not something Grzegorz is capable of doing right now. Of course, the failsafe, it's a blue. It just pays for your entire turn if you're not interested in building up a bigger assault later on.
Also seeing the Kunai of Retribution once again hitting the combat chain. I will be interested to see if Grzegorz just kind of... There's 2 ways I've seen people playing a lot of Cindra. They're either kind of keeping 1 dagger and, you know, bringing 1 dagger back, attacking with the dagger the next turn, kind of 1 dagger Cindra, or really trying to attack with both daggers, flick both daggers, bring them both back at the end of the turn. It really depends on the texture of the deck, how many Draconic attack action cards are there to really power up the combat chains and Cindra's ability as consistently.
Both these heroes very liquid depending on what is going on in their seal pools of choice. Speaking of liquid, hot on their heels, plenty of lava on that one. Joining us down the combat chain, if there is 2 or more Draconic chain links, this one is going to have go again, which it does right now. If it hits, we're going to make a mark on Patrick's face, and that's something he's looking to avoid by dedicating some blocking value.
It's like Hunt a Killer being committed to the block. Another Throw Yourself, Adam. 2 reds as well. These are some premium attack action cards without the danger digits in the arm slot for Grzegorz Kowalski. I think these are going to make him feel a lot less bad about not having that really important piece of equipment.
This is very beautifully sequenced by Grzegorz Kowalski here. While Throw Yourself at them isn't a Draconic card, there are 2 Draconic chain links here. You'll notice that 1 pesky resource still floating. That does mean Cindra will be buying back both of these kunai, locked and loaded, ready for a future turn. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, even though you don't see a Kunai of Retribution on that first chain link, it is still technically a Draconic chain link, even though the Kunai was in the graveyard at the time of the abilities resolution there from Grzegorz. So Grzegorz keeping that arsenal, got to keep an eye on that because it's not a card he wanted to deploy on this turn, but Patrick only committing 1 card to the block and still taking 7 points of damage. It's time for his return salvo, the Obsidian Fire Fang. I love flavoring this between Cindra and Fang is like, you know, training in the old days. Before they actually went out and tried to take down the Spider and their cabal, this is them sparring in the Emperor's Garden, right? You see kunais and the Fire Fangs whipping back and forth, a true battle between these 2 warriors, or like warrior ninja. But, you know, they are both warriors in their own right.
I don't think it's too much of a stretch to expect the heroes of Volcor to want to warm up after all. It does make an awful lot of sense. A Fire Vein coming in. You're going to be seeing this plenty over the weekend. It's impossible to tell exactly how big this thing is going to be. 1 on the surface, but it could have go again. It could bolster itself. It could be gigantic by the time this combat link is over. It will be getting ever so slightly bigger in this case.
Looks like Mark of the Dragon perhaps coming in, so going to be giving the next attack +3, if I'm not mistaken. So just powering this one up by 1.
So yeah, Tooth of the Dragon, this one is a fantastic card in these Fang decks. Lets you kind of bolster the next attack, but more importantly is that instant. So we kind of alluded to it earlier. You want to force your opponent to maybe consider blocking a little bit too much on that first Fire Vein, and instead we're able to jump some extra damage straight onto our follow-up attack. Grzegorz here pointing out that Tooth of the Dragon. By the looks of it, we'll quickly switch that 1 all the way up into a 4, which is significantly harder to block.
Way better. Yeah, way better for Patrick to have that card and actually have text. Coming in for 4 actually was the instant that Brian was in his deck build where he built Fang for us yesterday during the World Premiere. He said Tooth of the Dragon was his #1 target, the card he's most happy to see in that Draconic instant slot because of just all it represents. It's a 0 cost, it's an instant, it's a Draconic card, and it still buffs up that next dagger. And still, Patrick here got 1 floating and 2 cards. Have to imagine at least one other reaction is coming from here.
Certainly seems to be the case. We're deploying that Arsenal.
Searing
I think this
Pain?
Searing Pain? Searing Fire?
Stabbing
Pain! Please no, I'll pass, thank you. Extra dagger buff coming here, +3. Of course, if you control 2 or more Draconic Chain Links in this case, which, hey, take a look, we certainly do, that's going to put another mark on our friend Cindra, which is going to facilitate another fealty somewhere down the line.
Now look at this whole big 8 points of damage on this Fire Vein. Fang just able to turn these daggers into such powerful pieces of damage on the combat chain. They're not going to destroy themselves, but boy, are they looking to destroy their opponents.
Obsidian Fire Vein, definitely the weapon that's impressed me the most so far this weekend, but it's undeniable the kunai are cooler. We'll make our way over to Grzegorz, who will no doubt be starting their turn with a buff of their own. So this one, I believe it's one of the multiple retrieve effects in the format, but of course offers a buff in the process as well, so no need to rebuy our daggers in this case. But we do get to get a little bit bigger with our up sticks and run. 5 points of damage coming in off the Kunai of Retribution.
Nice little 0 cost, 4 points of offensive value on the dagger. Kunai coming in for 5. Unfortunately for Patrick, he already used that Blade Beckoner boot on the literally turn 0 of this game. This is not, those Blade Beckoner pieces of equipment, you get on maybe some of the least value of them normally into Cindra, because Cindra's not often looking to pump her daggers up, or not necessarily always looking to. I think, Patrick, a little bit bummed that wasn't able to keep that Blade Beckoner boot around for this combat chain or this chain link, because he would get that extra point of value here. And as we know in Limited, and as we know in Flesh and Blood, every single point of life matters.
Yeah, more so than ever in a format like this. These 1-power weapons of all the heroes in this format, definitely very telling of how fine the margins can be. Nothing fine about 5 damage here from this kunai, though. Puts Patrick in the blender, metaphorically, taking a moment to consider exactly how this turn might continue. You've got to remember, these kunais, they always have go again. There is 2 resources floating, a card in hand for Grzegorz, another one in Arsenal. It's impossible to know where this is going to go.
Yeah, and Grzegorz took a good bit of licks there. No blocks on that last turn. Fell all the way down to 4. So you have to imagine he's got a pretty intense salvo to fire back. But Patrick's got a good little life buffer there, 13-4, 21 minutes left. Can still go ahead and put the Blade Beckoner boots here to just block for 1.
Squeezing out some additional value. Going to knock our way down to 9 for Patrick. Grzegor's turn will continue. Taking a moment to consider those cards in hand. Looks like we have a Mark with Magma lurking in the hand there. It's going to be deployed immediately in this case, threatening once again to jump up how much damage we're doing. 4 coming in. Let's go again, courtesy of these Draconic Chain Links, and if we do hit, we will be marking Fang and making a fealty on the way back.
Some pretty gnarly art there on Mark with Magma. We're going to be saying it all weekend long. I've been saying it since I started to see the set for the very first time. The art in this game is just beyond. It's just beyond. I really like every single piece of art I see, every single card. I'm just like, this is somehow beautiful, gnarly, and so cool. And the levels are just pushed all the way to 10.
Yeah, that looks like Fi's having a particularly bad day, and I do not want to be on the end of that one myself. However, speaking of things I don't want to be on the end of, we're going to be growing claws here as our final attack of this combat chain. Grzegorz showing you exactly why they were so willing to take damage. Big attack courtesy of a Draconic Chain Link before it.
Now coming in for a total of 5 because of that Draconic Chain Link. As you mentioned, the last attack, that Mark with Magma was fully blocked out with that piece of equipment as well. So just 5 damage on offer. Patrick still has 3 cards in hand. Wonder if that Arsenal card is a defensive piece or something Grzegorz is looking to pressure with on this turn.
The scary part of this is that the turn isn't necessarily over after this for Grzegorz either. Grow Claws does come equipped with some Go Again, and we know that Arsenal card has been safely parked for a couple of turns now. If it happens to be one of those big, impactful zero-cost effects, we could see more pressure coming from Grzegorz here, and that's something Patrick really has to consider in a spot like this.
Patrick giving this one a real think. Still 20 minutes remaining. Plenty of time here for our players, even though their time is running out with their life totals. Grzegorz all the way down to 4 to Patrick's 9, but with this 5 damage on the combat chain, the life totals could get evened up in a heartbeat.
Grzegorz taking a moment to reevaluate the card in their arsenal. Not something you really want to see if you're on Patrick's side of the table here. This is definitely a difficult choice. It's safe to say here Fang has some amount of the tempo going into this turn. That huge previous turn knocking Grzegorz all the way down to 4. It's so difficult to give up cards willingly when you have the advantage.
No blocks, no reactions. Patrick down to 4 as well. 4 plays 4 in our first round here of the Calling in Prague. World premiere of the Hunted. Grzegorz having a real think, at least posturing like he's able to utilize that arsenal. And of course, the Code of Allegiance, we saw this used really nicely yesterday, can give a resource to allow for even a 1-cost card to be played from Arsenal as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the most important interactions in this format. That drawback of only being able to play Draconic cards is only in effect after you pop the Code of Allegiance, which means you can, of course, have a huge go-wide turn, use it to utilize that 1 resource for a big, impactful chain ender. That does seem to be what Grzegorz is in the tank about right now.
Now you can see here, Code of Allegiance would not have allowed for that Grow Claws to be played. I wonder if he goes ahead and reaches for it. I wonder if he just reaches for the Arsenal. Yes, it is going to be the Code of Allegiance. Once again, world champ making us look good.
Thanks, Grzegorz. I really appreciate that. All you need to do now is pull the trigger. No, make me look terrible, Grzegorz. Thank you. I really appreciate that on the broadcast as well. No, an absolutely huge testament to how difficult these choices are in this format. Grzegorz there taking a brief moment to consider what's going on, actually sheepishly reaching for that Coat of Allegiance. Shows you how difficult these pain point decisions are here. Players 4 to 4, Fang with 4 cards to work with. This is going to be a hard turn to stare down for Grzegorz Kowalski.
Yeah, with all these cards in hand, this is an Obsidian Fire Vein for 1 right now, and we know that can change in a moment. The Leapfrog equipment, 2 pieces in the leggings and the gloves there, can have something to say about any attack reactions from Patrick's side of the table, but this is not a place you're stoked to be when sitting across from a Fang, is at 4 and facing down just the first of the 2 daggers.
Yeah, we kind of alluded to this a few times yesterday, but the magic number against these Fang decks definitely feels like 6. There's a lot of buff effects in this format that kind of increase the dagger by 4. The dagger, of course, increasing itself by a bonus 1 if that effect is draconic. So every single time one of these cheeky attacks for 1 comes in, it could be representing as much as 6 off of a single card, which is a number I'm trying to keep in mind heading into my pre-release next weekend.
I'm going to use that. It's a good tip. I like that.
Thanks.
I like that. Yep.
I tried.
That's going to be helpful. That's going to be helpful.
Awesome.
Let's see how Grzegorz wants to block this one here. 1 damage until something's getting played with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Looks like we're going to be also putting the Helm of Vengeance onto the combat chain as well. Because again, these Cindra decks not too bummed when they don't mark consistently with their card pool sometimes being as high quality as it can be.
It might be my favorite thing about a release weekend calling.
Yeah.
You see sound the alarm going onto the combat chain, and Patrick's just like, I don't think I've seen that one yet. Let me take a moment, just give that a peek. That's a really cool card, actually. Might play that in Argyriou and Constructed. But instead, used for the block value on this one. Going to be soaking up 4 points of value here for Grzegorz, which is normally it's pretty typical. Very solid breakpoint. This one is going to be knocking us up by 2, I believe, with this blistering blade. Extra 2 points. No 2 draconic chain links here. It's just the 1. So extra 2 points will knock this up to 3 for now. It's not going to be enough to get us through this assault, but it does, of course, mean that dagger has go again to continue the turn.
And what's interesting is this does kind of posture that there isn't a second draconic attack reaction in the hand, because you have to imagine he would have liked to use that on his second dagger here. As he's coming in here with Take a Stab, here's an attack reaction, also putting the dagger up by +3. But because Grzegorz just marked, it also allows for that dagger to attack again.
Yeah, Take a Stab, a terrifying card in these Fang decks. One you'll often see turned draconic courtesy of fealty if it is important. But those Leapfrog equipment jumping into effect, soaking up some damage here and keeping Grzegorz in the fight. Take a Stab, gonna make sure that we're stabbing a few more times to come yet, though.
Now this is what's interesting, though. That fealty token maybe changes the equation, because if it's an attack reaction that's not draconic, as Grzegorz falls down to 3, because the dagger has hit with 2 floating, Patrick would be able to attack with both daggers, do an old Hatchet Dory impression, but instead we've got a For the Drakai, or For the Realm, one of those two. It's a 2 for 6 for the Realm, coming in, attacking, not a marked hero anymore, so won't make that other fealty, not that critical third one that gets Fang's hero ability online, but instead just 6 real and unfortunate points of damage if you're fans of our world champ.
Big chunky chain ender here for Patrick Hauser, putting Grzegorz Kowalski in an awkward position, almost certainly earning 2 cards in order to keep the turn going on. Not where you want to be if you were looking to throw a rebuttal on the way back.
Blocking for a total of 6. Boy, am I curious to see what that arsenal is for Grzegorz Kowalski. It got there on his first turn. He could put a card in the arsenal, and we have not seen it since. It has not moved. We are in Volcor, and that card is frozen. I want to see what happens when it hits the combat chain. Okay,
it is time for that chess piece to be catched in. Let's just play a phenomenal 1-card hand on the way back. Once again, this is for the Emperor, this one. This is the 1-cost variation of that previous effect. Once again, no marked heroes here, so no cheeky fealty, but a raw 5 points of damage is threatening lethal.
That means you still have to give a card, cannot use the Helm of Vengeance on Patrick's side to just block the one and stay alive. At least one card is coming out of the hand, but now for Grzegorz, then once again, he's having to worry about attack reactions from our Fang player while sitting at a really perilous 3 life. Pat.
1-card 5, pretty incredible rate here for Grzegorz Kowalski. It definitely puts Patrick in a bit of an awkward spot. We see a very awesome rare, legendary rare, in fact, Fire and Brimstone lurking in their hand on the other side. Definitely threatens multiple attacks if they're able to keep enough cards to make it all come together. But that's something that's not easy to do when you're staring down so much damage.
Here comes the Helm of Vengeance, and the Fire of Brimstone actually just going to have to be used for the blocking value here. Grzegorz, he can't believe his eyes. One of the best cards in the set for Fang for sure, but one of the best cards in the set in general, and this has to be used for a blocking value here. So 1 damage going to go over the top. Patrick down to 3, and now Patrick's got 3 cards in hand and is looking to do something that he'll be able to write home about. Take down the world champ in the first round of this calling.
That's very telling of the texture of Patrick Hauser's hand. Cannot utilize that Fire and Brimstone to its maximum effect, which means there's going to be some cheeky reactions lurking in its place instead, and Grzegorz Kowalski has every reason to be afraid. That Obsidian Fire Vein once again coming in for 1. We know it's never 1, do we, Sam?
It's never 1. Not when there's 2 cards in hand and 1 floating. But once again, now look at this. This is such a great... You can see the players are actually having a little bit of a chat about it. Both players having a bit of a smile as Grzegorz is reading the card being like, dude, what? This is the card you blocked with? What else is in your hand? Trying to figure out exactly like you described what else is going on. It's part of what makes Flesh and Blood so great. Every decision you make, Grzegorz is even going to look at the pitched card. Try to, especially against a hero like Fang, figure out what else is in that hand.
There's so many questions. There's so much information to be gained by viewing your opponent's actions. Well, this is what you could have done, and you chose not to. So what on earth are you going to do to me instead? Grzegorz showcasing that at the highest level, considering how to utilize their hand going forward. Some great ones available to them here. We do have that lovely Pits of Despair lurking in Grzegorz' hand, one of my favorite rares of the set so far. Lovely 1-cost attack. Would be a lovely 2-card hand to play alongside that kunai. That might be the avenue we're looking to take. But this dagger, of course, threatening to get bigger immediately with that Searing Gaze coming in from Patrick Hauser here.
Searing Gaze going to buff by 2 and an additional 1 thanks to the Fire Vein. So no damage over the top because of all the cards blocked with. Are we going to attack with the second Fire Vein or come in with the point of engagement? This is an additional +3. So now, once again, the Fire Vein coming in for 4. So 4 into 4 here, but Grzegorz is able to keep a card. But what's that arsenal, man? What's he got cooking in there?
This is, I think, worst-case scenario for Grzegorz Kowalski here, having to give up both of these cards to soak up the Fireblade. We have an inkling that maybe that card in the arsenal does cost 1 to play, perhaps, courtesy of the chess piece earlier on. Leaves him stuck, just passing straight back to Patrick Hauser here, who has all of the tempo with both players on a lowly 3 life.
Patrick Hauser looking to do what many would consider nigh impossible, take down a world champ. But Patrick is here because he believes he can win a calling, and Grzegorz Kowalski is in his way.
taking the time to breathe and think. Take a stab lurking in the back of the hand there for Patrick Hausen, one we've seen use to great effect so far. Unfortunately, Grzegorz not currently marked. Some of these cards not able to use their full punch of power when the opponent is unmarked. So we will once again be kicking things off with Obsidian Firevein. Now this is a huge tell. Knife through butter, an incredible card for Fang. One we find in the pitch zone, and it immediately jumps to Grzegorz' attention here.
Also, importantly, a red in the pitch zone, meaning Grzegorz having to think more about the actual pitch value of those remaining cards. Sometimes, you know, especially in games of limited, you just full block all 4 cards. Just say, listen, are you going to draw a stinker? Are you going to draw a bit of a clunker and give me a chance to steal the tempo back?
Every now and then you just kind of need the engine to stall, and that could definitely be an opportunity here for Grzegorz Kowalski. All reds would be a difficult hand to function on just 2 fealty. That's the puzzle Grzegorz finds themselves staring down now. This is a really important lesson for players at home. I love to see Grzegorz considering this. There's a time where you have to make a stand. There's a good chance we just have to block with 1 card here and hope that the damage isn't too bad and we can form some kind of counter-attack on the way back. But it's never easy to do. You can kind of see the sheepish touching of the card in the hand. Grzegorz knows what he wants to do, but it's just so difficult to commit to.
Bringing that blocking card back to the hand and adding a second one to the consideration. 3 plays 3, 9 minutes elapsed. Turn 5 here of our first round of this calling at the World Tour Prague. Looks like it is going to be 2 cards committed to the block. A blue, throw yourself at them, and, oh, it's the attack reaction, right?
Can't quite see it from underneath, unfortunately, but
it's like nipped through the something, I think. But it does have 3. It does have 3 blocks.
Most importantly, does block 3 in this case.
Does block 3. Yep, coming
very,
in.
very
so
impactful.
I believe that's 5 block represented on the combat chain by those 2 cards.
There's a lot of respect given here from Grzegorz. Love taking a stand in this spot. Just hoping maybe the damage leaking over, not a real factor. The follow-up attack, hopefully a little bit smaller, a little bit easier to handle. Patrick very clearly not happy with this situation. Was hoping for less of a committal block. Instead, dumps a pile of red attack reactions on top of this Obsidian Firevein, trying to make a stand. Most importantly, neither of these are draconic.
No, so this is 6 on 1, so this is currently 7. After blocking 5, Grzegorz would still just go down to 1. Grzegorz with the perfect block to be able to stay alive, unless there's a further reaction.
Take a stab. Scar Tissue both doing a phenomenal job at threatening Grzegorz here. Will mark him on the way through, but not enough damage to pressure lethal. 1 point of life remaining. Grzegorz Kowalski has 3 cards to work with, and this game is still alive.
Grzegorz there with such a good read, understanding perhaps after that card was pitched that it might not be the most threatening of turns, and he added that second card, and it keeps him alive in this game. Here comes the Ronin Renegade, 3 with go again. He's got another card in hand, but once again, what's the card in the arsenal? It doesn't cost 1.
It's been lurking since the beginning of the game. We're aware of that. Patrick Hausen is aware of that and must consider exactly how they wish to navigate this turn. Ronin Renegade, of course, one of those all-stars from all the way back in Uprising. Really happy to see it showcased on full effect here again in the Hunted.
Now, interestingly, if either of those attack reactions had been used with a fealty, would that have made the Obsidian Firevein 1 over the top and then potentially have just killed Grzegorz?
And this is a huge spot from Grzegorz here. Of course, no Draconic card played on that previous turn. So now those fealty is gone. Your allegiance means nothing. There is no loyalty and there is no way to cash them in on a future turn. Definitely a slight oversight from Patrick Hausen that gives Grzegorz Kowalski a way back into this game.
Yeah, 3 with go again now. Has to be respected with a card from hand. I actually love that. If you don't show that you truly are draconic, if you don't show that the Emperor truly can depend upon you, your fealty withers and dies. This set is so sweet, dude.
Flavor through the roof. You absolutely love to see it. Patrick here with a real prisoner's dilemma. 1 card remaining in hand could be the play of the game, could facilitate a kunai, might pay for that card in Arsenal. There's just so many avenues this turn could take and not a lot of life total left to work with.
What does Grzegorz got up his sleeve? He has navigated this game just beautifully. put the onus on Fang to find the attack reactions, to find the damage. Maybe Patrick could have gotten there if he had utilized the fealty on one of those attack reactions to make the Fire Vein see a Draconic card on the chain link. Grzegorz is at 1. If the Draconic card is on that chain link, the Fire Vein goes up by an additional point of damage and maybe would have just taken down our world champ. But instead, now Patrick has to face this 3 damage, a classic from Uprising. Ronin Renegade returning to Volcor and our sealed and limited decks.
Trying to get a cheeky peek at the hand here from Patrick Hausen. We see a Searing Gaze in the immediate front. Looks like it is the card of choice to block this Ronin Renegade, soaking up that 3 points of damage. We do, of course, have a follow-up from Grzegorz here. Maybe a brief moment of reconsideration about this Searing Gaze here.
Yeah,
does commit. So block 2 in this case from Searing Gaze. Does look like 1 point of damage is going over, knocking Patrick down to 2. The follow-up, a Blaze Headlong. This Haymaker also revisiting us in the Hunted, and it provides a pesky break point here for Patrick.
Hunt the Hunter being committed to the block. Luckily, there's a 3 block. That's able to just be 1 card committed. So now 2 cards left for Patrick and 1 in the arsenal. Grzegorz once again has to be thinking, and he cannot take a single point of damage from here.
What a way to start the day. 1-1 for both of our players in this feature match area. And 1 is the number that matters. This Obsidian Fire Main making its way onto the combat chain once again with so many ways to get bigger. Grzegorz again showcasing that level of understanding, reviewing that Searing Gaze, reviewing the cards that we used over the past turn, and trying to solve the puzzle of Patrick Hausen's hand.
Here comes 1. Currently, no Draconic card yet played on this chain link, so still only the 1. Grzegorz marked from that attack reaction on the last turn. Grzegorz here, this is where you start to see, have these players really taken the time to understand all that their opponent could be working with? Is Grzegorz ready, understanding all of the different attack reactions that could be available to Patrick after finally seeing the full set yesterday?
It's a sign of a phenomenal player taking a moment to consider these things. Not only what attack reactions you might find awaiting you, but also which ones can you afford to play around. There are worlds where you can no longer beat some of the most high-impact reactions in the format, and you've just got to take a stand and say, hey, I don't think you have it. Grzegorz here does commit 2 cards to the block. It's going to be Patrick considering the hand.
Look at this. This is an Endear Devotion, I believe. It is a Draconic attack reaction. It's going to be bumping this thing up and give and go again.
Now, this is incredibly potent. 5, of course, blunted here. But no, Sizzling Steel, the follow-up coming through for Patrick Hausen, looking to knock this first dagger up and above the block value of Grzegorz Kowalski. Is there an answer lurking in the hand?
Or is that Arsenal just a D-react that he has been waiting to deploy this whole time? No, but that is just going to be the game, and Grzegorz Kowalski does fall. Patrick Hausen taking down the game, and our world champ falls in our first round of the day.
Just goes to show you on the highest of levels that anyone can be a champion in a game of flesh and blood. Patrick, brilliant showcase in that first round, navigated beautifully and showing us some of the incredible things that Fang can do.
That was beautiful. I was literally watching the whole game. I was like, how is Grzegorz going to get out of this? Like, is he going to continue on into the winner's bracket? I gotta say, he played that whole game not with an IP1, but he did not use his arsenal. He played off of 4 cards the whole time. That card sat in the arsenal and rotted. It did not ever find a chance to get out and pressure Patrick, and I think that had a huge effect. It was 1-1 there at the end, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those weird things about a format like this. You have some exceptionally high power cards you really want to save for those impactful turns, but in these aggressively slanted mirror matches, maybe not literally in this sense, but Cindra, Fang, you're both Draconic, you both want to go for each other. So if you Arsenal are very powerful cards, sometimes you never get a chance to get it out.
Yeah, have to wonder if he's looking back and kicking himself when he could have used the Code of Allegiance to, we have to imagine, play it on that 1 turn from the arsenal. Maybe it wasn't just going to be the kunai used there, but we have to give huge props to Patrick as he is moving on to 1-0.
Absolutely. Some huge props to both players there. Great tips all around for just improving your game across the ballpark. A lot of tips you can take forward into your pre-release next weekend.
Okay, so we've seen 1 world champion, right? We've seen 1. I'm hearing inklings that in just a little bit we actually might be able to see another Flesh and Blood world champion on our feature match table. It's going to be ready for you in just a little bit, but we're having a little bit of a little spicy extra goodness on our first round of the day. We want to celebrate the calling, so we want to spice it up. Just a little more world champ for you. Just a little more world champion difference. How's that sound?
How can you not love whatever that was? That's just...
Come on. Remember Salt Bay? Guys remember Salt Bay?
Now I feel old.
Oh, come on. No, it wasn't that long ago. And let me tell you, we got Ninja, in the set. It looks like a lot of players are going to be salting the wound. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here, folks. We've got another world champion for you folks coming up in just a second. We've got a little bit of an extra game. It's going to be Alexandros Argyriou from Greece, who has returned to Flesh and Blood to do battle in the Hunted. This is still our round one of the day. We've just got a little bit of an extra match for you as the players are extending the fist bump. It's going to be Alexandros versus Alex Price of a country you might know quite well.
Man, this is incredible to see. I've not had the chance of catching up with Alexandros very recently. They've not had the pleasure of being at a ton of events anytime soon, but it's been great to see a previous world champion kind of revisiting us here and stepping back into the fold for this event here in Prague. Alex, of course, from my beloved hometown of Blighty.
No way.
Yeah, totally. I know, weird, right? And happy to see them here on the big stage and against such a fierce opponent.
Very cool to see, like you said, our last two world champions in the feature match area, and somewhere running around during our round one here in Prague is our very first world champion. Michael Hamilton is doing battle in this calling during this World Tour stop in Prague, so hope to get him. I have to imagine, knowing him, he'll be doing fine. We'll get him on feature at some point in the future.
They call that foreshadowing in the industry, ladies and gents, trying to let you know what's coming a little later on. But you know what's coming right now? Big old pile of kunai right across the combat chain. Let's take a stab, soaking up an early hit here. We're going to be soaking up this damage as best we can from Cindra. We kind of learned our lesson a bit earlier on. Leaking damage on turn 0, fairly likely in this format. It seems to be what Alex is trying to achieve here.
Yeah, honestly, it's so fascinating. I love, especially in Limited, it can really feel like in aggressive mirrors in aggressive matchups in the past. It can really feel like, man, I lost the die roll. I didn't get to go second, and I really was at a disadvantageous position from that point forward, a disadvantaged position. But in this format, going first can often feel just fine, as we're seeing it. Point of damage, get across with the throw yourself at him. Now Cindra can be activated with that other blue to get that dagger just on back. And so here, Alex Price working with an arsenal, and of course, got a point of damage across. I
think that's a fantastic spot for me, really. There's these cards that are like throw yourself at them, which, by the way, flavorfully is fantastic, and I love the thematics of just chucking myself at someone. But outside of that, it's this kind of quote-unquote unpreventable damage that comes from these knife-flicking effects. If you're going first, your opponent just starts the game on maybe 19, maybe 18, because there was no way for them to stop you chucking your kunai directly at their face. And is that not what we're all here to do this weekend? I'm all about that.
I will be chucking kunais at faces all weekend long and in the weeks and months following. I'm so excited about Cindra. No bias, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Calming Breeze, of course, a way to add some prevention to these limited formats and these limited decks, but isn't that rare slot, so a little harder to come by.
So there's some real haymakers in both of our players' hands. Looks like a Blaze Headlong for Alex, and maybe an Oath of Loyalty lurking in the hand of other Alex. I might need to go with Alexandros in this case. That card, definitely a bit of a haymaker. Looking forward to seeing if that one makes its way onto the chain. For now, Alex taking a brief moment of consideration. Sadly, looks like they might be a little bit red light to make that Blaze Headlong work. I believe all 3 other cards are blue.
Let's see how Alexandros wants to work at this. Here comes a Relentless Assault. It's just going to mark because a weapon has not attacked this turn. It doesn't get to go to the bottom of the deck, so it's just going to mark. But now that mark hangs out until Alex Price is hit. It's the follow-up here from our previous world champion. Interesting, one Worlds on Fi on a Draconic Ninja, but the pool must have presented a better Draconic Warrior for our most recent previous world champion Alexandros, but you have to imagine he's happy to be sitting at home in the Draconic talent.
Arguably the most illustrious Fi in the world. Alexandros definitely known for the power of that Draconic Ninja. Choosing to forgo it today and play, well, I guess smaller weapons in this case, and leverage Fang. We are going to be throwing that Blaze Headlong the hard way, utilizing that point of engagement as a really small buff, courtesy of marking them ahead of time. Definitely not the best hand to be finding on the first turn of the game here.
No, this is a really tough break for Alexandros. This Blaze Headlong doesn't have Go again. No, this is a chain ender of a Blaze Headlong because those were 2 blue cards played. And neither of them, literally both of them, have 2 effects, and they each only got to do 1. The Relentless Pursuit did not get to go to the bottom of the deck, and the point of engagement is not getting to buff a dagger. So not only are there blue cards, they're blue cards that are being half as effective as they should be.
Yeah, you somehow made that sound worse than it is, which is honestly quite impressive. Blaze Head Short here is going to be finding itself met by a little bit of block from these boots, sucking up that damage nice and early. It's been very interesting to see our players leveraging their equipment early and often in these games, kind of bolstering that life total for later, maybe giving them a little bit more counterplay to those copious amount of attack reactions.
Yeah, and the the Blade Beckoner boots here, small correction from our last round. I talked about, that the Blade Beckoner boots wasn't able to be used because it blocked on an attack action card, but they actually are printed with 1 defense, and then when they block, they go down to 0, but then if you block a weapon, it still goes back up to 1, so it is still able to be blocked with on a weapon attack in the future. But here is that Oath of Loyalty now coming out from Alex Price.
Now, this is a haymaker. Also, look at that artwork.
Oh my, I know, I love it.
Evil mirror guy lurking in the background there in the form of Vincerakai, and I love to see that on some of this card art. But this one, an all-star. You can only play it as your first action of the turn. I mean, we don't pledge allegiance halfway through, but if you do, until the end of the turn, you only get to play Draconic cards. In exchange, you've got a 4-power Go Again card that blocks 3 at 0 cost.
I think many Flesh and Blood players out there in our great community might take umbrage at you saying evil mirror guy. They'd just probably say that's just mirror guy. Have you played against it, or have you played with it?
Yes,
that's my question.
We have the infamous pie chart of Flesh and Blood of mirror guy and mirror guy but red.
Yeah,
which is an entirely different thing, I promise.
Oath of Loyalty, of course. 4 Go Again, blocks 3, which is so impressive, but requires the ultimate, dedication to our Emperor's cause.
Some really potent cards lurking in the hand here for Alex Price as well. We see that Blazing Blade Dance, some Dragon Power, kind of all sorts of shenanigans available to follow this down. Most importantly, Draconic shenanigans, so we're not shutting anything off in the most painful of ways by committing ourselves to the Emperor.
Knife Through Butter being committed to the block, so Kunai of Retribution will be following this up after Alexandros took 1 down to 18. 18 currently on the defense. Alex Price, our attacking hero, at 16. Still plenty of time remaining, 25 minutes left in this game.
These kunai just continue to impress me over and over, seeing more of these effects that are capable of utilizing them for additional damage before they disappear from existence. This time, Alex taking a brief moment to stumble, but we will be seeing that Duskrunner Outlaw joining the combat chain. Another fan favorite joining us from a set of long past, but good, traditional, clean, go again, no questions asked this time around.
Card felt so good in my Cindra deck yesterday during Seal. Just a 1/4 go again, can start the chain with it. It's a great stat line. It powers up Cindra's ability. Super happy to see it doing well in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Those chain starters at a premium for a deck like Cindra. Make sure those hands don't feel cobbled together. This time, finding itself slotted directly in the middle and giving our previous world champion no end of headaches. Considering taking maybe no blocks in this case. No, it looks like we have a brief judge question for these players. Not surprised to see this. Brand new cards and all.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and have a quick discussion here. Check out some cards. I'm just going to go and talk just briefly away from the table, it looks like. I think this one might be a relatively quick one. Going to stay with the game as they go ahead and discuss briefly.
It's like maybe my favorite part of a set like this. You kind of saw it sheepishly from Alex, like, hey, judge, does this work the way I think it does?
Yeah.
Like, am I about to make my opponent sad? Confirm or deny? That seems to be the question we're getting.
The judge probably say, well, I cannot comment on your opponent's emotional state. I can only comment on what the cards are supposed to do.
Professional as always from our judge team. Yep, really sharp, really punchy judge call there for Alex, just making sure they understand the interactions of this brand new set, and we are immediately making our way back into the action. This Duskrunner Outlaw still staring him down. Not a great place to be.
Maybe next time I play, I should just call a judge. Like, Judge, what do you think? Should I block? Show him the hand. What do you think? Okay, yeah, you got it.
Judge, what would you do here?
Yeah.
No, really, don't advise that. Your judges are there to be your friends and check out rulings. They are not there to play the game for you.
4 go again. Represented with this Duskrunner Outlaw. That's going to take a cut deep on the block. So 1 damage once again over the top. Down to 16 goes our 2023 world champion. And now the Burning Blade Dance coming in 4-3 with go again. On hit, the dagger that currently sits there on the combat chain, that Kunai of Retribution, it can fly across the combat chain and deal another point of damage to Alexandros.
It's one of my favorite commons we've seen from the set so far. Some great artwork and just a lot of interesting dynamics to it. That kind of unpreventable damage we've alluded to several times from Cindra, it stacks up, and it's mostly on account of cards like Burning Blade Dance. You don't really want to feel obliged to block this every step of the way, especially on a big turn like this where there was so much damage coming across. But if you don't, well, it gets a little bit worse for you.
And of course, one of my favorite things about this card, blocks 3, dude. So sick. I just said this is just sick. It's a great card, great effect. I love multiple ways to send daggers over the combat chain beyond just the danger digits or in CC, the flick knives.
Absolutely. Burning Blade Dance, exceptionally flexible. Those block 3s also a premium in a hero like Cindra, and love to see it all being put together.
We should also really point out, just as Alexandros went and grabbed the Leapfrog gloves, there are 3 pieces of Leapfrog gloves and the Blade Beckoner boots. Really premium defensive equipment from our Cindra player here. It might make the difference in this game depending on how Alexandros is able to put together his turns.
Yeah, very different tail of the tape on Alexandros' side. We're on red alert to almost the full effect, apart from our very ceremonious chess piece. As red alert equipment, not exactly worse than the Leapfrog equipment, but they offer different flexibility. You need to be a little bit more proactive with them as opposed to being reactive.
And so right there, Alex Price, 1 floating kunai available, but we've talked about the different ways to play Cindra. Alex valuing keeping a kunai around for a future turn because of the effect of having a Draconic Chain Link to either start the combat chain or to use something like, yeah, right, a Burning Blade Dance, right, or just even for flicking, but didn't want to just throw another dagger in for the 1 damage there, even though he had the resource. It's resource, it's not efficient with his resources, but it's him thinking for the future, right? Future thinking from our player on the right side of your screen.
Absolutely. So Alexandros here with a play pattern we're going to see time and time again this weekend. That ceremonial chess piece being utilized to create a 1-card hand that presents 5 points of damage. This one, my personal favorite, we're revisiting the Pits of Despair.
They do not look like a fun place to visit. Why are we going back? We should have left the first time. Look what happens when you go.
Yeah, someone really should have warned me about that.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone warns Alex Price, currently staring down 5 points of damage in this case. On hit will be marked. And looks like we're not particularly interested in becoming the target of Volcor's favorite warrior, looking to soak up that damage on the way through.
Because, of course, as we've alluded to, Fang, once he starts to get those first fealty tokens, they can really begin to stack up. And if Fang is able to just go pitchless, not pitching any cards for daggers or attack reactions, that's when things can get really dangerous. Tag the target, hitting the combat chain, 3 damage, on offer, go again, and once again, on hit mark. But this one, no chess piece needed. This one just comes in for 3 and costs 0.
Tag the target, very snazzy. I'm more interested in what looks to be a Wrath of Retribution lurking in Alex Price's hand. That phenomenal legendary rare threatens to make your kunai much larger and cost significantly less as the turn goes on. We'll be interested to see whether or not that one is being thrown this turn or parked away for later.
2 cards remaining for Alex Price. I have to imagine the Wrath of Retribution is going to be hanging out, given the cost of 3 and the needing for Draconic Changelings to reduce, just like Cindra's hero ability. One of those not specializations in the set. Legendary, and it's just going to be a Grow Wings. No effect, no go again, because it needs a Draconic card to have been played. The Draconic attack as the last attack on the combat chain.
Nothing flashy here for Alex Price, just a bunch of head jabs on the way over. More than capable of doing the job. Does give Alexandros some breathing room, however. Did choose to dedicate that Sworn Vengeance to the first tag the target. Choosing to take a hit this time and find themselves with 4 cards to work with.
16 plays 13. Alex Price going to draw back up to 4. Got that smoke out. Nice little D-react to mark the Fang player here. I'm noticing, I was finding this in my Cindra deck too. Not always the easiest to find the ways to mark. Not always the way I've been feeling I want to push my deck construction. It's good. I want there to be some in there, but there's just so many powerful other effects in both Ninja Draconic and Draconic Ninja.
It's an intricate balance, as we kind of alluded to with Cindra before. There's just such a need to have a high density of Draconic cards, make sure that your turns play out fluidly and smoothly, but you do want to have some amount of protection against those powerful Arachni attack reactions and Fang's never-ending shenanigans. So where do you fit all of your marked cards into that equation? There's just so much to consider when deck building in this format.
1 damage with the Fire Vein right now, but 2 floating in the pitch. 2 cards in hand, 1 card in the arsenal.
Looks like a Pledge Fealty in the hand here for Alexandros. This is one of my other favorite ways to enable these Obsidian Fire Veins. These instants just really appeal to me. Attack reactions are all fine and dandy. Very face up a lot of the time. People kind of expect an attack to be buffed, but I would much rather apply them to my second dagger of the turn than the first, after giving my opponent a tough decision point. And that's what instants like Pledge Fealty allow you to do.
Let's see how Alex Price wants to go ahead and block this one out here. Looks like he might be working with... there might be a blue in that hand. Might be a blue throw yourself at him. Definitely a couple reds in the front, and one of them is a D-React. That smoke out, of course, if it defends a red attack, will mark the opposing hero.
Definitely seems to be a tough decision tree here for Alex Price. Those booties going to be coming on in for that extra point of value, soaking up a Fire Vein. Become a very big fan of these as the format has continued. Alex Price asking the question, well, hey, how bad is it going to get?
About this bad. We've got like that Pledge Fealty, which is just going to give it an additional +1 buff, because once again, the Draconic Chain, or the card is Draconic, not an attack reaction, but is a Draconic card, even though it's an instant, still going to power up the Fire Vein. No further reactions, looks like represented from Alex Price.
Okay, looks like a Take a Stab lurking in the arsenal here for Alexandros. Could definitely consider extending a little further here, making this weapon a little bit taller, threading an additional attack should they have a way to mark at instant speed. Currently, a little bit lackluster, but all kinds of options available to them as this turn carries on. Alex unsure if they'd rather maybe park the arsenal. Definitely a world here where Take a Stab makes room for something a little bit more proactive on a future turn. But no, looks like no further reactions coming in here from Alexandros.
There is that fealty. First of 3.
So we're staring at our options for now. Alexandros happy to close down the chain. Looks like we are extending out. This card is incredible. So threatening some additional attacks with another weapon in this case. Big old bonus buff coming on in. And extra attack swings being threatened by our Fang here. Definitely a moment of pause for Alex Price. A moment of reconsideration. This turn suddenly got much, much bigger than it was before.
5 current damage on the combat chain. Let's see just how Alex Price wants to deal with this one. Twist and turn, a nice rare in the set. Let's see if he's going to be able to attack with it again. He would need to play a Draconic card. He has the fealty now. Does he want to crack that fealty? Does he have an attack reaction to be able to allow for this to go? Yes, it looks like the fealty is going to be used for the attack reaction you pointed out just a moment ago. Here comes that Take a Stab.
Staking a claim to continuing this turn is Alexandros Argyriou. The sword
up
all the way up to 7.
So giving +1, giving additional +1. So here comes the Leapfrog gloves, the Leapfrog head currently blocking for 5.
And then we have that smoke out lurking in the hand. Alex Price not interested in these extra 2 attacks that were being threatened by Alex here. No dice for you. We'll soak up that damage with smoke out and move cleanly into our turn.
Yeah, actually, I can't tell. If Alex wasn't marked, then I don't think would have been able to attack again, but still very important to try to cover up that damage.
Okay, big turn here for Alex Price. We do, of course, know about the arsenal in this case. Starting things off with my favorite flavor of head jab. This one has some upside if you're interested in focusing Draconic. In this case, 3 coming in. Nice chunky go again, makes that next Draconic attack 1 bigger. So 0 for 4 in all the flavorful ways, but not in practicality. Makes it a little bit easier to block for Alex in this situation, should they want to.
Let's see precisely what Alexandros wants to do. Nice little, it's not quite a 0 for 4, but it is at the same time. 3 damage and 1 on the next attack. 4 points of value from 1 card with go again.
This game has been surprisingly different from the first we saw today. Both of those were blisteringly fast players in our first round, very aggressively slanted. This one, both players very considerate, been very happy to block with cards, keep those life totals much higher, and try and reach a more proactive endgame. One
of those differences between World Premiere and a calling, right? World Premiere, we're vibing, right? We're having fun. We're enjoying our lives. These players are still enjoying their lives, but they're enjoying their lives just a little more slowly, a little more cautiously, because every win even more important as the day goes on.
Well worth noting that Fire Tenet here does apply to Yakunai. Of course, they are Draconics of themselves. A little bit of bonus damage coming across. 2 go again.
And a nice 2 floating to be able to bring back that other dagger, given that there is currently 1 Draconic chain link. There's the 2 floating. There's the dagger back. And now we see Alex Price rewarded for that decision like 3 turns ago, keeping a kunai around now that the Grow Claws was able to go ahead and give 1 to that next attack.
This is very impactful for their arsenal as well. Of course, setting up for that big dagger turn, making them cost nothing a little bit later on. Having a kunai available, going to be incredibly satisfactory on that turn and later down the line. For now, back to Alexandros, that iconic chain-starting opening for Fang here. Obsidian Firevein, what a card.
What a card. A card that Alex Price blocked with, like, not this last turn, but I think the turn before, he blocked with that dual threat. He had that nice generic majestic. I just want to point out, Cindra may be the best, the able to use that card the best than any of these three heroes.
Yeah.
Sad to see Alex block with it in this game, but with a nice 7 points of life lead, sitting pretty as of now, but a lot of tempo Alexandros is working with. 3 cards in hand, and of course, just a Fire Vein for 1. How many times are we going to be saying that this weekend?
Too many, I'm sure. But no doubt, Firevein threatening all kinds of shenanigans in this case. Does put Alex Price in a bit of a difficult decision. Looks like that Imperial Intent is, of course, lurking in the hand. It's one of my favorite ones as a way to play this for free off of a single dagger. So gets that cost reduction per Draconic Chain Link. Of course, the dagger itself does count. So sneaky 2-point buff, and the turn will get to continue free of charge.
And a diced. We talked about this. This is like slice and dice, but it's just diced. It's
Yeah.
just slice and dice, but in reaction speed, and it only cares about daggers. +1 on this attack, +3 on the next. So all of a sudden, this turn's looking to be nice and powerful from our 2023 World Champions.
Like the same card if you changed maybe 4 things. Totally the same otherwise. Diced, one of my favorite cards of the set so far. I love being able to split your damage across multiple attacks and really put your opponent to the test of how much of it they're able to blunt by using their cards effectively.
Follow from here is just going to be that blue Hunt-A-Killer. It's a non-attack action. When the attacks are attacking a marked hero, I believe if they hit, they get go again. No marking, though, from Alexandra, so this is just going to be coming in with that diced buff and the Hunt-A-Killer buff, so coming in for 6.
Yep.
Still pretty respectable.
This has actually turned out to be a pretty reasonable turn here for Alex. Shading that Hunter-Killer in the middle to make this turn go a little bit longer. And that Obsidian Firevein, of course, gaining the bonus from that diced earlier in the turn, pushing Alex Price all the way down to 4. The worst part of that going so well is that's not a good thing for you. Alex Price, full 4-card hand to work with, and of course, that impactful legendary tucked away in their arsenal. This turn stands to be massive.
Here comes the Kunai of Retribution, first Draconic Chain Link of the turn. Alex fell down to 4 for this, but had built the life buffer to be able to take a hit and deal back something even more impactful. Let's see how it continues from here as the Kunai hits the combat chain.
Certainly some good ones lurking in the hand there. Blaze Headlong, looks like maybe a Cinder Skin Devotion just behind it. These are all breakpoints, all very impactful cards for Alex Price to have right now. Alexandros finding themselves in a similar position to the one they just put Alex Price in. It's only 1 damage. Surely that's fine.
Here comes the red alert gloves, as most likely not going to be many attack reactions in this Cindra deck. Just going to get the 1 point of value where he can. I do believe the equipment advantage is so squarely in Alex Price's favor in this game.
Those Leapfrog equipment just proving to be all-stars in so many of our games so far this weekend. It's fantastic to be able to block optimally and not be punished if the opponent has a way to punk you out. Speaking of a punk out, Cinder Skin Devotion coming back in force in this set. Definitely overperforming for me so far comparing to where it was in Uprising. 2 Draconic Chain Links, go again. Such an important keyword for these Cindra players to keep those kunai turns going long and strong.
Here comes the Blaze Headlong, 4 more. Alexandra's kind of shaking the head, saying like, yeah, I see why you maybe took all that damage just a turn before. See how many of these warrior cards he wants to deploy on the defense and how many of them block for 3.
This is incredibly scary stuff now. That extra kunai still lurking in the bin for Alex Price could threaten to come on back after that Wrath of Retribution for extra points of damage. And that's not something Alexandros could possibly know about at this point. An unknown card left in hand. So much potential damage left on the table. Rightfully earns a Brock from Alexandros here to try and stump the bleeding.
Looks like block there. Taken back, Alexandros maybe misconsidered it, thought it was a different block value. Alex Price, fine to let him go ahead and choose the correct card.
Some interesting ones here in the hand for Alexandros. Cut from the same cloth, lurking there in the middle. Definitely the card they consider. Cut Deep, another favorite of mine so far in these Fangs decks. They look like the 2 cards that Alex is intent on keeping. for the Emperor. Maybe not finding a way to squeak into this hand, given the lack of apparent go again.
For the Emperor being committed to the block. 1 over the top, down to 6 goes Alexandros Argyriou. And now coming along the, what is it? Not tag the target, it's the other one. 1 for 4, go again. If it hits, you mark him.
On hit mark. Trap and release. That's
baby.
the one. There we go.
Coming in for 4. So, wow, look at this. We've gone 1 into 4 into 4 into 4. Already 13 on the turn, and we know it's in the arsenal. It is that not specialization. It's going to be able to bring back the daggers. Look at all those draconic chain links.
Wrath of Retribution, exceptionally powerful here. So we'll only get to sneak the 1 kunai in afterwards, but this is 5 more damage coming after this, courtesy of that kunai that is already in the bin. Alex Price's turn here, phenomenally strong.
And Alex, again, by keeping that 1 kunai around, able to go ahead and start this chain with the Cinderskin Devotion, being able to go for after that. Now the Blaze Headlong has the go again. Now he can go ahead and come with the trap and release. And now the Wrath of Retribution from the arsenal. We saw Alexandros have to use a piece of equipment for 1 card to get 5 points of value. Now this Wrath of Retribution is going to represent 5 total value. 3 on its own, but the dagger comes back for free, and thanks to the Wrath, it attacks for free, getting that +1 buff, so 2 more damage. Alexandros has to think about it. Does he want to go to 1, or does he want to give that last card? Alex
Price massively rewarded for tucking away that powerful rare in the arsenal. Look at how wide and tall this turn went all at the same time. Alexandros having to consider, is it correct to go all the way down to 1 to keep a single card in hand? No. Cut from the same cloth, dedicated to blocking here. Alex is going to take an extra turn cycle, try and sculpt something together and say, hey, maybe you won't hit me quite as hard next time.
Turn shipped over to Alexandros, but we know what his turn is going to look like. Pass. Drawing 4 cards. Alex Price here going to try to use this tempo that he has gained to absolutely close the door.
Alex taking that moment to consider how they could possibly sequence this hand. We do see a rather ill-timed defense reaction. Lair of the Spider lurking in the hand there. Not what you're hoping for when it's time to put the foot down. That being said, Lava Vein Loyalty certainly capable of going wide here. And these lovely blood-flavored cost reduction attacks looking fantastic here as well. 2 extra points of go again. We can turn that Lava Vein Loyalty on.
Yeah, 2. Go again. Did have to pitch away the Lair of the Spider. Alex not valuing that defense reaction in the arsenal, not wanting to try to keep himself alive. He wants to shut the door.
Blood Drop looking pretty phenomenal here. Not quite threatening lethal, but almost certainly earning a card given the implications of what's carrying on. Selling Steel will be the one thrown in front. That Lava Vein Loyalty keeping the turn going. Alex under pretty phenomenal pressure here, truthfully.
Yeah, every card has to be committed. Oh, look at this. Maybe he has to give 2 cards, just try to not take any points of damage.
This is definitely one of the costs of playing these powerful Draconic heroes. Block 3 cards at a premium, or your best reds tend to block 2. And can leave you in some awfully awkward spots staring down normally what are easily coverable attacks.
Alex Price just trying to find the damage here, trying to keep the tempo. That is a 2 block, so Alexandros takes 1 down to 2. Now here comes a cut through, no effect. Has to hit with the dagger to become a 4 damage attack with go again, but here it's just going to demand another card.
This is a very impressive turn, all things said, from Alex Price. All red definitely didn't have the ability to go as wide as they'd like with those kunai, but made the best of a bad situation. Still stripped 3 cards away from Alex's hand here, and it pushed at least 1 point of damage, maybe even a second. Alex falling all the way down to 1 here.
Yeah, a bunch of 2 blocks in the hand there for Alexandros. Just was giving the 1 card, but still went ahead and had to take those points of damage. So down to 1 he goes. 1 card left in hand. Looks like he's just passing the turn from here. See if Alex has any instant speed effects. Not many in the set that he would need to do on this point of the turn cycle.
There is one of the most incredible cards lurking in the hand of Alex Price. This is one of my favorite cards in the Hunted. Devotion Never Dies. An impactful attack that can threaten to banish itself and attack again if the attacks before it were draconically inclined. We'll have to wait and see if Alex has a way to string that all together.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards in the set as well. I can just envision doing some absolutely disgusting things with that one.
The only downside here, of course, you're not going to hit to play it again. If you manage to squeak in a point of damage, Alex will explode, which is a much better result for you in a way that the game will be over. However, not a great place to be for Alexandros.
Alexandros also only 1 card left in deck here. Here comes 4 with go again, no effect. This might spell the end. We saw a bunch of 2 blocks in Alexandros' last hand. What's the texture of this one? Is he able to stay alive here, or will we see our second world champion fall in as many games?
Alexandros here taking a moment to breathe it in, desperately scouring through their remaining hand, looking for cards that might be able to cobble together some type of comeback. Instead, we are dedicating 2 cards to this Devotion Never Dies, and it will not let up. Hunt the Hunter coming across that combat chain, another 5 points of damage threatened, and of course, Alexandros marked, and the game ends. 2 block cards, not enough here to save yet another world champion in our feature match area.
Look at that. Alex Price moves into the winner's column, taking down Alexandros, and now gets to go home and tell all of his friends, yo, I took down a world champ. I actually went ahead and was able to go ahead and like speak to him a little bit earlier. I was like, hey, you might be facing down a world champ. He said, who? Me? It's like, yeah. It's like, who? Alexandros. Oh, no. So, but hey, didn't matter. Took him down.
That's the magical part of events like a calling. As much as we are here for the competition, there's incredible prize money up for grabs. You also just get to meet the biggest faces in the game and have a chance to play against people that you've watched from the comfort of your sofa back home and step up. You get to play against those people and realize firsthand, God, they're really good at card games.
There is a true murderer's row of some of the best of the best in Flesh and Blood out there competing at the calling in this world premiere of The Hunted.
That was a phenomenal match.
It really was.
Huge
Both
thank you to Alex and Alex. Yeah, absolutely. Great way to start off our event. It's just a fantastic showcase of everything Draconic. I will say, though, I really need to see a little bit more Arachni in the near future.
Oh, you do?
I do.
We will see if we can work on that for you. We will see if we can work on that for you. Now,
you're welcome, chat. I got you covered.
I have a question.
Enlighten me.
All right, so do you like armory decks?
Unironically, the Armory decks might be my favorite product in all of Flesh and Blood because they are just the best way for people to get into the game. I've had a huge amount of fun writing upgrade guides for them so people can get in on a budget level and then get in on a competitive level when they want to. They're just a great pathway product. I am somewhat concerned why you're asking me that, though.
Don't be concerned. I would say...
threw me into a challenge yesterday.
No. Don't be concerned. Just be excited, because if you like armory decks, and as do I, and you like getting players into the game, as do I, and you would like to see perhaps the next armory deck that Flesh and Blood is going to be releasing, revealed live as a surprise right now for the stream, is that something you would like, Scott?
I would love to randomly inform the chat of a previously unaware announcement about what the next armory deck will be in this beautiful game of Flesh and Blood.
Roll the tape.
Can we do that?
Roll the tape.
None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. I was born for this! And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer.
Armory deck Aurora zips and zaps onto the battlefields all around the world into the arena. I could not be more stoked at that. This is the next armory deck. I could not be more stoked for this product. I am a huge fan of Aurora, and I think just with the pathway that we've had for players getting into this game, what the first strike decks have represented, I'm so glad that there's now an option for players that love that product to grab a new one and get into CC.
This is everything I wanted from an armory deck. I love the idea of having that journey. You can step into a game store for the first time, try out the game with a first strike deck in the form of Aurora, fall in love with it alongside your friends and go, hey, you know what? That was so much fun. I want to do it on a bigger scale. Armory deck Aurora releasing on March 14th, 2025, and I already want to get my hands on one of these.
How about some new cards? We saw that incredible art in that little trailer there, and we get to see what it heralds from the Skyward Serenade. Choose 2 Lightning Runeblade action. Create an embodiment of lightning token. Search your deck for a skzk, which is maybe my favorite name in Fab.
That's beautiful.
Come on.
I love the idea of naming a card after the sound effect of me sticking a fork in a light socket. That's just absolutely incredible.
Search your deck for a skzk. Banish it, and then shuffle. You may play it this turn. I can see peeking out behind the Serenade a skzk for us to check out. And of course, your next attack this turn also getting +1. Lightning Runeblade action blocks 2. Skzk back there is a red attack that blocks 3. And if something has happened or is happening or is going to happen, it gets +1.
Interesting. We'll just have to wait and find out exactly how impactful it is over the course of the format, as Aurora continues to no doubt be one of the most popular and highest performing decks in all of Flesh and Blood, and I'm so happy to see a more elegant way of stepping into that hero.
And just as we, kind of alluded to and discussed, the fact that you can go from the First Strike deck to the Aurora CC deck. If you have friends that you've been jamming games with at the kitchen table, if you've been like me and teaching people with the First Strike Aurora deck versus the First Strike Terra deck, and they, like my literal friends, my friend Nate, he played with the First Strike Aurora deck, now is playing CC Aurora. I'm so glad to be able to show players just like him, hey, check out this new product. Let's get you rocking and rolling in CC. I've got just the thing for you.
It's a similar story here. One of my lovely locals I've had the pleasure of teaching the game, Josh, a fantastically young lad, picked up Aurora when they got into Flesh and Blood, hasn't put it down.
Yeah.
Loves the hero and will be ecstatic to know there is an easier way to acquire the cards they're still missing from that journey.
March 14th, the next Armory deck, Aurora, coming to game stores all around the world and hopefully right next to you, right to your door.
That's incredible stuff. I can't wait to get my hands on that one.
Yeah, so we've had our first round of the day in the books here at the Calling in Prague. You said you want to get some Arakni. I'll see if I can pull some strings like I'm sure the Marionette, literally the Marionette does, to pull the strings and try to get them onto the feature match
God, you're
for
good
you.
at this.
But now, looking ahead, we've seen our two world champions. They've fallen to some of our other competitors here. I have to wonder how the rest of the field is looking and who is going to actually step up and take down this tournament.
As a betting man, I'm not betting against our premier players so
No,
far.
yeah.
I got a feeling we might be seeing some more of the most illustrious names from across all
yeah.
of Flesh and Blood,
No
and
doubt.
I'm not betting against them. I fully intend on sitting in this feature match area and being a good little fangirl and being like, yeah, go on, I can't wait to see what you're able of achieving. And instead, that means that my co-caster every round can enjoy the community at large, murdering all of our favorite faces live on the big screen.
Well, and also, as we've seen time and time again, just because you lose your first round in a calling does not mean that you are just out of anything by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Our first Pro Tour was taken down by a lovely individual who went 0-2 to start his tournament and then literally did not lose again.
Absolutely. I don't call Pablo Pintor the Spanish submarine for no reason. He goes under and then he comes right back up and never goes back down. That's just the way that it goes.
Big shout outs to our world champions. Even though they may have fallen in that previous round, it does not mean that they are out of it by any stretch of the imagination. So we've got a bunch more games coming up for you guys very soon. I think we've got just a banger of a feature match coming up for you next round. Looking ahead, though, we have got draft coming up. How do you think some of these players are going to handle the switch to draft if they can get through these sealed rounds?
I think this draft format is going to be incredibly interesting. We've kind of seen a tendency for players to lean towards Fang and Cindra in the sealed format. That's not to say there's any particular reason behind that, but they are closer to heroes we already know. It's things that are easier to understand. The play lines make some level of sense. Arachni's a bit more of an enigma. There's more going on. Not an illusionist. That's not what I meant.
Arachni's an enigma? Takes the mask off?
No, harder to understand. There's more complexity. This is a lot more new mechanics going on there one way or the other. And I expect players to be heavily rewarded if they're the ones who can crack that nut. I think a lot of these draft pods are going to be very heavily draconic. And if you can find yourself in one of those seats that understands Assassin and gets paid off as a result, you're going to be in for a good day at the office.
Well, listen, we got a long way to go before we're drafting because we've got so much more to come here from our day one of this calling. We've got a banger coming up for you in just a quick moment. We have got our most recent limited calling champion in the EU. We've got Jacob Clements gearing up for the feature match and, of course, Pro Tour Los Angeles champion Arthur Trehet. And they're not in separate matches, folks. No. They're facing off in a battle of the Titans. It all comes down for you in just a second. Don't go anywhere. More just after this.
I love Flesh and Blood. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Tour stop here in Prague. We are live for our next round of the calling here, featuring the Hunted Limited for the first time on the grandest stage. I am joined by, well, Erica. Happy to have you back. It's been a hot second. How are you doing today?
I am so excited. Happy to be back, Scott. And what an amazing start of the day. Such amazing games to kick us off for today. I am personally super excited to see some of the greatest players have traveled all around the world to come here and join us in Prague this weekend. And so been able to scout a little bit of who is available on the spot. And we have some people from all across the globe, of course. And it's a very interesting lineup that we have. And I'm so excited to see.
Yeah, it's hard to argue the cream of the crop aren't here in Prague, enjoying everything about Flesh and Blood at this world premiere event, including both players that we'll find in our next matchup. Now, I asked very politely for an Arakni to be on camera, and thankfully, Sam has made that happen for me.
Exciting.
More importantly, it's in the hands of Pro Tour champion Tsohohey, who I'm very excited to see on the stage, playing what is probably my favorite hero from the new set.
Yeah.
On the other side of that matchup, the most recent winner of a limited calling, Jacob Clements.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough match.
It's going to be a haymaker. I really can't wait to see what both of these players bring to the table. I believe we're just getting ourselves queued up and ready to go. So let's head on down to the floor and take a closer look at both of these players. Jacob, of course, I'm reliably informed, flew in this morning. So didn't play the world premiere. This is their second game of the Hunted, and I look forward to watching them navigate all the shenanigans of Tsohohey's Arakni Web of Deceit.
Yeah, I hope Jacob got some good reps mentally, at least, watching through some games that we displayed yesterday in the world premiere stream that we had going on the whole day of yesterday. And so at least have some meat on his bones coming into today. But as you mentioned, he was the calling winner at Florence, the most recent calling that we had last year before turning up to this year. So he has some reputation to live up to.
Absolutely. Jacob, a renowned limited player from the UK, has found repeated success on the biggest stage, responsible for that initial breakout of Count Your Blessings Enigma all the way back at Calling Leon. Of course, Tsohohey needs no introduction themselves, the man behind the sigil heard around the world, the most infamous Dromai player at PTLA, and of course a Pro Tour champion, heralding from France. This stands to be a phenomenal game fit with phenomenal players.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how this is going to knock out. And finding the Arakni versus Cindra matchup is going to be a very interesting to see how this is going to pan out. I mean, the aggro on Cindra's side is going to hopefully pay out, and she's going to try all blaze glazing to find herself in an aggressive position, while on Arakni's side of things, he can also turn out to be somewhat aggressive, but he has that late game favor of him where he has the automatic go again on his daggers and they will not break at the end. So he has a little bit of a leg up in the late game.
Talk to me a little bit more about Arakni staring down this pair of draconic juggernauts. If you were on the opposite side of the table from Cindra in the hands of Jacob Clements, are you looking to prioritize transforming into these agents of chaos? And if so, which ones are you looking at in particular?
So I want some disruption. I want the Black Widows to be able to basically present a pummel on hit when the attack hits. They will discard a card from their hand. And also with the funnel web, is it called?
Yep.
We have basically the CNC of the spiders, which attacks the arsenal, hindering Cindra from basically going wide with that arsenal slot. So finding those will probably be very, very important.
Those disruptive effects super important in this matchup, and making sure that Arakni can hold their own long enough to words are hard to arrange a counter attack one way or the other. Both of our players here just taking a brief moment to shuffle up, making sure their equipment does say what they believe it to say. Jacob, of course, on the Cindra side of this matchup, what are they looking for to kind of beat these known traps and defense reactions that come out of Arakni?
So you want to go fast. You want to go as fast as possible, basically. You want those draconic attacks to come flowing, and the more draconics you have, of course, the easier it is for your turns to flow. So whenever you present a draconic attack on your chain link, there's going to be one cost less for your Cindra activation to be able to recur those daggers and try to fuel as much value basically as possible from these daggers, recurring them, hitting with them, flicking with them, and getting those nicks of damage in.
All right, we are off to the races here with both players. Rocket equipment suites turned over. Danger digits available for both of these players. These knives going to be threatening all kinds of flick throughout the course of the game. Perhaps a little bit more importantly, those vengeance equipment. 2 slots locked and loaded for Jacob Clements. That bonus text in full effect against Arakni Web of Deceit.
Yeah, and Leapfrog is also going to be coming very, very clutch in this matchup. Cindra typically doesn't catch a lot of attack reactions, but sitting with the Leapfrog feats herself is going to be very, very helpful against the Arachni.
Starting off as we expect here, Tsohohey kicking us off with that mark of the Huntsman. Hastily blocked out by Jacob Clements. Looks like we are just taking a moment to filter our hand and then, of course, kick things off in style. An instant speed mark here from Reaper's Call means we will immediately be making our way into an Agent of Chaos. It's number 5. It's time for the Tarantula. So if you are unfamiliar with this one, Arachni Tarantula, the dagger-centric version of the Agent of Chaos. Every dagger you own will do an extra point of damage as they connect with the opposing hero, and you can make that a little bit more likely by discarding an assassin card to bolster your dagger by an extra 3 points.
A very, very aggressive start here from Arthur, being able to turn on this first turn. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
No, this instant speed mark effect's definitely the premium way of doing that. Reaper's Call has a few others, of course, available in the generic slot, allowing Arachni to immediately become one of those agents and rock the show as early as their second turn of the game. However, for now, we're back to Jacob Clements, taking a moment to consider their sequencing. We see a mark with Magma hot on the heels, a few other good Draconic goodies locked away in their hand. Definitely a tough turn to sequence.
Yeah, but at least have a blue to fuel out this turn. You typically want at least 1 blue each turn because your daggers, of course, cost 1. And so you're able to come in with both of those daggers and hopefully some attacks leading up to it. Yeah, a good segue on how to fuel your turns is to have that 1 blue, of course, but then it also depends on how many 1 cost versus 0 cost you have available to you.
Absolutely. Many players this weekend kind of telling me they found as they've played more and more Cindra, they were maybe short a few blues on what they were hoping to be. It could definitely be a little difficult to scrounge them together in your Draconic-centric hero. However, kicking things off as we expect here, the Kunai of Retribution flying directly at Tsohohey nice and early here, threatening a point of damage. We'll see how much respect this deserves or if Jacob has any meaningful way of turning it into extra damage.
Yeah, Arthur checking the equipment here, making sure that he understands what everything is included here. Yeah, he recognized the leapfrogs, of course, and then the vengeances.
Yeah, those vengeance set definitely very important in this matchup, and ones Arthur will definitely need to get familiar with over the course of the weekend if they're choosing to rock Arachni over the course of this calling. Both players love to see this again, just very much a testament to the early days of this format at a calling level. Your high-level players, just no need to panic. Take a moment, breathe, assess those equipment, make sure you understand the intricacies, and then act on the information that you've found. That Kunai connecting nice and early here. Arthur down to 19. Jacob going to reevaluate based on that information and continue maybe with one of those 1-cost attacks we see lurking in the wings.
Indeed. Making sure that we find the most effective line here, finding the opportunities to present as much damage as we possibly can on our second turn. Going second is, of course, really, really important if you want to be aggressive, because that can really set the tempo for the rest of the game.
It is going to be that hot on their heels following this one up. Another one of those cards that really stands out for me in Cindra. 3-block is just something you really don't find on too many of these powerful Draconic cards, and this one is capable of acquiring Go Again with very little help. Of course, doesn't hurt to help that you might mark your opponent on the way through as well. Those fealty tokens, not as important for Cindra, but definitely can be quite impactful in a pinch.
Definitely. Some of your ninja attacks are some of the most powerful ones. Most of them have natural go again, so they don't require as much. But of course, if you want your additional attacks to have some draconic powers to get some buff ups that we were going to see later, then those fealty tokens can really come in handy.
Arthur taking a moment. Plunge the prospect used on defense here to suck up that hit. The turn is certainly by no means over. It will be Mark with Magma, the follow-up here. 4 points coming across. Once again, Go Again easily achieved thanks to a never-ending stream of Draconic chain links. And on hit, we will mark our opponent. A very similar story.
So we have a very clutch block here.
Indeed, Arthur
Being
pouncing.
very defensively, I would say.
Yeah, one of those traps, nice and early here. Lair of the Spider. The turn no means over here. Mark of the Magma, of course, gaining Go Again on the way through means we do get to end on this Art of the Dragon scale for 5 more points of damage. Jacob Clements taking initiative and trying to get this game over and done.
Packing a punch here. Arthur, of course, respecting the on hits. He does not want to get marked on his second turn. Absolutely. And most of Arakni's cards typically block for 3, so he can sometimes find it very easy to block out Cindra, and it can sometimes be a strategy to force this game into the late game stages where Cindra might not have the aggressiveness available to her anymore.
The Dragon does connect, knocks our Pro Tour winner all the way down to 14. A very productive and powerful turn there from Jacob Clements, earning several cards and a piece of equipment in the process. That said, we're back to Tarantula time for Tsohohey. Those daggers looking more threatening than ever before.
Yeah, let's see if he packed 2 blues here in order to fuel both of his daggers to maximize the gains here from the Tarantula.
Jacob there, sheepishly remembering those kunai do in fact explode when they're done being sent through the turn. One of them making their way to the bin for now. Arthur reevaluating the situation. Can't quite see what's lurking in their hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're having a think here. I think we definitely want to shoot a dagger, but we of course have the attack reaction to discard an assassin card. Target dagger attacks gets +3.
This is an interesting dilemma. It's obviously not guaranteed by any stretch to become Arachni Tarantula. Do you think it's time to cash those danger digits in to guarantee an extra point of damage, perhaps?
Maybe. I think if you have a certain amount of cards that helps you get the Celisera back into one of those empty slots, it might be very, very profitable to sack in one of those daggers away so that you have an open slot available to you.
Of course. Cindra marked here, 2 points of damage coming across at the base from this Mark of the Huntsman, quickly soaked up by the armor from Jacob Clements. Interested in keeping their entire hand and continuing the assault, but not interested in being slowly drained to death by that impactful ability of the Tarantula.
No, sir, Jacob says.
Arthur with a brief pause here. Moment of consideration. Does indeed throw out their hand. We'll take a look at this one. This is one of the multiple retrieve effects that we've seen in this format. Does it indeed jump this dagger up to 5 points? Thankfully, Jacob not caught unawares. Lair of the Spider hopping onto the combat chain and making sure that dagger stays at bay. More importantly, marking Tsohohey in the process.
One of those few Assassin Ninja trap cards that they have available. The first time ever that Ninja has accessible to these trap cards that typically was only available to the Assassins previously.
Very sneaky and well worth being aware of in this format. Everybody has access to some amount of defensive tools, much like they have a never-ending stream of attack reactions. All kinds of counterplay available for both players here, and we move quickly back to Jacob. Some dragon power lurking in that hand, some other good ones as well.
So after having a think how he wants to end his turn, we have 1 card available in Arsenal. No resources available for dagger.
You can see on the face of Tsohohey, this doesn't seem like an easy choice at all. Some serious deliberation. Does indeed call it quits. Leave the card in Arsenal for now. So Jacob will get away with only 1 card being expended. We're pitching away that blue to start the turn on that kunai of retribution once again.
Yeah, staying at a healthy 20. Now becomes the question if Arthur is going to respect the on-hit that is going to create a fealty token now that that Arthur is now marked. Small mark.
I love the aggressive nature of just slipping the full art marked card over the opponent's hero. Like, no. But instead, Arthur having none of that. No, we're both equally marked in this particular situation.
Oh, is that a Shelter of the Coast sitting in Arthur's hand?
It looks like a foil Shelter from the Storm lurking in Arthur's hand, which is the only thing better than a regular one. Well, I guess there is the extended art, of course, but we can't all be that lucky.
Oh, have you seen it? It's so beautiful. If you have not,
gorgeous
please look it
card.
up. If you want to add to your collection, please do.
Wow. Okay, we're seeing that alternative mode kicked in for full effect here. I love to see this from Shelter from the Storm. This is why we're so high on this card in this format. A block 4 defense reaction, but if you want to cash it in for 3 individual points of damage prevention, you can do so. You'll suck up those kunai and cover up those pesky breakpoints.
Yeah, that is so annoying for a Cindra player, being able to prevent 1. So all of your 4 power attacks and all of your small daggers for 1 are all of a sudden super easy to cover up with those 3 extra prevention on your next coming attacks. So this 4 attack is now all of a sudden very, very easy to stop.
Yeah, this Duskrun Outlaw looking significantly more anemic than it was just moments ago for Jacob Clements. Fantastic use of that powerful Majestic from Tsohohey. That being said, the job is not done by any stretch. Arthur on 14, still staring down a good chunk of damage here from Jacob.
A lot of things to consider if he wants to commit any more defenses here.
Skull the Canal appears to be the blocking card of choice, blunting away that remaining 3 damage. Looks like we have one of those very powerful contract cards lurking in Arthur's hand. We will spend a resource to rebuy our otherwise missing kunai, not the one on the active chain link. Park an Arsenal to try and go a bit better later on. And Arthur here definitely getting away with some of the tempo. Feels like they're in a very solid position.
Yeah, Jacob realizing that he needs all the tempo that he can get. So presenting a 3-card hand is typically not that scary. And at the same time, Arthur was presenting this prevention effect. And so Jacob respectfully did not want to commit any attacks into that.
All right, it is going to be that Extinguish the Flames making its way onto the combat chain here. Now, this is actually incredibly pesky for Jacob Clements. Currently coming across for 4 thanks to that marked on-hit from a previous turn. If it does hit a marked hero named Cindra, wonder where we'll find one of those. You will draw a card should you be able to complete that contract. This stealth attack, of course, threatening to gain Go Again thanks to Arakni's powerful hero ability.
And there's some additional trickery.
Indeed, that red back attack reaction finding its way onto the combat chain as well. This one, a favourite of yours, I'm led to believe. Does cost slightly less if the defending hero is marked, but your stealth attacks get much bigger and would gain Go Again if they otherwise were unable to do so. So we see Extinguish the Flames connecting, that powerful contract being fulfilled. Tsohohey drawing a card. More importantly, you've got to wonder what exactly is in Jacob Clements' hand if you were willing to let Extinguish the Flames connect with you without any contest.
You probably have a full hand that you need in order to fuel your next turn, and you can, as Jacob had quite a lot of life lead, he had some room to wiggle. But allowing him to draw a card here is very, very powerful.
So considering that card they drew, of course, a bit of a mixed bag of affairs here. No longer marked, Jacob Clements. So the follow-up of this Black Widow mark isn't quite as terrifying as it may have been previously. However, we did learn on turn 0 there are a number of ways to mark at instant speed. Most importantly, those danger digits we see lurking in the equipment slot. If Tsohohey is interested in making this effect connect, well, it certainly can.
Yeah, because remember, the dagger's on-hit effect is still available when you flick your daggers. So being the Mark of the Huntsman, you have a very much availability on this way in order to connect your attacks. And that is exactly what we're going to see here.
Ding dong, danger digits cashed right in, juicing our attack up to 4, courtesy of Arakni's hero ability. Mark of the Black Widow connecting with our opponent and scoring a card out of their hand. This turn feels like a huge win for Tsohohey.
What a massive turn here. Arthur looking like a bit of a back foot here on the first couple of turns, but now all of a sudden he's turning the table and presenting quite a bit of damage to Jacob's total.
Jacob taking a moment to consider what's up with that on-hit. Most importantly, yeah, Arthur here noticing that is in fact a contract on that Extinguish the Flames. So
Indeed. That's
not a one-time deal. No. You can earn money for as many times as you hit a marked hero named Cindra, which somehow Tsohohey has managed to do twice in the same turn.
Yeah, getting Go Again on those stealth attacks has become really, really powerful to yield some effort on those contracts.
Yet another card drawn for Tsohohey, taking a cheeky peek at what is available in hand. Of course, that mark does go away at when the Mark of the Black Widow hits, so no threat of transforming right now. But yet another mark making its way onto the combat chain. Of course, Black Widow gained Go Again on hit from the extra mark we found. Mark of the Funnel Web looking significantly less threatening, unless there's another way to mark at instant speed. Surely not.
Yeah, Mark of the Funnel Web here. It's basically a CNC on a stick. Banish a card in their arsenal if the hits are a marked hero. Fortunately for Jacob, he's not marked at this moment in time, so the on-hit is irrelevant.
What an incredible turn from Tsohohey. Well navigated on all fronts, but Jacob absolutely threatening all kinds of shenanigans here on the way back. Didn't want to stop any of those incredibly detrimental attacks and has 4 cards to send a return volley. We will kick things off with that Fire Tenet, Strike First. It's a card I think probably has a home in some other ninjas across multiple formats. When it attacks, your next Draconic attack will get +1, free of charge, no questions asked. That's going to work beautifully on those kunai or any other number of head jab effects.
Indeed, and we have probably going to see this card a lot more in Classic Constructed, I would imagine. So very powerful effect, 0 for force. We love those. Go again. We love that even more.
More of a fan of the frostbites myself, but I guess we can't. Guess we can't have everything. Arthur here taking a moment to pause and consider the implications of this attack. Again, this effect is completely unconditional, so regardless of whether or not Fire Tenet does connect, you will find yourself with an extra point of damage. We see Arthur here doing something we saw from Grzegorz in the last round and is super indicative of these high-level players. Just taking a moment to consider the card that Jacob chose to discard. There is so much to learn about the texture of a player's hand by which card they chose to give up.
And these generic 3 blocks coming in well and dandy here.
Alrighty, hunt to the ends of Wraith on the combat chain. Now this one's a bit good against Arakni, weirdly enough. When it attacks Arakni, mark them. Well, nice and simple stuff. And then when you're attacking a marked hero, well, this is another 0 for 4.
And we love those. We already went through this, and it's getting another additional 1 thanks to First Tenet. And so we're looking at a 5 here. And now, this is not as easy to block up here for Arthur. I think he's going to just give that up.
Arthur certainly taking a smack in the noggin here. Fealty token acquired. Chest activated from Jacob Clements in this case. Arthur making their way all the way down to 9. The follow-up, some dragon power fresh out of the arsenal. This one is gigantic. Fealty turns this into a draconic attack, and we make our way in for 7.
Such a huge turn here for Jacob, really trying to punch back, and it's really what he needed at this point in time.
These 1-cost attacks continue to impress alongside the cost reduction abilities of the equipment suite in the Hunted. Arthur taking a moment to consider if it's time to go onto red alert, suck up some of that damage from the dragon power. Seems really interested in keeping the cards that are available in their hand. Taking 5 damage here, falling all the way down to 4.
Yeah, and utilizing his equipment in order to fuel this turn, which is a full red hand. And so those hands can sometimes be extremely tricky to come around. But as we mentioned before, having those 0 cost available to you can really help in this situation where you draw a full red hand. So Jacob already packing a punch here and being able to utilize his full hand very, very effectively.
Beautiful stuff. We go back to Arthur Trehet here. 3 cards to work with. That card parked in Arsenal from earlier on. This game is on a knife's edge in every which way. 3 life to 3, for 3 life to 5, I should say. Mark of the Black Widow being pitched here to facilitate, and Mark of the Huntsman. That threatening on hit coming in. We have got some scar tissue juicing this one up.
Double up!
Multiple times. Suddenly, that dagger is huge, but Jacob not caught unaware. Lair of the Spider bailing him out again.
Such a clutch return here. It was very much in remembrance of the games we saw yesterday, where both players basically turned on turn, had these defense reaction available to them with this attack reaction, so the response was always there. And we see the exact same thing here today, where Jacob has the clutch defense reaction available to him every single turn of the way.
Whittle from Bone, the follow-up. So we're going to get our first taste of a Graphite Chelicera for today, making its way into the arm slot of Arthur Trehet. The lovely stealth dagger may have a part to play in future turns. For now, this one is going to be a solid 3 with stealth. Of course, the opponent currently marked, so it's going to be a 4 instead. Now, that's a real problem if you're Jacob. Only 1 life to work with and another breakpoint. What on earth do you do?
This is a really, really hard position to be in. Being at 1, being marked, you can't take any damage because that's how you lose the game, but you want to take damage in order to lose the mark. So essentially, you're stuck in a position where you can't get out of this situation where you are marked, and when you are faced against Arakni, who has a Calypsera available to them, then it's basically a Kadashi lock at this point.
Absolutely. Okay, looks like we have a small judge call about that situation for Arthur there. No idea with that one whatsoever. So we're going to take a moment to let those players just kind of catch up, figure out the logistics there. Looks like we might have had a 3 rolled from Arta on the web of deceit there, which I believe is red back, I want to say, or okay, red back. So we have some potential go again in this coming turn. Like, that's got to be a bit of a disaster to see if you're Jacob when you've only got 1 life remaining.
Exactly, but we also saw Jacob, I believe, had 3 card left in his hand, so he has at least some power available to punch back. Again, we are in a very, very tricky situation. I believe Arakni with a 2-card hand in the situation where you're at 1 and they have the Calicera available to them. You're very much stuck in a deadlock situation, and it's really, really hard to get out of.
Yeah, it's something I learned firsthand yesterday. When you're both on very, very low life total, suddenly you can't get unmarked. The easiest way, of course, just letting a hit come through. And when you can't get unmarked, Arachni's suddenly really good. All those cards are much more impactful than they were before, and it's definitely what I think Arta is going for on these final turns of the game. This game's been phenomenal from both of these players so far. I'm incredibly impressed by their play. What has stood out to you the most?
So I love the way that the game just goes back and forth. So all of a sudden, you see Jacob just sitting comfortably at 20, and they're pushing their opponents down to 14. And all of a sudden, tables turn, and all of a sudden, Jacob is the one that is on the back foot and presenting under 10 life all of a sudden. And that's how fast these games will turn. Like on turn basis, everything will turn. And that is something I think you can take away as a viewer, that just because you're below or behind 10-something life in this format, there's all the ways for you to get back and turn the tables around.
Good stuff. Yeah, so unfortunately, no red back. I got my count wrong. It's indeed the Orb Weaver coming across in this case.
Yeah.
That has implications of its own. These Chalissa are suddenly costing 0 to swing with.
Oh, that's a great hit.
Might be more problematic than the alternative, of course. Grow Claws going to be the attack of choice here from Jacob. Looks like they didn't have very much to work with at all. Pitching a red, paying for this 4. It does threaten lethal points of damage. That danger digits is still lurking for Jacob, which is a 1 extra point at some point over the course of this game. Well worth paying attention to as it continues.
Yeah, Arthur is going to cover this up very nicely, not letting any life total of his own dwindle down. He feels like he has a grip on this game, and now with a 3-card hand, the Orb Weaver online, the Graphene Silicera is gonna cost 1 less to activate, so it's basically free. And yeah,
So
I would be very scared of Jacob right now.
It's worth noting here that attack reaction does have the ability to be activated regardless of whether you can equip a Chalissa or not. You will find an attack with stealth gaining a bonus. Poison Blade going to be the start here, followed by that all-important Chalissa coming across the line, threatening extra damage if that Poison Blade does hit, I should say.
Yeah, Avocado is really good in the early game because it threatens an on-hit on your daggers if they didn't have one already. And so having this in the late game now is just presenting extra damage and forcing cards out of your opponent.
Job done. Throw yourself at them. Throws that Graphite Chalissa directly into the dreams of Jacob Clements, knocking them down a peg. For now, it is our Pro Tour champion, Arthur Tsohohey, moving on to the 2-0 bracket.
Amazing showcase here. Arthur being on the back foot earlier on in the game, were able to claw himself back. I thought this game was going to draw out a little bit harder, but at the same time, if you have those aggressive capabilities available to you in your deck build, then that is absolutely the way you want to go.
That was a phenomenal game by both of those players. Really impressed by how strong the defense reactions looked in Cindra. I think it's definitely something that maybe is underappreciated by a number of players, but they saved Jacob there on numerous occasions.
Definitely. The on-hits from Arakni can be very, very hard to deal with, and Arakni can pack a lot of attack reactions to combat your hopefully enough defenses, but they will always find a way to punch yourself back. And so having those D-reacts can be really, really helpful if you're on a Cindra.
Absolutely. Well, if you folks are joining us at home and enjoying the show so far, first of all, I really appreciate that, but I'm going to ask you to do 2 things in particular. First of all, let us know you're enjoying the show. Let us know what it looks like, what's going on. Tweet us on social media. Use hashtag FabHunted along the way, and show us your watch parties, your popcorn, all the cards you're excited to talk about in the future. However, if you want to get your hands on cardboard, the other thing you can do is join us at a pre-release very, very soon. In fact, next weekend, not long now until the Hunted is available for everyone.
So many events are going to pop up all over the world, so please find your closest armory or armory place or LGS and find a pre-release close to you, and please enjoy the Hunted that is going to pre-release next weekend.
Yeah, don't worry at all if you're not sure where to go. Go find that store locator on the official website. There are 1,500 locations worldwide for pre-releases for the Hunted, and there are all kinds of goodies you'll find inside your pre-release kit, including that gorgeous Arakni slipped through the cracks.
Yes, our new hero, the Chaos Assassin, coming into full fray. I love the art on this card. It's absolutely popping.
Absolutely. Rainbow foil weapons, cold foil binder cards, all the tokens you'll need to sit down and jam a handful of games with your local community. What more could you possibly want? Pre-releases for the Honey kicking off on January 24th across the world, and hopefully I'll see you there.
Same voice.
All right, so it's been a pleasure to enjoy that game. Was happy to get my fix of Arachni for this game. But
And what a fix it was.
I know. Great stuff from Master Trehet. There's many more exciting games to come, so don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back very, very shortly with the next round of this calling from here in Prague.
See you soon.
Welcome back to round the third here at this stop at the World Tour in Prague. We are live in the middle of a calling featuring all the shiny new toys from the Hunted. Erica, how are you finding this show so far?
Very exciting. I love all of the heroes. I love all of the matches we've seen so far, and more goodies to come. I feel that all of the heroes has game into each other, and that's what I find the most exciting. Previously, we had the sort of like triangle or quadruple like drama going on, where like this hero hits that hero and that hero hits this hero, and they're very much effective into these quadruple that we see previously. But in this set, anyone has game into anyone, I feel like, and that is what makes it even more exciting to watch.
You're hearing it from whispers all around the room. Some people think Arakni's the best deck. Some people think it's Fang. Some people swear it's Cindra. And the fact that there's no immediate consensus is incredibly exciting heading into those pre-releases next week, where we get our hands on those cards in real time and get to discover how wrong most people were.
So don't get discouraged if you hear some words on the street. Have a try at your own pre-releases coming up next weekend, and enjoy the set as much as we do this weekend.
Absolutely, cannot wait. So we got a selection of haymakers on the stream so far, previous world champions, calling winners, and thankfully a selection of underdogs who have toppled many of those biggest names. But I don't know about you, I'm not interested in stopping at showing the best players in all the flesh and blood. So I asked nicely, and we have Pablo Pintor in the feature match this area, rocking, of course, who else but Arakni Web of Deceit.
Another one, and it's against a Cindra, so we have a double decker here, and it's going to be great to watch.
A similar story all around, the equipment being revealed on both sides. Love to see this from Jachym Flidr. I think that's Flidr. I apologize if I butchered your name, Jachym. I'm doing my best.
Sounds good, though.
Crushed it. Okay, 3 Vengeance pieces of equipment. These are what you're often going to be looking for when you're staring down on Arakni. The other side, a little less exciting from Pablo. Maybe most importantly, only 1 piece of leapfrog equipment for both of these players.
So having availability to have some kind of reaction. And Jacob has forgotten how to play this game a little bit, not revealing anything to Pablo, thinking everything is going to be discouraged. But all up and running here, and we're fine to go.
Jachym there, hoping to abuse those obsidian fire blades for themselves. Alas, no dice. Instead, Relentless Pursuit. These cards that can mark the hero on turn 0 for Arakni continue to look phenomenal in these early turns of the calling. Pablo here going to go full chaos mode immediately.
And also Relentless Pursuit being a blue 3 block, we love to see those, but it also has this recurring effect that it goes down to the bottom of their owner's deck if you've attacked your opponent this turn. And that is an amazing way to start a turn here from Pablo.
It is indeed time to spin the wheel. We learned our lesson last time. Chaos, agent number 3, Arakni Orb Weaver making their way through. This is arguably a bit of a miss this early for Pablo. Can't really find a great spot for that Jalissera without access to danger digits.
Yeah, danger digits that can help flick your cards from your arsenal slot, or if your equipment slot, I'm going to say. And finding ways to activate cards that can flick your daggers is not as much available to Arakni as they are on his opponent Cindra's turn.
Serving back to Jachym over here, full hand to work with, and the full array of attacks that Cindra has to offer. We will kick things off in kunai style. 1 point of damage coming across. All kinds of shenanigans are waiting with that dagger a little bit later on.
I also love that we saw a turn 0 chaos mode going on again this game. The players are really finding ways to find these opportunities so early on into this game. And yes, just thankful to these action cards that can mark your opponent and have this possibility so early on.
I think it's been a huge learning opportunity for players yesterday across the World Premiere to realize, hey, I want to be in chaos forms as early and as often as possible. So turning myself into one just on turn 0, exactly what we're looking for. Speaking of which, throw yourself at them continues to overperform in the common slot this weekend, grabbing that kunai that has already done its job and chucking it directly at Pablo Pintor's face.
Yes, and also remember that the weapon attack that was on the previous chain is going to be still there. So this Draconic Chain Link is still going to be available to power Cindra's hero power, if that will be the case this turn.
One of the biggest upsides of throwing those daggers as additional flavor to your attacks. You can, of course, pull them straight back. They're ready and waiting in the bin for you, and potentially even attack with them again if you've cashed them in once, as they are new game items once they hit the board.
Yeah, most of these flick attacks are not draconic though, so you can't really fuel your turns with those draconic attacks for Cindra's effects. But hopefully, Jachym has some more draconic attacks on his way, but we're going to see how Pablo is going to think about this attack in particular.
Love to see Pablo rock in those yellow sleeves, a testament to the Sunflower Samurai team he is so known for championing. It's all bright and sunny wherever Pablo Pintor finds themselves. Additional kunai making their way across the combat chain here as the third attack here. After 2 Draconic Chain Links we go.
Yeah, finding ways to send your kunais in order to get those one hits. It's not typically something that you would like to block, so it's some easy ways to just chip in some damage on your opponent on each turn.
The chain continues down the line here for Jachym. You could definitely see they were excited to see this hand early. The blood cycle of attacks getting a lovely cost reduction thanks to each Draconic Chain Link you have. In Bloodline's case, you do need 2 to get it all the way down to 0. As a result, you're rewarded with a 3 power, 3 blocking go-again attacks. Quite the price.
Definitely, and it's also Draconic, so now we have the third Draconic to make Cindra's for free, basically. The problem is, most of our daggers, or one of our daggers, is still on the chain, so he's just going to be able to pop one right back at him.
Jachym happy to mix and match the other kunai flying back to their hand and an arsenal parked for later on. For now, we make our way back to Pablo Pintor. Couple of cards to work with in hand. Will be interesting to see if they can find a way through for one of those Mark of the Huntsman and maybe leverage the Orb Weaver they have become.
Yeah, playing Cindra can sometimes be really tricky because you have those 2 daggers available to you, but if they're stuck on the chain, there's no way for you to activate Cindra, or you can, but they won't do anything because your daggers are still on the chain. So having one in your graveyard and having one available to you to fuel those Draconic Chain Links is probably the most popular way to go about it in the play patterns we've seen so far in this weekend.
It may have been one of my favorite parts of this set so far. Just, we find ourselves with so many synergies that kind of don't work together. You get rewarded for working with those kunai, but you also have to spend your time dodging being marked as Arakni. It's all things you want to do, but it's not all upside. However, Mark of the Funnel Web, that one's all upside.
Yeah, we saw Pablo play 2 sides of the blade, I believe, that is in his graveyard as well, so that's going to also help fuel this Mark of the Funnel Web.
Love to see this hyper-defensive mode here, using that lovely block 3 D-React that can only block those slightly small attacks. In this case, make sure Mark of the Funnel Web does not connect, and even if it did, well, that arsenal isn't there anymore. That does mean, however, that Cindra remains marked for now. Arakni switching back to their base form. I apologize, seems like we have been hit along the way somewhere, so no mark. Back to base form we go. Plenty of work to do if Pablo would like to go back to their chaotic roots.
Thankfully finding some 3 blocks. I think finding 3 blocks in Cindra has been quite difficult over the weekend. There's not that many to go about them. So finding ways to be defensive as Cindra is not super easy, but we also have some traps available to them for the first time ever. So that is also a very helpful way against the Arachnis. Hopefully Jachym has found some in his Silk Pool moving in.
Another showstopper here for Cindra. Poisoned Blade, making those daggers into potent extra little bits of flavor along the way once you've played it out. 3 go again. Covered up here by that lair of the spider. Definitely one of the higher performing traps in this format so far.
Definitely marking on the go here whenever there's an attack with go again. And as we play against Cindra, that is most likely the case. So we're going to see that pay off very beautifully here. And the kunais now having the on-hit effect of stealing an extra life thanks to this Poison Blade.
Looks like Jachym staring at a Silver Talons in their hand. A little bit awkward, that one. Does need to become Draconic in order to embrace those daggers and throw them away. In this case, we are just going to be sending it the hard way, pushing damage with our attack instead. 4 points coming across. Certainly not a bad rate. 4 attack, 3 block on a 0-cost attack. Everything that you're looking for when you're playing Ninja. And not exactly what you want to see if you're Pablo Pintor. Points of consideration here. Plenty of cards to work with, though.
We have so many defensive capabilities as Arakni. Most of our cards block 3, so it can become very comfortable to sit back and block as much as you can and also send your attacks with these horrific attack actions that can fuel your attack on your turn. And so for Arakni, you can probably find other alternatives than just to be all guns blazing, basically.
It looks like Pablo here has been doing a pretty phenomenal job at holding the line, but we've not seen too much in the way of like aggression or transition from them. Is there like a decision point you think for a player like Pablo in this spot that you kind of turn the tables and put the pressure on, or are you expecting this to remain very defensive for Pablo?
I think it definitely depends on if you manage to switch to a chaos function that is going very aggressive and helping you fuel your turn a little bit. But moving into an endgame scenario where your daggers have go again, they will not break, and so you can really put some pressure on and put your opponent into basically a Kadashi lock, especially with the Kalisera. It's going to be really, really powerful. So if you find your opponent not being able to push as much damage as they would hopefully do, then you can really turn the table on them and push this game into a late game scenario where you will have the upper hand.
Slightly anemic here for Pablo, pitching 2 reds to fuel the Mark of the Huntsman. We see it does connect, so we find ourselves quickly unmarked and then remarked in time for yet the same again. Mark the Prey, really simple stealth attack. Excuse me, I apologize. Coming in for 4 in this case, courtesy of that mark, but don't worry, it won't be going anywhere if your opponent chooses to ignore it.
And Arakni's ability to give a +1 and on-hit go again on these stealth cards is also really, really powerful when your opponent is marked as well.
Mark the Prey looking really phenomenal here. It's been very difficult to chain together marked tokens on your opponent and still push damage, and yet Pablo has found a way to do that this turn, leveraging those Mark of the Huntsman and Mark the Prey to ultimately transform but keep their foot down. Very impressive stuff.
It looks like Jachym is going to ask Pablo to send the bill, and that's going to turn him into chaos mode, and we're going to see a funnel web.
Ding Dong number 2 does arrive in the feature match area. Funnel web, arguably one of the scarier transformations that Arakni can create. That attack reaction, of course, lets you discard an assassin card to juice up an assassin attack of your choice. But should that attack have stealth, suddenly you've got a Command and Conquer on your hands.
Oh, running Renegade, the absolute perfect starter here as a Ninja Draconic. It's one of the favorite cards that you would love to see in your Cindra decks and the previous 5 decks from Uprising. A very, very beautiful reprint fitting perfectly into Cindra's toolkit.
Yeah, static to see Ronin Renegade back on full display. One of my favorite cards from that draft format, and frankly, gorgeous artwork as well. So any more excuses to stare down Draconic head jabs, you have my attention. Pablo, however, maybe a little less happy about the chain starting so strong. 4 cards to work with for Jachym. Looks like we have some goodies lurking later down the chain as well. A Relentless Pursuit at the back there might very well mark Arakni on the way back, instead being used to pay for that kunai to keep this chain going.
We have a second Draconic chain link on the ready here, and probably more Draconics coming at Pablo's way.
It is time to jump onto red alert. We're going to be knocking up the dagger here with our headpiece. No need to take any damage there. Hunt the Hunter, the inevitable end for Jachym here. 5 points coming across. If you played another red card, really easy stuff. Mark your opponent. Now, that's unlikely to stay, but those fealty do definitely come in handy for Cindra. Pablo seems very keen on keeping their hand here.
These cards can be really annoying sometimes because most of the cards have an on-hit effect that says mark your opponent. That's typically something that you can prevent by, blocking. But all of these attacks that have these effects on when you attack or certain other capabilities that just marks on the go, they are so powerful in order to threaten some point of on-hit to your opponent.
Love to see this from both players. Very well sequenced turn here from Jachym. Looks like maybe it's a smoke signal that is tucked away in their hand, ready for that arsenal slot. But plenty of pressure being provided here, giving Pablo Pintor a very difficult decision. They seem very interested in most of the cards in their hand. Sadly, we've not quite been able to get a peek at those, but not eager to soak up damage here.
Yeah, Pablo looking like he wants to really keep his hand here, and looks like he is committing at least 1 card to the chain link. He's having a little bit of a think here.
It will be that Skull the Canal going in front, blunting some of the assault from Jachym Flidr. Mark symbol does go. Fealty appears in exchange, but we are back over to the funnel web. And of course, that smoke signal in Arsenal might very well entice Pablo to use that powerful attack reaction.
And this fealty now available to Cindra can really power up some of those ninja cards that they have available to them if they become Draconic.
Okay, this is a big one. High Impact Majestic making its way into play. +4, I believe, coming across on this dagger. And of course, that bonus point, because you are currently marked. 6 points coming in from the Mark of the Huntsman here.
What an annoying turn to deal with here. And I love to see some yellow additions into the decks of Pablo here, seeing the yellow Reaper's Call in the pit zone. I mean, most of the time you think as a player, red cards is the most powerful cards I want to play offensively. I need blue cards to fuel my turn. Have you ever thought that yellow might fit into these decks here that you have played over the Seal weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I think yellows have been a surprisingly impactful color for me. Not ideal, but there's not a great number of blues to these draconic heroes. You really want to pay for those weapons sometimes. So being able to split the difference, definitely worth quite a lot. Speaking of worth a lot, Save a Bloodshed on full display there. This card truly phenomenal. We see it in full effect here for Pablo at the start of this turn, but one I expect to make waves in Classic Constructed as well.
Definitely. It's such a great, great card. And as you said, we're probably going to see it in Classic Constructed. There's no way I won't see it.
Jachym here taking a moment of deliberation. Looks like their hands. We see some grow wings lurking there, but not an awful lot else that is visible for now. Considering committing one card to this combat chain at the moment, maybe being willing to let Pablo cash out the second dagger if they want.
Oh, one of my favorite generic 3 blocks coming around the Throt Along. One of few blue 3 blocks in the generic slots.
Lovely stuff here. So we do indeed cash in that reaction just to juice up our dagger past this smoke signal. And that means we are drawing a card courtesy of the Bloodshed, reloading that arsenal for Pablo Pintor, and of course our error as the funnel web does come to an end. Back to the web of deceit and back to Jachym. 3 cards to work with, arguably in a pretty good spot here. I don't know about you. It feels like Pablo's been playing this game very defensively, and yet somehow Jachym is on 10.
Indeed. And so, as a Cindra player, you typically want to be as aggressive as possible, but that can sometimes become really, really hard against an Arachni who's presenting a lot of those on-hits that are demanding cards from your hand that prevents you from being so aggressive that you want to be.
Maybe not the most ideal turn here for Jachym. We're starting off on Pursue to the Edge of Oblivion. Now, the card itself, very powerful. 4 points of power. 3 block value, will mark on hit, but noticeably no go again on this one. 2 cards left in hand. What kind of tricks may be coming to light here?
I would have bet on a Razor Reflex at this point in time, but we see the contest of his hand and there's no Razor Reflex to be seen. Also, another extra fun addition into this set of the Razor Reflex tonight.
Yeah, we've been hyping up Razor Reflex in this set all weekend. One of my favorite ways to punk people out with additional sources of go again in the Hunted. But no such luck for Jachym here. Just looks like a bit of a clunky all-red hand. 4 points of damage being presented, courtesy of the Edge of Oblivion. Of course, Pablo doesn't know there are no tricks up Jachym's sleeve here. Plenty of things to consider.
But I think a clean block is the way to go about it.
All right, lovely stuff. So we see the powerful Path of Vengeance cashed in to secure that go again that previously was missing. And we follow up very, very quickly with For the Drakai. This one, attacking a marked hero, you'll make a fealty token. No such luck in this case. Just a raw ball, 4 damage. Good, solid numbers.
It's like Pablo read this was coming, and so he covered up himself beautifully, making sure that he does not end up marked and end up in a situation where these powerful attacks can get some more juice, essentially, on this upcoming turn.
Slowly but surely, Jachym finally pulling back those kunai that feel like they've been gone forever. The turn to swing way back over to Pablo Pintor in this case. 2 cards to work with, an arsenal locked and loaded from that previous draw, thanks to their powerful turn. We do start with that mark of the Huntsman. Once again, just so difficult to block. It feels so miserable dedicating an entire card to this dagger, but the threat of becoming any agent should the turn end immediately is really quite potent.
Indeed, and it's like all of the tricks that Arakni has available, there's probably an attack reaction lurking.
Speaking of which, we are going to be juicing that dagger right up to 4 here. Jachym, no tricks, no D-reacts, so we'll be falling all the way down to 6, and the follow-up is certainly not a small one. We mark... we tip off most of the time, I should say. But in this case, paying 1, coming in for 5.
I love this card. It really creates an opportunity to either discard this to mark your opponent hero, no questions asked, but it's also a very powerful attack, like swinging with your dagger for 2, paying off your last remaining resource into this 5-cost attack. It can be really, really powerful 2-card hand.
Beautiful use of resources here from Pablo Pintor. Does have Jachym floundering with their equipment, soaking up some of this hit. They are really desperate to keep every card in their hand here. This feels like the turning point. Jachym has to put the foot to the pedal and show Pablo what Cindra is all about.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we can get some action with that fealty token. If there's any ninja card that has some trickery, if they become a draconic-powered attack. There is some very, very interesting flavor cards available to Cindra in that case.
Kicking things off with a illustrious, snug little head jab. 3 points covered up nice and cleanly by Pablo Pintor from that Fire Tenet. But of course, the turn will not be ending there. Pablo very happy to play defense here. Noticeably, lots of blue block threes soaking up these hits. That chess piece cashed in for the bonus resource in order to let us grow some claws.
Such a beautiful turn here by Jachym, all guns blazing, and Pablo, respectfully so, trying to cover up as much damage as possible, realizing that Jachym is really trying to utilize his whole hand there to do as much damage as possible. And Pablo, you know, seeing a full blue hand, as it looks like. We have mostly blue cards on the defending turn here.
Lots of blue stealth, biting the dust to soak up the damage for Pablo, keeping that life total healthy and high this time around. But will that one card remaining have anything to say? Looks like we are passing priority back to Jachym. That turn may have got them exactly where they want to be.
Oh, this is looking really, really good for Jachym. A 5-card hand with that arsenal and 4 cards in hand available to them. This is gonna be a big, big punch here.
Dustrunner Outlaw kicking off the turn here. The perfect chain starter. And we can see Blaze Headlong waiting in the wings. I believe a Burning Blade Dance as well. This turn could be huge for Jachym.
Wow, this is looking really, really nasty. And Pablo does not know yet what is to come. But we know that this turn is going to be absolutely massive. And that is exactly what Jachym needs at this point. Down to 3, Pablo at 9. There's a little bit of a mountain to climb here, and this is exactly what he needs in order to turn the triggers around.
Jachym threatening a blistering barrage of breakpoints. Pablo rightfully taking every moment required to consider how this might go. Definitely on the back foot, but plenty of life to play with thanks to those aggressive and deliberate blocks early on in this game. This one is anyone's to take.
Yeah, Pablo considering what he's able to do with this hand, reading carefully. What are the possible lines? What are the best outcomes that he can funnel about?
Haha, get it? It's a spider. Love it. This is a really tough spot to be in if you're Pablo. You've got to keep some semblance of recourse. You can't just stay on the back foot forever. Your opponent's at 3. Surely you need to provide some pressure. But also, you know this turn is going to be huge. We do see a block 3 the first time around. Down to 8 we go. And it's time for those kunai to provide additional draconic chain links here. More pain points for Pablo to worry about.
We have a lot to work with, though. Pablo's still sitting on a lot of defensive capabilities with his equipment suite here.
This is very savvy from Jachym here. Looks like we might be able to go the full way to being that, pulling that dagger back. So closing the chain link here, making sure that kunai is ready and waiting in the bin to pull back once we establish more draconic chain links. The first of which, Blaze Headlong, an old favorite. It hasn't got any worse. If you've played a red card, going right down the highway.
Yeah, one of few cards that are draconic that doesn't really care about the combat chain. Most of the cards are like, yeah, I want to see another draconic on this chain link in order for me to do some stuff. Blaze Headlong simply says, if you played another red card this turn, I'm just going to get go again. So that enables Jachym to close the chain, get his daggers into his graveyard, start a new chain with his Blaze Headlong, with the go again available, and start these new draconic chain links, and so be able to buy back his precious daggers at the end.
Pablo cashing in the equipment, so falling to 5. It's Demonstrate Devotion that's the follow-up. Another 4 power go-again attack. This one immediately making that fealty token courtesy of its on-board ability. 2 available now for Cindra to cash in at some point. That's got to be a little bit scary if you're worried about those kunai coming back.
I think what Pablo is trying to find there, what is the minimal amount of cards that I can use as blocking power in order to present some kind of lethal on my opponent. He's down to 3. That is basically 1 stealth attack away from lethal. So anything on top of that is going to be creating a situation where Jachym has to respect any type of attack reaction coming his way. So any amount of, the more cards that Pablo has available to him, the more possibility he has to close this game out. But he needs to stay alive in order for that to happen. So what is the amount of cards that he can keep before he dies, basically, from his opponent's attack on his turn?
Pablo, Pintor in the blender, all the decisions to make, but we know they are capable of them. The previous Pro Tour champion, numerous accolades over the years. I mean, have you seen that graphic in Night at the Armory? What hasn't this man done? For right now, he's got to find a way to survive this barrage from Jachym, who is not letting up the pressure, I should say. It's probably pleasurable for them. Jachym, of course, sitting on that burning blade dance, we can see, eager to place it on the combat chain to follow this demonstrate devotion. Pablo, probably significantly less excited about that.
Yeah, he's chuckling a little bit, having a think here, really trying to map this out. We have no resources remaining on Cindra's side of things. We have 2 Draconic Chain Links. I believe Pablo is probably expecting a 3rd Chain Link of Draconic sorts and trying to think, is there any on-hits here that he might be scared of, that he needs to keep cards in order to protect himself from. But taking 4 here, going down to 1, is also a very, very scary proposition from a hero that can just flick your daggers at instant speed, and there's no way for you to prevent it.
Pintor racking his brain about all the zero-cost cards in this mostly unknown format before this weekend. Does indeed give some respect to the demonstration of devotion. Takes a little bit of damage for the trouble. Down to 4. It is that burning blade dance. This is threatening lethal by throwing that remaining kunai. Pablo giving it up. Does not want any of that nonsense. Kunai being rebought as a result of those 3 Draconic Chain Links. Jachym in a phenomenal position here.
Definitely taking all of the tempo away from Pablo. And Pablo does not really have anything to come back with at this point in time. So there's going to be another turn for Jachym to try and close out this game. But of course, we're on turn 7 right now. That means that we are closing in on the last powerful cards in each player's deck at this point in time, ending into that final end state of the game where we might go into a fatigue situation if that happens to close out.
Speaking of fatigue situation, it's not something I would have been super mindful of till now, but is it just me, or are both of these players' decks looking rather small?
That was my thought as well. So we're probably entering the 2nd cycle of the deck here, where we're going to reach the pitch stack of each hero. And that then becomes the question of what powerful cards have these both players pitch stacked for their capability into the 2nd cycle.
All right, kicking things off with one of those threatening trap and release. Going to threaten to mark Pablo on hit. Will be doing just that. That 4 breakpoint does connect. Mark of the Black Widow, cashing in a fealty. Okay, we are scaling this time around, threatening the Draconic attack as a follow-up with Art of the Dragon scale. Now, blowing up equipment, maybe not quite as impactful in the limited format as it would be in Classic Constructed, but you can't argue with 5 power for 1 resource.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful art of a card, and the powerful effects on it to go accordingly with it. Sacking a fealty token in order to make this Draconic, to get that power online, really shows the power of those fealty tokens and how those can really power up your basic ninja actions, as you can say.
Absolutely. Those fealty definitely looking to find a home with those Art of Dragon cards. Similar effects to the, Devotion Never Dies we saw earlier today. Those are the real haymakers. Speaking of haymakers, Weaver Spinneret, this one is going to give a bonus chunk of damage to the upcoming attack. Does provide that Chelicera if up front. So the next stealth attack a little bit bigger, and it's going to be Mark the Prey that is the follow-up for Pablo. Now this is a really impactful turn here. We managed to keep some cards, and this forces Jachym to give us 2 of their cards in order to stay alive. Now a 2-card hand from Cindra, that's way less threatening than 4.
Yeah, but with 2 daggers available, we have at least 1 blue that can present 2 damage on basically a Kadashi lock, since Pablo is already down to 1. And so, as you mentioned, going down to a 2-card hand is not where you want to be with Cindra, but when your opponent is already at 1 and your daggers available to you, then you can really cause some damage.
Tough spot to be in for Jachym Flidr. This game has been on a nice edge the entire time. Both players now taking a moment to realize that the fatigue aspect is real. There is 1 additional hand of cards for each of these players. It is do or die in every which way here in the Hunted.
So one way for Cindra to combat the fatigue scenario is by using her daggers, we can create one Draconic Chain Link. With one of your daggers in the graveyard, with one blue, you can present one and then bring one back. So with a 2-card hand, if that is Draconic, then you can present both of these attacks and then bring your other dagger back, and then you can cycle those through back and forth. So with a 2-card hand, you can actually create some very interesting scenarios. So there is absolutely ways, but that's also focuses on the fact that you have your cards remaining that has some kind of draconic effect in order to do so, but also depending on if they're 0 cost or 1 cost. So there's a lot of mathing going on in the pitch stack scenario for Cindra.
Tight corners to navigate for both of these players. You can see it in the face of Jachym. Flidr does not know where to go, what to do, how to find that final point of damage. Pablo, stoic as ever, the Iceman of Flesh and Blood, taking a moment to breathe in all of the permutations of these upcoming turns. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, Jachym is really fighting for his outs here. If there is a attack reaction costing 0 in Pablo's arsenal,
we're banging. Razor's edge. It's like you knew it was there, Erica, lurking in the arsenal of Pablo. Pintor will secure a win in that round and bring the Goliath all the way to 3-0.
God, I was really hoping we would get to that tight endgame where they were just sending daggers back and forth for a little while until someone would just like fall over. But as we mentioned, Arakni has such a capability with his attack reactions, and so sometimes it's really, really hard when you get to those scenarios where you're really low at life and you really need to bet on your opponents not having it. And Pablo had exactly it.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful game from both of these players. This goes to show you all the things you have to consider in these spots. We kind of noticed, oh man, I'm running out of cards. Oh, I'm on 1 life. Oh, I'm marked. What am I supposed to do? There's so many moving components of this format, and I think I'm in love with that.
I really, really love it. There are so many little tinkeresses to think about, and there are so many ways for you to find victory. As we have seen, both games are going very, very fast, and some games are going a little bit slower. So we're seeing both of the ranges here today on display, and I absolutely love it that we have both of these ways that games can go, despite the fact that the set seems to be so powerful by the looks of it, with all of these attack reaction, but we also have so many defense reactions. So the possibility for games to end up in a fatigue situation that we almost saw here is really, really there for this set. And just the way that you have to think about keeping your cards for second cycle and keeping some power cards for that late game is also something that you need to consider.
It's a real mix and match. So many elements. I can't wait to get my hands on more of the Hunted at events near you. And there is plenty of events, all right. If you haven't had the chance to come and join us in Prague this weekend, don't you worry. We have a robust, lavish schedule to look forward to at the beginning of 2025 here, if you're a fan of Flesh and Blood, on the road to World Tour London in April this year. First of all, maybe the most impactful event in the near future, Memphis on the horizon. The first time we have ever had a double calling weekend. Regardless of your preferred way to play, there is something for you in Memphis. Classic constructed calling and the Hunted, Sealed and Draft.
Absolutely amazing, and I would be so stoked if I lived anywhere close, because having the possibility to go either which way on the base you prefer to play the game, there is absolutely something for you.
Absolutely. Speaking of Memphis, I have a really important update about this event that I'm very excited to share with you. That your feedback has been heard. Classic Constructed, everyone loves it, of course, but there's always that small dilemma of, hey, there's a brand new set released. How do I get cards? Well, don't worry. If you're attending World Tour Memphis, there is a way for you to do just that. There are 6 official vendors on site who have access to stock from the Hunted. If you want to pre-order with them, you can. If you prefer to order on site on the Thursday before the event, you can walk into the venue and secure the cards you need to play these brand new heroes. All you've got to do, if that interests you, go and check out the registration link for the event in Memphis, and you'll find all the information you need right there. Awesome.
Really, really nice to hear. The availability of cards is, of course, somewhat of a pinch sometimes, especially when the cards are just released and the events that are coming up are so tightly packed. And of course, we want to give all of the best possibilities for you to enjoy your weekend as the best as you can.
We continue down the road to London, Bangkok on the same weekend as Memphis, quickly followed by Christchurch, an event I'm really excited for. Yet another taste of the Hunted Sealed available in that Battle Hardened. But if Classic Constructed is more your thing, don't worry. That's the format for the calling.
There's so many events, as you can see on the screen. We have so many Battle Hardens coming out here in February and March. We have Barcelona, we have Portland, we have Charlotte, and then something very exciting. We're going back to Japan.
We certainly are. The event in Kobe, one to look forward to on March 14th to 16th. We've got both the Calling and the Battle Hardened as Classic constructed for that one. But the Calling coming back to Japan is a huge deal. We've seen the impact the game has had there since the release of Part of the Misfell, and of course our World Championship in Osaka earlier this year. Very happy to be back on that soil. Speaking of soil, we're going somewhere very special right after that. Sao Paulo on the horizon.
The first Calling in Brazil, and that is one that I will personally look very much forward to watching.
Yeah, me too. First Calling in Brazil. It's going to be a classic constructed one. So is the Battle Hardened. Most importantly, tickets are on sale now. If you want to join us in Sao Paulo for a little bit of the action, you can hop on over and buy something there. Of course, the stop in Dublin, one I'm personally very excited for. The Irish community of Flesh and Blood players, they're very passionate. They're behind me at several points today to let me know that they are in the building, and they are very happy to get that last chance to test their deck before that big event in London. Battle Hardened, there's a ProQuest Plus for you there. It's the best way to get those final reps in before the big show.
Definitely, and don't forget that you have Jakarta as well on the same weekend. So no matter where you are in the world, hopefully you can get to some of these locations if you're planning to come down to World Tour London and get your guns blazing basically with the Pro Tour that is going down in London. So you have both Dublin and Jakarta as your final stops before we reach the creme de la creme.
I cannot wait for that World Tour occasion. April 10th to 13th, back in my home country. More than happy to have the Pro Tour meet Big Ben and a Greg sausage roll along the way. Pro Tour, CC Calling, LL Battle Hardened. If you're a lover of Living Legend, there is something for everyone in London this April.
So if there's one event that you're planning to come to this year, make sure that London is part of that.
100%. All kinds of events on the horizon. Cannot wait to make our way to any number of those in the near future. But we can't neglect the event we're at now. There is plenty more to look forward to here from the World Tour stop in Prague and the Calling you see right behind me. We're going to take a very short break and be right back with some more action straight after this. Don't go anywhere.
Nearing the halfway point of this calling here in Prague, in the Volcorian Mountains. And I'm joined by someone who knows this set intimately, Mr. Brian Gottlieb. Welcome to the booth for the first time in the calling.
Pleasure to be here, Sam. Thank you for letting me back in the booth. I didn't know if I would be allowed after yesterday, but thankfully you have graced me with another chance.
Of course.
To go ahead and cover
Yeah.
one of my favorite sets of all time.
You're a plucky young upstart, and I just
Thank
like
you.
to see you get your shot. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm fighting hard for every chance I can get, and especially when that chance involves maybe casting an Arakni match.
Maybe. We shall see in just a moment. I mean, you bring up the marionette. We were talking a little bit yesterday in the sealed build. You were talking about a little trickier to build the marionette, a little
for
trickier
sure.
to find that. There's some deck building tension, all the different things you have to find to make a deck work in the assassin class. But when we are over there looking at the top tables, you and I are putting our heads together. We're like, there's a lot of Arakni all of a sudden at these top tables.
I mean, look, there's no question Arakni, when I walk around, the least represented hero in the field, which doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I think it just is both a knowledge requirement. You have to understand how to put together these Arakni decks, and your pool has to provide. And I think most pools do provide, but you really have to know exactly what combination of cards you're looking for. How are you marking your opponent? How are you pumping your daggers? What do your stealth attacks look like? What do your defense reactions look like? All of these things are really, really important to have a good Arakni deck. So as players start to figure that out, I think they're going to find success. And I think the players who have figured it out early, and we're seeing a bunch of them when we walk around those top tables, I think they're in a really advantaged position for this event. And I want to talk about a really important card. When the field is skewing a little bit away from Arakni, you get paid really hard on a couple of contracts that are in this set.
Oh, yeah.
There is the contract which targets Fang, the contract which targets Cindra. If those stealth attacks are on in the vast majority of your games, they're so powerful, so powerful. One of the few sources of pure card advantage in that format. So I think that is another really good reason, especially when the field starts leaning draconic, to be looking at Arakni.
I mean, we saw a Pro Tour champion. We saw Arthur Tsohohey use Extinguish the Flames, I believe, to just incredible value in his game. Either that or Defang the Dragon. Being able to draw a card, go even wider on that turn, it was gnarly
big.
to see.
That's
And
really
I mean,
big.
the extended art on all those cards
Looks beautiful.
makes it even more desirable to play. Now, we've talked about the marionette enough. I believe it's time to see if they have what dreams are made of deep down into the arena, into the pits, into Volcor. It's time for our next round here at the Calling, live from Prague. And we have got what might be a familiar face to many out there, but I know to you, partner.
Yeah, Simon Nielson back in the mix here again. And of course, Simon Nielson made his fame in other card games, one of the greatest to ever do it over in the Magic the Gathering scene. But look, putting together a flesh and blood resume as well, now has a calling top 8 under his belt, a battle-hardened champion, a lot of wins. Simon is figuring this game out at a rapid pace, as we all expected.
Yeah, can't imagine he is unfamiliar with sitting at the feature match area or playing high-level limited tournaments. It's been really exciting to see as the game has continued to grow. Players from all walks of life, all types of gaming communities come over and find, a new home, a secondary home, a new way to explore the great magic of TCGs. And as an ambassador of our hobby, Simon Nielson is one of the best.
Yeah, I have to say, Simon has really taken on that role of ambassador wholeheartedly. Wrote a beautiful article.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Setting up players to go ahead and begin their flesh and blood journey just on his own volition. Wanted to do this, wanted to share this great experience he's had with the game. Went out there and told everyone he could about it. I'm sure has been so instrumental in helping so many people find their footing and maybe participating here in Prague this weekend.
And, of course, on the other side of the arena, as the fist bump gets extended, we have Joshua Werth, also 3-0 on the marionette, the hero that we spoke so highly about at these top tables. And I do want to point out, no equipment in the chest zone.
Still going with the Arakni, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Deck's got to be good, right? If you're going to go ahead and forego an equipment zone to play one of these 3 heroes in sealed, I have to imagine that means the rest of the cards in those 30 that you're presenting, just straight gas.
Yeah, you get a lot of options for equipment, and it is more likely than not you are able to complete your full set. We mostly do see 4 pieces down there in the arena. So, yeah, I think there is a very big question to ask here. Why did Jascha still choose to go with Arakni despite this glaring weakness?
Looks like Simon Nielson's on the play. We'll find out all the answers in a moment's time. A red cut deep, headed to the pitch zone, setting up for what might be a second cycle game as the Obsidian Fire Vein joins the combat chain for the first time, but not the last time during this match.
Yeah, going to see a lot of daggers out there doing their thing. Tough defending decisions for the player playing against Fang on turn 1. You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to go ahead and leak damage, and you see 2 cards being put in front of the Obsidian Fire Vein right off the bat.
It's like a Perforate and a Strange to the Redbacks, so a Majestic and a Rare committed. Looks like we're coming in after this. It looks, I think, a Tooth of the Dragon, giving the next Draconic attack +3. This was the card you said most important for these Fang decks.
This is why. Look at this sidestep with so much defense being committed to that first chain link. Simon just basically forgoes it and goes ahead and passes on the offense to this next chain link, representing 4 here with a card still in hand.
I think one of my favorite things about this whole format is how different going first feels than almost any, I mean, certainly limited format, but many even constructed games I've played as well. This limited format, it's so fascinating how, like, going first doesn't feel nearly as bad as it does in other formats that we've played, where aggressive matchups, you want to go second. There's so many ways to get over the top and to really get some true value from your first turn of the game. I love the complexity and the timbre that it brings to these matches.
I'm going to be frank with you, Sam. One of the big priorities for our team as we worked on this set was to shift a little bit away from that mode in Uprising where it felt like winning the die roll in a Draconic match was so important. We really wanted to de-emphasize that this go-around. Time will tell if we succeeded, but so far, early results look promising here. Reaper's Call being discarded here. Love to see that on turn 1 from Jascha.
Yeah, 1 damage over the top, but we've seen this a couple times already over the weekend. The player who has one of those effects, like a Reaper's Call, like a tip-off, willing to take that 1 damage, even on something like a turn 0, simply to get the mark to start the game. And we know how important that is for the Marionette, as, of course, the Mark of the Huntsman now attacks for 2. Much better use of 2 resources, 2 than 1. Literally double the damage.
Yeah, benefiting from that mark on the Fang, Mark of the Huntsman coming in for 2 instead. Of course, should this hit, we'll have the option to remark. It looks like it's going to be pumped here, so I'm assuming Simon said no defenses, and it's to the point coming down, offering a big buff here, +4, so a lot of value on that mark right off the bat.
A lot of value off that mark. Oh my gosh, to the point, ripped off the top of the deck as well. So now all of a sudden, this attack for 2 became an attack for 6. No fealty for the Marionette, but looking like wanting to mark again, as we are going to hunt, I think, to the ends of Wraith. And this one's coming in for 4, or to the Edge of Oblivion. But it's coming in for 4. Edge of Oblivion coming in for 4 on hit mark once again.
Yeah, love to end the turn with your opponent marked if you can as Arakni. Simon knows that, of course. Going to go ahead and commit some defenses here. Avoid the marking. Nice hand there from Jascha, just able to offer a good burst of damage, get Simon down to 14, also preserved an arsenal.
Turnover to Simon Nielson now. Our Fang player coming in with Hunt a Killer. Attack is going to get that plus, I believe, 3 or 4 buff. Yeah, it looks like +4 buff.
On that one.
And then if the hero is marked or on it hit, it's going to mark them.
Yeah, prefer the 0-cost versions of these front pumps. You just want to stay as clean as possible as Fang for the point where you do get that powered-up hero ability. But 1 for 4 on a front pump with the additional ability to mark, still a fine rate. You're happy to have these reds in your deck. And this just, again, presenting really tough defending decisions right off the bat. And we do have the Draconic attack reaction here. Looks like Searing Gaze is going to come down. Push this Obsidian Fire Vein all the way up to 8. But here we see our first defense reaction from Jascha.
A little bit of a Lair of the Spider coming down. That is going to mark, of course, because it is an attack with Go Again that it is defending against. Really nice 4 cards off the top from Josh, I have to say. Utilize 3 cards in defense and utilize that card to mark, and then ripped just a perfect series of 4. Got 6 damage across and was able to still keep an arsenal with that D-React. Really nice way that his deck presented itself to him.
Talked a lot about players having to go ahead and figure out exactly what Arakni decks look like. At first blush, what Joshua's deck looks like. It looks like a really nice spread of marking effects, defense reactions, dagger pumps. We're all over the place so far.
First fealty for Fang off of the back of the For the Emperor. attacking a marked hero, creating that fealty token, an effect I do really love in both Draconic heroes. Just the fealty on attack, not having to worry about the effect hitting, really important to make sure you generate the fealty you need.
And Tarantula Toxin comes down for the defense. So that is, I believe, the second Majestic we've seen from Jascha. Perforate also in the list. So you're starting to see why we were willing to go ahead and take the gamble on Arakni despite missing that chess piece.
Turn shipping back over to our assassin. 15 plays 14. Well, life total's dropping a little faster perhaps than expected, but now we have got the mark of the funnel web. And of course, thanks to that mark sitting on Simon Nielson's side, Marionette's going to be pushing this attack up to 4.
Lucky for Simon, no arsenal here. Is going to be able to go ahead and evade that on hit, but still, stealth attack coming in for 4. Damage matters. You want to go ahead and slowly chip away at your opponents, work them down, whittle them down to nothing so those daggers can start doing their thing in the late game.
See exactly how Simon Nielsen wants to defend this. You can see given a little bit of a head shake, no blocks. That means this attack is going to have go again. Does Jascha have another zero-cost attack to punish this decision with? Or is that card destined for the arsenal?
Does clear the mark here.
That means it looks like, yeah, just going to pass it and head into the arsenal. So no no hero transformation yet for the Web of Deceit. But the question is just the card quality high enough that he doesn't even really need to be utilizing those discard or banish effects to get the +3?
That's the really interesting part of Arakni is Web of Deceit has a good hero ability.
Yeah.
You don't need to change into something else, and that is part of the variability of game plans you have. Just playing the game as Web of Deceit is not a death sentence. You absolutely can win matches that way.
Blaze Headlong coming in. Now this is an interesting little play pattern coming in. No go again as of yet, but as we saw on one of these turns prior, that turn 0, plenty of Draconic instants that are able to give this thing go again even in the resolution step.
Yeah, Blaze Headlong may be trickier than ever these days. You don't have to go ahead and front load the red card. You can do things after this has already come online. And there's a lot of scary instants here. You know, something like the ability to make fealty at instant speed can really change up the texture of Simon's turn and send those damage numbers into the stratosphere.
Josh has got to give this a real think. Looks like no blocks presented. Here comes the reaction. Looks like it is going to be one of those instants. I believe this is going to be given +1 to all the cards.
+1 to all Draconic attacks. Very nice play here from Simon. It is a powered up turn. We do have another defense reaction, though, from Jascha, able to mark Fang once again.
And like we've talked about already during the World Premiere stream, marking defensively as this assassin hero, just so important because you still get the mark across, you get the value out of your defense reaction, but then you know you're starting your next turn with that +1 and threatening the go again. Don't have to worry about the Mark of the Huntsman getting in there. And with no danger digits, that Mark of the Huntsman can't get in there on command anyway. Looks like it's going to be the Coat of Allegiance coming in for that one resource. Only Draconic cards can be played on this turn. So we've got 2 reasons to want to play Draconic cards. We've got the Rake over the Coals and the Pursuit of the Pits of Despair, which now not only can be played for quote-unquote free, but also gets the +1 benefit from the Rake over the Coals.
Yeah, is threatening a mark here is Pursuit of the Pits of Despair. You know, tomorrow, Sam, we're going to move into draft.
I can't wait.
And we got to start thinking about pick orders. What matters? What are you prioritizing? I think those defense reactions are such high picks. I think they're so important for Arakni to succeed. You just have to be able to play at defense reaction speed against Fangs. So important in this format. The fact that you're getting marks on top of it, really, really big deal.
Plunge the Pursued Prospect coming in with a +1 from the hero ability and, of course, the +1 from the mark that was given on defense.
0 for 5.
And on go again, and on hit it gets go again.
I mentioned Web of Deceit being a fine hero. Here you see exactly why. That's very, very powerful ability.
Yeah, very nice here. Last turn, Jascha was not able to punish the go again that resolved from the attack hitting. Let's see if Simon even gives him the option on this turn. Because this is now fully just half of what Simon Nielsen is working with. 10 life for Simon Nielsen, 13 from our Arakni player. Jascha, still plenty of time left in the round, but Simon Nielsen here has to give some real thought to this stealth attack.
Arakni kind of feeling like the aggressor so far in this match, and now that's really going to be emphasized as Simon Nielsen falls all the way down to 5 here, and this time we do have a follow-up from Jascha. He sees the opportunity to go ahead and just put his foot on the neck of Simon Nielsen and push that life total ever lower.
3 more damage after Simon Nielsen. The life totals will be changed shortly. Is at 5. There's now 2 attacks in a row that Josh has threatened half or over half of Simon Nielsen's life. Fascinating game we're watching play out, right? We're not seeing a lot of actual on-hit effects beyond the go again. It's really just Arakni saying, listen, you're supposed to be the aggressive deck? Nah, dude. Watch me. Watch this.
Familiar with the term mid-range, Sam?
I am, in fact.
Yeah, a deck that can play either offensively or defensively. I think Web of Deceit embodies that so well. And Simon Nielsen falls down to 2. Precarious 2. Against the hero, which it may not have the reactions of Fang, but there are plenty of ways to be deceptive in this Arakni deck.
Obsidian Firevein going to get +3 thanks to that public bounty because of the marking that happens as a result of the cards. So now coming in for 4. On hit will make another fealty token thanks to that mark. Does have a fealty if Simon needs to create, build your own draconic card on this chain link. Looks like he's got at least a Searing Gaze in the hand, so that one can be played for free. The Firevein can join the party as well. But Simon Nielsen fell to 2 to make this turn happen. What gas does he have in the tank? What is he cooking in the chamber? And is Jascha going to respect the damage after seeing how low Simon Nielsen went to preserve this turn?
We've seen Fang put out some massive turns. If Simon has one of those loaded up in the chamber here, could be totally fine. You can close this life total difference in a flash.
Couple pieces of equipment. Looks like they might be headed over. Jascha showing us, listen, I don't even need a chess piece. I'm just going to hit you in the face as hard as I can. No transformation yet either from the Web of Deceit. The Brood stays behind in this one, as Arakni is looking to do this all on their own.
Nice defensive options from Jascha.
Yeah,
here.
look at this. Red Alert boots and the Blade Beckoner gauntlets. 2 pieces of equipment that are going to get that +1 buff because it's going to most likely be an attack reaction. Let's see if it's an instant, so the Red Alert won't go up, but no, it is going to be that cut down created with the fealty token to become Draconic. Now this is an attack for 8, but both of those pieces of equipment are blocking for 2 apiece, which means just the equipment is getting Jascha 5 value, and the Den of the Spider is going to block this out entirely.
Yeah, totally clean cover here from Jascha. That scar tissue looking to go ahead and push damage through, but Jascha has the perfect answers in the form of all the equipment as well as that reaction. And if Simon doesn't close the life total deficit on this turn, so much of what Simon is able to leverage is the fear of death. When you are at a low life total against a warrior, they start demanding extra cards from you. If Simon can't get Jascha down low enough, I think the ball remains firmly in Jascha's hands.
Let's see how Simon Nielsen wants to continue. Really slick, clean, honestly decisive play from Jascha there. The equipment just getting so much value. I mean, if you're going to get 5 points of defensive value, maybe you really just don't even need the chess piece.
I think this is another big wrinkle and a change from the last time we dealt with one of these explosive draconic formats. The armor's just way better this go
Way
around.
better. And
way better.
And so many options.
Yep.
Like a really healthy amount of options. When I was opening my seal pool yesterday playing Cindra, I was like, dude, I have multiple loadouts I can choose when I go into my inventory to equip my armor at the start of the game. And it feels really satisfying to be able to utilize them all for different situations, different matchups. Obsidian Firevein going to follow this up. We know there's a Searing Gaze in the hand as well for Simon Nielsen, but all of a sudden, card in hand, card in arsenal, yes, but Josh is still sitting at 13, and Simon Nielsen is maybe not going to be able to pressure enough to make going to 2 feel perhaps worth it in this scenario.
Yeah, even the buff on this Searing Gaze, getting the max value out of this on the second chain link and getting the mark is just sort of rendered irrelevant here by virtue of this Arakni already being marked. So there's no real punish here for Jascha and gets to play back at Simon when Simon's sitting at 2 with a 3-card hand. And a 3-card hand from an assassin can represent almost anything.
Still some armor on the side of Simon Nielson. Does still have the Blade Beckoner helm, the Red Alert gloves. God, I believe the Path of Vengeance down there in the leg slot. So that will give him some insurance. But Josh's deck has been proving to be quite aggressive. Let's see just how aggressive it's going to be on this turn.
Fang marked once again. You know, Arakni hasn't transformed, but Fang has been marked throughout this entire game, basically, mostly on the back of defense reactions.
Up 6 and run here, just going to make this weapon come in for a total of 6, thanks to that mark, again done defensively. So 2 cards coming in, 6 value, still has 1 floating, maybe for something that can go over the top of this. And there are plenty of attack reactions that Assassin has in Assassin, as well as in Assassin/Warrior in those dual class cards that could make this dagger just lethal even through blocks.
How about in generic?
Yeah.
Razor Reflex.
Absolutely. We haven't seen it yet.
Got him.
Got him, folks. Some nasty things Razor Reflex might be doing in CC pretty soon. I don't know if you've been checking out. Have you seen the Blood Splattered Vest? Have you seen it yet, Brian?
Yes, I have. I'm familiar with that card.
It's a cool one.
Yep. Yeah, really powerful piece of equipment. Looking to play maybe a bit of a faster game than a Tunic typically would.
Yeah, 3 resources off the chest piece in a quick game. Seems dope to me. Simon Nielson here thinking about the blocks on 2 life. Arakni sitting pretty. 9, 1 card in hand and 1 floating. Jascha looking to close the door on Simon. Even with his impressive resume, that's not going to save him here if he is not able to block this out enough or entirely.
And if you're Simon, you need to make smart defensive decisions right now. It's early in this format to know the range that Jascha could potentially have, to know your punishes, to know the max value you can get out of your hand. It's really hard to have figured all this out at this stage. And I think it's one of the reasons why we've seen Fang kind of shoot to early success. People just don't have these play patterns down yet. But I would say the same is true of Arakni. And the fact that Arakni is less represented here, and frankly, throughout the entire weekend has been less represented thus far in the events going on. Well, players just don't have enough experience yet to really know what Arakni's capable of.
Cut deep, and a couple of those armor pieces.
All of them.
All of them. Here comes the Blade Beckoner helm, the Path of Vengeance, and the Red Alert gloves. So if it is something like a reaction, the Red Alert gloves would get that +1 buff. Looks like it's just going to be another attack. This one's coming in for 3.
Yeah, we'll demand another card, though, from Simon.
On hit would mark, but another card has to come out of the hand. And Josh is sitting somewhat pretty still at that 9 points of life.
Yeah, this is offering 4 too, Sam, on the back of the Arakni
yes.
ability one more time. And I realize I'm kind of beating a dead horse now, but Web of Deceit is a real hero. Look at the way Jascha has played this game, leveraging that ability over and over, and only now... No, not even now. Still going to offer 1 damage.
Yeah.
It's still not going
No
to
more
transform.
mark, yeah.
But if I'm Jascha, I'm so much happier playing with this base version of Arakni. It has offered breakpoint after breakpoint and problem after problem for Simon Nielson. But we are going to get the mark here. Excuse me. We get it on the mark the prey. And now we transform. And I wonder if we just ginned it here. Trapdoor shows up for Jascha. Does he have another defense reaction?
Fascinating little interaction here. It's a May ability. Even if he knows he doesn't have a trap,
Yep.
he can just go ahead and look, fail to find, and then give that deck a shuffle, get some of those cards back in.
You can't do that, Sam. When you look, you now have to find. Because
you banish a card.
You banish it face down.
Yeah.
But what he can do, and I think this is just as interesting, is he could go into his deck, banish any card he wants.
Yeah.
It could be an irrelevant card, or he could just really want to make Simon believe that there's a defense reaction sitting there. Because frankly, your play pattern should change if there is a defense reaction available to Jascha.
Yeah, look at that. It does. If you search, you do have to find a card from your deck and banish it face down. But if it's a trap, you get to play it. Still getting to shuffle in, get that pitch stack a little different, more random now. I wonder if it is a trap. I think it might have been, if I saw it correctly.
We've seen at least 3 traps so far, I believe, from Jascha. 4th one would be really nice. If you're Simon, you could start to fear something like an anaphylactic shock. Just killing you.
However, Simon Nielson, you can see, looking a little concerned on the left side of your screen, given that he has fallen all the way down to 1. Let's see just what the blocks are going to be. Plunge the prospect being committed to the block.
Simon does have a small buff here, a little bit of damage. Going to head over the top. Nope, there was in fact a reaction, and it's a fine one.
Hunted or Hunter here, because an attack reaction has been played, is going to trigger, make Simon Nielson lose 1 life, and that's the game.
Jascha just had it all. That deck looked awesome. That was exactly what I wanted to see from an Arakni deck here today, and now I understand why we didn't need a chess piece. Just perfect
Straight
spread
gas.
of defense reactions there from Jascha. Really nice red stealth options. So the breakpoints were there. 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4 over and over. A little bit of slipperiness in the form of those dagger pumps. Just absolutely had it all. And you understand why Jascha is unblemished thus far in this tournament.
Dude, that was so sick. Hit the 6 on the die roll, find the exact trap to kill your opponent.
For my one transform, my only transform of the entire match, I'll just go get the perfect card here to kill you.
Listen, to succeed in one of these incredibly difficult tournaments, you have to have really near perfect play, you have to have good tech construction, and let's be very clear, you have to have a little bit of luck. And for Jascha there, had it really all going in spades. And congratulations to him, condolences to Simon Nielson, but if there's anything we know from this dude, he'll be doing just fine.
Oh yeah, he knows how to bounce back. I expect we'll still see a lot more of Simon throughout this weekend.
So let's go ahead. While I have you here, I want to remind everybody of our newest Armory deck coming to stores, because we have just revealed, as of like an hour ago, the Armory deck Aurora coming March 14th, and I just love what this product represents for the new player experience. But I know while we got Brian here, I know you guys are going to want to hear his thoughts on a couple of these cards, because we got Skyward Serenade and we've got Skzk. But it's my favorite. The Fab nomenclature for me, I have thoughts up and down the roster. It's at the top.
Yep, very good name. Look, I'll take any questions you would like to pose about these cards, but I want to talk about Aurora's Armory deck a little bit more broadly. I think this is the completion of a journey that we started with First Strike. And we did have this mission with Aurora to be a hero that could go ahead and introduce folks to the game. And you could just evolve with that hero as time went on. You can go ahead and upgrade this First Strike deck, play this hero in Blitz potentially. You could go and play Rosetta, learn the limited format. But the end goal was getting you into CC and playing CC happily. And now we have this product in the Armory deck that is going to be an amazing jumping off point for so many folks who have been starting their flesh and blood journey with Aurora to complete it and reach their apex and have a top tier CC deck in their pocket.
Yeah, I really am so thrilled by what the product represents just on that journey. I have a homie. I have somebody who's been learning, playing with the First Strike decks, and then now being able to introduce with that product. I love to see it. Now, just really briefly, Skyward Serenade and Skzk. Just talk to me, Skzk is still a mystery, but talk to me about what you think Skyward Serenade represents. Not necessarily if it's like going to make a huge impact on the meta, huge impact on the deck, but what do you think the card represents for Aurora, for the game plan, for the game?
Yeah, I think another way to get embodiment of lightning tokens are very interesting. We spoke about this a lot with Aurora. Kind of two different heroes. She's one hero when she has embodiment of lightning to start the turn. She's another hero when she doesn't. And this is just more hands you're going to play with an embodiment of lightning token. And then you're just going to refresh. You're going to go get this Skzk, which, look, it's not fully revealed yet, so we won't get into the details of it. You'll have to figure out if there's some way to maybe look behind the curtain and understand the entirety of what Skzk does. But getting to go ahead and refresh this card, basically replace your Skyward Serenade with the Skzk, means your hand is still on, it's still functional, but you now have this embodiment of lightning token. And I think it just adds a little pinch of consistency to Aurora, which was already a pretty consistent deck. But if you've played a lot of Aurora, there's moments where the deck just kind of doesn't do much. It has unexciting turns. It's kind of classic Runeblade problems. And maybe Skyward Serenade is a way, if you're looking for a little bit more consistency in your Aurora deck, to go ahead and build.
Well, folks, Aurora deck coming out, of course, March 14th. I hope you will go ahead and grab that one. I know I will be grabbing a copy myself because let's be very clear, we got Cindra coming. I'm excited to be a Cindra gamer, but I have been an Aurora gamer for many months now, and I honestly love it. Great hero.
I love the fact that Armory deck's going to show up right before Pro Tour London as well. Shake things up a little bit, as these Armory decks so often do.
Let's chat briefly, of course, because we do have the World Tour points coming up. And I want to talk just about what it all represents, right? Because look at the World Tour. Look at what this journey has been in competitive flesh and blood to get to this point where we have this just cohesive, unified approach to bringing great games, bringing great tournaments, and great competition to the community all around the world. Of course, we've got the Pro Tour coming up this year. After London, we've got a World Tour Pro Tour in APAC, and then the World Championship is coming to the US of A. But look down at the bottom of your screen, there's 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and 50 National Championships. But I want to hear, talk to me about the Player of the Year award, man, like what this represents to the community and what this represents for those players that are out there grinding at the highest level.
Yeah, I think it's just so important to show respect to those players, what they offer to the game. So many of them are such great ambassadors for our game. They're folks that go out of their way to make time to teach new players, to welcome new players. And I think the least we can do if you're going to go ahead and dedicate your life to competing at our events that we put on around the world is reward excellence, reward consistency, reward greatness. And there's so many players who have made flesh and blood their lives. How about we put a little cash in your pocket for doing so? The best of the best are going to be fighting over this title all year long. And I love the fact that it's broken down into multiple titles. There's not only this Player of the Year accolade, but there's regional Players of the Year too. So you're worried, Michael Hamilton, Brody Spurlock, they've built up a big lead. Well, you're coming from Europe, you're coming from APAC. You can go ahead and kind of ignore that and shoot for your local scene. But also, I will tell you, the way the system is set up, these guys can be caught. Nobody's got a lead that's insurmountable at any point. There's so many points on the line at each of these majors, the Pro Tours, the World Tours. There you see World Championship itself, the last event of the year. 32 points on offer.
That's a lot of points.
A lot of points, and it could shake up the race in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I just want to stress that point because I do really think it is important. You look here, of course, up to 16 points available this weekend at our calling, and then we've got national championships, kind of not just around the corner, but the RTN season where you can qualify for those national championships. And as we take a look here at the leaderboard, we do, of course, have these players from other regions than just the U.S. that are going to be able to go ahead and compete for their regional awards as well. So you talk about someone like a Jacob Clements, Nick Butcher, Alex G2, because I've seen memes about Brody all over the world. We see the memes. That's for Michael Fang to worry about. That's for Michael Hamilton to worry about. If you are a player from in these other regions, you got to break out those sleeves, break out those dice, and get ready to try to take down your local tournaments, take down your callings, heck, even take down the World Championships and claim your piece of the pie.
Yeah, you see those guys sitting at the top of the list. Is Michael Fang, Brody Spurlock, kind of the two players that a lot of folks were looking at as being potential leaders. But I think you can just look at the number of pro points on offer. Again, up to 32 points coming from a world championship. That would eclipse this entire leaderboard right now were you to take that down. And I think nobody is going to be able to build an insurmountable lead throughout the year. It's going to come down to the wire for sure. And you're going to have to battle all throughout the year if you want to ascend to that Player of the Year trophy. Well,
talking about players that might do well on the World Tour, we've already seen 2 world champions on our stream today. What a treat. What a delight. I think 2 deserves a third. I think we might as well get our very first world champion on stream for you because we've got Michael Hamilton on deck, ready to dive into action in the feature match area. So we'll be bringing that to you in just a moment. Coming up, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Tour stop here in Prague. I am honored to be in the booth with the one and only Brian Gottlieb for this round. Not something I thought I'd ever get the opportunity to do. How are you, Brian?
I am doing fantastic. Pleasure to share the booth with you for the first time and looking forward to our match this round because it's a good one.
This is incredible. So if you've been following along the event so far this weekend, we've been featuring all of our world champions, the best players in Flesh and Blood. We want to make sure they get some time in the spotlight with a brand new set in their hands. There's one name missing from that list, though. Michael Hamilton, the inaugural world champion, not had a chance to show their medal on camera so far, but we're looking to fix that this round.
Yeah, I love having Michael down in the feature match area. Always brings his best games. And, you know, I kind of teased him lately. It's been very late in events that we typically feature Michael. And he goes, why can't I get a feature match anymore early in the day? And I go, Michael, I know you're going to be there at the end of the event. We can go ahead and put you on at any point. And it was most true in Chicago where we didn't feature him until the top 8. And then he went on and won the whole tournament.
He's certainly got a reputation to uphold. Let's see if Mr. Hamilton can prove what he's worth in this feature match against Didier on the other side of the table. This is Cindra versus Fang, a matchup we've seen a little bit of today, but certainly one of the faster ones of the format.
Yeah, Arakni kind of took over the feature match area for a little while, but now we're back to the draconic pair here showing down. And 3 sets of leapfrog equipment over on the side of Michael Hamilton. That'll do you well when playing against Fang.
Certainly will. We're seeing these pick up in popularity more and more over the weekend as players realize that jumping into action is worth its weight in gold. These leapfrog equipment just fantastic at covering all your bases when you don't know what attack reactions are waiting for you on the other side. Didier, not quite as flashy in equipment suite. Couple of red alert pieces, couple of vengeance pieces that they all block. They're all worth their weight in this matchup.
Yeah, look, there's just a baseline defensive value you want to get out of your equipment set in this format. Didier has checked that box, has that available. May not be flashy, but it'll do the job.
Might be a first for me here from Michael Hamilton. No aggression on the first turn of the game. Very happy to take a break, park an arsenal. Not something we've seen too much in this format so far.
Yeah, because there's a good chance of leaking damage in a lot of spots, but I would say Cindra in particular is vulnerable to just investing a lot of resources, giving up those kunais, and not really accomplishing all that much on that first turn. It does play well with large hands, so Michael going to try and go ahead and play towards that with that decision to Arsenal on turn 1.
Love to see it. Didier taking the tempo here. This Obsidian Fire Vein, an infamous start to a combat chain at this point. All kinds of reactions and incidents might be lurking in the midst. I'm interested to see how someone of Michael Hamilton's caliber approaches these first initial Fire Vein attacks.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to depend on the texture of these hands. Do they have that outsized offensive output that we know Cindra is capable of? If not, you may just want to go ahead and get some defense in early.
Looks to be the latter here for Michael Hamilton. Mark with Magma joining the combat chain here. Interested in at least blunting the assault of this dagger a little bit. And rightfully so. The instant giving it a go again will be benefiting the next attack. 2 to the Dragon. One of your favorites, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, I just love the way this card sidesteps. And you see it doing the job effectively here. Hamilton did commit defenses to the first chain link, but the damage now passed over to the second chain link. Going to go ahead and offer a big attack here as we go for the Emperor, coming in for 8.
Didier pledging their allegiance nice and early here. Attacking a marked hero for a fealty. No dice this time, but Michael not exactly happy to be staring down 8 damage this early. Some nice ones lurking in their hand. A little bit of dragon power. Some options available for them. Not sure I want to be taking 8 to the face this early, though.
Yeah, again, texture of hand. All about figuring out what my offensive return is. And something like dragon power, it only really pays you when you've done some setup work. Once you have those fealties going, it's some of the best rates you can possibly get in Flesh and Blood. Right now, though, maybe it is just time to get some good defenses in, because you are not going to get that many chances to defend against Fang. He will put you in the blender, he will make you uncomfortable, and once you're in that spot, you're just committed. You're committed to making inefficient blocks a lot of the time. So do you want to take the opportunity to make some efficient ones here?
Michael Hamilton benefiting from that early defense reaction, parked in the Arsenal, Lair of the Spider, quickly becoming a favorite of all the players in the room this weekend. Love to be able to mark those attacking heroes as and when. In this case, a nice solid 3 block from the Arsenal. Blunts that assault just a little bit. It's down to 15 for Michael Hamilton.
We saw this card do so much work in our last feature match. In the hands of Arakni, those marks, very, very valuable. I would say less so in Cindra, but still, you do want these fieldies. You want to go ahead and turn on effects like Dragon Power or just smooth out your chain links a little bit.
Michael making the most of not being marked in this case. Outed, they're going to be the card that joins the combat chain to start. Can't play it if you're marked. Bit out of luck, but if your opponent happens to be, it'll be a nice 4, go again, 0 cost. Our favorite type of card all around.
It's a scary card to have in your hand. It's a strong card. but sometimes it can just doom you. If you get trapped with this card across multiple turn cycles, you really get punished for it. High risk, high reward on outed.
Favorite type of card in the set. Definitely a lovely cycle of those. Can't play this if you're marked cards. Very skill testing all around for players this weekend.
They're interesting. There's a lot of wrinkles with this set. You know, I think on its face, the Hunted is a somewhat simple set. It's just good classic flesh and blood, all melee combat, attack reactions, defense reactions. But there are these little wrinkles all over the place that ask you to make really important decisions time and time again.
Those cyber decisions, definitely the flesh and blood Michael Hamilton is used to leveraging. Continuing their turn here, 4 points of power coming across. Didier quite happy to take that initial hit from Outed. Maybe not so happy to be staring down March of Loyalty.
Yeah, no payoff on this one. No go again. We have not yet made this fealty token. But still, just a 0 for 4. Fine rate.
Vanilla flesh and blood at its finest. Den of the Spider going to soak up some of that damage. No real reward there either, but a solid use of the defense reaction for Didier. Leaves them going into their hand, their turn, I should say, with 3 cards in their hand and 4 cards available. So plenty of momentum to be found by Fang on a turn like this. Starting off by cutting deep. Definitely one of my favorites in this format so far. One of those front buffs, but a damn big one.
Yeah, 0 for 4, 3 defense. Just a nice piece of glue. Does everything you want as Fang, because now these defending decisions are so hard. You're starting with from a base point of 5, and anything could be layered on top of this.
5, not exactly an efficient number to block in this set, regardless of the number of 2 blocks. Arguably makes it a little bit worse from time to time, and you never know when this dagger might be 6. We do see a sweet little smoke signal lurking in the hand for Michael Hamilton. Defense reaction has definitely grown on me over the course of the weekend.
Seeing these defense reactions starting to creep into the successful players' lists. I think maybe there's a bit of hesitancy early on, but now players have realized defense reactions so important in this format. Maybe format defining.
Definitely saw a lot of the Arachnis adopting those traps early, but as we've gone through the day, we've seen more Fangs, more Cindras picking up the defense reactions that are available to them, trying to sidestep those aggressive attack reactions that really do define this format. Michael taking a moment to breathe here. Pits of Despair in their hand, Blaze Headlong, plenty of options to go through. That hand is pretty well positioned both aggressively and defensively. It's hard to stare down a go wide turn from Fang with so many options available.
Yeah, at some point, Hamilton is just going to have to take some damage, right? You want to just get your own salvo back at Didier. Is this the moment where Hamilton tries to go ahead and turn the corner and offer his offense for the first time? Usually see Blaze Headlong as a bit of a go button in these Cindra decks, but I don't know if the texture of the hand is quite right to take advantage here.
Time and again, we've seen this sign of incredible players in the feature match area this weekend, just taking those moments of deliberation to really figure out the edges, the corner cases of all these cards they've been introduced to for the first time as the Hunted makes its way into hands. Michael looks to be interested in applying that smoke signal to this first dagger, but covering with 2 cards, maybe a more proactive approach. I think you're very possibly right here. Texture in his hand, maybe a little awkward to get full value out of those tools like Blaze Headlong.
Hamilton really in the tank about this decision. Does ultimately commit 2 cards here.
The Silver Talons and my favorite Pits of Despair, unfortunately, used on defense in this particular case. It will be some scar tissue juicing up the dagger for Didier, though. Not just 5, we're up to 8. And it will be that smoke signal once again covering all bases for Michael Hamilton and making sure that their life total remains at a healthy 15.
Yeah, Hamilton at the ready to play a little defense as Cindra. You know, you think of Cindra as the offensive hero, but Hamilton willing to shift gears here. And now just with 1 card left in hand, yeah, an efficient 0 for 4 one more time from Hamilton. So a bit of small ball going on in these early stages from Cindra.
Love to see this from a player like Michael Hamilton, renowned for their efficiency and their understanding of the mathematics behind a game like Flesh and Blood, demonstrating that a hero like Cindra, known to be aggressive, can find these corner cases where you'll get the best value by defending and chipping away with damage at the same time.
I think all of these heroes can, and that's one of the things I really do enjoy about the Hunted is a shift. There's a constant shift between offensive and defensive roles. You need to have a blend of both of these options. You can't really just go ahead and say, I am committed to never blocking. Again, I think a point of differentiation from Uprising. It's just a little bit different this go around in how these Draconic heroes want to engage with the game.
Yeah, we've seen it time and again this weekend. Some cards that maybe didn't find a home in the limited format for Uprising, being all-stars in this format for the Hunted so far. Very excited to see the implications as the format continues to evolve. Didier, considering this Blaze Headlong, looks like they have a hand that maybe can't quite get a peek at everything, but lines up fairly aggressively here. We expect to see this from Fang the majority of the time. These attack reactions, draconic instants, they're kind of the bread and butter of the average turn. Does sometimes make blocking a little bit difficult, but the fact there's some pause here definitely makes me think that something isn't quite lining up.
Yeah, and it is going to be no blocks eventually, Scott, and that means we are committed finally to this first big offensive turn on the Fang side. Let's see how scary these numbers get. We've seen Fangs do some absurd things with access to 5 cards over the course of this weekend.
Didier taking permission to open the floodgates. It will be cut from the same cloth to kick off the start of this turn. One of my favorite cards in this limited format.
Agree,
Look
100%.
at the opponent's hand. Punish them for those attack reactions they intended on using to punish you. If you can do, you'll mark them, and your next dagger is 4 points bigger.
Yeah, as a baseline, 0 for 4. Totally happy with that. I'm playing this card in red basically always. When this gets turned on and you go ahead and get the mark as well, even better. But even when it misses, information in the Hunted, very, very important. Knowing what your opponent's up to, especially when you're against Fang and Arakni. This card is at its worst against Cindra for sure. I'm still happy with the 0 for 4 though.
Yeah, we've seen information be king time and again in this format so far. Even cards like Sound the Alarm, playing little mind games with each other about when those defense reactions and attack reactions will be coming in. It will be Hunter Killer joining the chain at this time round. Dagger swing coming in. That's 8 points of power on this first Obsidian Fire Vein.
Yeah, yellow Hunter Killer here, and I think Hunter Killer is one of the cards that is good enough for me to happily play in yellow. I do not mind having this card in my deck at all. And I do like a mix in Fang. It's not one of those decks where I'm looking for my 22 reds and 8 blues. I want some yellows in the mix as well, because as soon as I get to a pitchless state when I achieve 3 fealties, I appreciate the fact that my resource base was a little bit more powerful than it would have been should I be relying on blues.
Love to see corner cases where yellows could find a home in a limited format. Michael here deliberating. This Obsidian Fire Vein, definitely a play pattern of the weekend. No guarantees that this is the end of this turn. Lava Vein Loyalty lurking in hand there. Looks like we are very happy to continue this defensive stance. Michael shifting 3 cards sideways, thinking about maybe dedicating a good chunk of cards to this.
How long can Hamilton continue to defend and just play this 0 for 4 game? Where is the moment where he's going to look to go ahead and turn the corner and make some offense happen? What is the setup he's looking for? What mix of cards does he need to bring together before he's ready to go ahead and pull the trigger?
Does make you wonder if Hamilton finds maybe some of this Wrath of Retribution, those powerful long combo turn enablers that Cindra has access to in this format lurking in the mist. It's going to be a full block dedicated to this first Obsidian Fire Vein from Michael Hamilton. 4 cards in front. Does Didier have any kind of reprieve?
Another spot where that sidestep could be quite powerful to offer some buffs on a future chain link.
Yeah, I think if you're expecting a Tooth of the Dragon, I'd have already had it in play myself. Wouldn't have waited a second.
Yep. Agreed.
Didier here taking that moment to pause. Maybe not exactly expecting the outcome here from this turn. Blocking with 4 cards, not a common choice from Cindra. Looks like we have a Blistering Blade coming in to juice this up a little bit further. Up to 11 we go. Can't quite see the full block value on Michael's cards here. Well, the Blistering Blade would lead me to think that we are interested in that go again. The second dagger coming in does chip away for a point. Michael much more eager to take that, given the lack of choice.
But does Didier have the 0 cost pump here? It looks like it's no. It's just going to be 1 on offer here.
Somehow this feels like a fairly reasonable turn cycle for Hamilton. There was definitely a moment of deliberation there, but this play pattern has been deliberate. This has been a conscious choice from Michael in these games to take the early stance against Fang, block out, and look to find the kind of hand that will provide the pressure he's looking for.
Yeah, fascinating. Look, Michael Hamilton plays the game in a different way. He's not afraid to defy expectations. We've seen him do it time and time again, and this very defensively focused Cindra thus far. Is this a new wrinkle for the sealed format? Is this something that Hamilton has figured out in a short period of time that he's looking to do? Or is this just some hands not really lining up how he wanted? Only time will tell.
Certainly not 4-0 by chance. We are going to be making our way once again to Didier here, continuing to keep the tempo on their side. Does not look like a hand that is necessarily self-explanatory, though. If you were in a spot like this yourself, Brian, on the Fang side of the table, you find yourself opposite Cindra, and suddenly they're blocking way more than you'd expect. What kind of assumptions would you be making about your opponent's plan?
I wonder if they're playing towards a single big turn, and they just have some powerful, possibly legendary rare, or maybe even a majestic that they're trying to set up. The other thing, though, is that I think I'm kind of happy, because I think I can fatigue the Cindra if it continues to play in this fashion, and maybe even shift defensive gears at some point myself once I've burned all the instants in my deck, because Fang's cards do defend pretty well by and large.
Might very well be worth watching those decks as the turn continues. For now, it is going to be aggression continuing from our Fang player. Knife through butter and cut deep, showcasing their power here. 8 points of power again. These daggers from Didier have been huge each and every turn.
Yeah, a lot of front pumps, just relying on efficient numbers. There's two ways Fang can play. You can play deceptive, or you can just go ahead and beat your opponent in the face.
It will be that Searing Gaze looking to benefit from the beating face approach in this particular case, juicing up that dagger once again. We've seen multiple 11-power daggers over the course of this game, and it is time for some of that leapfrog equipment to jump in the way.
That tells me Hamilton's got a life total he's comfortable playing at. He's really trying to stay at a specific number. It's like that number is going to be 7 this go-around that he's comfortable with.
7, definitely a bit of a magic number in this format. Those additional buffs that provide 4 points of power. Going to be pulling those fire veins up to 6. Not quite enough to end the game in this spot. And definitely something I'm sure Michael Hamilton has in mind as they continue to consider how to navigate this turn.
Yeah, we're getting closer to the point where I feel like Hamilton must play a larger hand, must find some offense.
Didier taking a moment to consider how they wish to continue, of course.
Yeah, that's it for Didier. Going to go ahead and just prioritize the arsenal instead, it looks like.
I really like this play.
No, here we go.
No, okay, so we do in fact have another buff in this case from Didier, which is arguably an even better outcome. Point of engagement, one of my personal favorites in this set, rewarding you for scoring those mark tokens on heroes that otherwise maybe aren't quite as fussed about it, giving a little bit of extra damage across the board. Either way, 4 more heading towards Michael Hamilton here.
Yeah, now for Hamilton, that life total is going to go lower. There is no escaping the threshold here should he want to go ahead and play back with these same cards, and just going to be content with falling down now to 4.
Okay, it looks like it may be time to flick the switch for Michael Hamilton.
Has to be.
3 cards in hand, an arsenal to work with. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how wide he's able to go. We haven't even seen a kunai leave those zones so far this game. They've been safely parked. It is finally time to send in those Blades of Retribution.
Yeah, let's build up some draconic chain links. Let's see what the Cindra is capable of. Does have Didier playing a 4-card hand. Hamilton can certainly offer 12 on this turn. I think the problem, though, is that equipment. There's still all the equipment sitting on Didier's side.
A well-stocked fridge available for Fang. Definitely offers a bit of a reprieve in these situations. Makes you feel much safer than you might do otherwise. For now, the kunai will connect. It will be followed up pretty quickly by an attempt to mark our Fang player. And it's a little bit more damage for good measure. 3 coming in towards Didier here.
The head jab of this set, tag the target. Going to go after Didier's face. Try and get that mark rolling. Maybe look for a spot to leverage a fealty in the late game, powering up one of those dragon cards.
The dragon, definitely something that has to be on the mind of Didier as we move towards these late game turns. Cut deep on defense. It will be for the realm. It's one of many 3 in this case. This, I believe, it's a 2-cost one. Big, hefty 6 points of power. No real benefit to that text here, but 6 is no small number.
There's not a lot of 2-for-6s in this set, and when they come down, you understand they are very impactful every single time.
For the realm, feeling very hefty here. Very curious about what is parked away in Michael Hamilton's arsenal this turn. Definitely heading in the right direction, earning some defense from Didier. But that life disparity, very obvious, very large at this point.
Yeah, larger than it seems by number. Again, those equipment still out there for Didier. Potentially offering heaps of block all the way up to a theoretical 6 block in that equipment suite.
We see a relentless pursuit lurking on the corner of Didier's hand. A card that's definitely been overperforming this weekend for most players.
Oh, yeah.
A solid blue block 3 with the ability to mark. Love to see that one available. The other cards hidden very carefully behind. No idea of the assault that may be incoming, but I don't get the feeling Didier is super happy with this situation. They are indeed committing more cards to defense here, soaking up a little bit of that for the realm, falling down to 9.
Curious what Didier is going to have as a 2-card hand. I wouldn't say Fang the best at playing these smaller hands. That can feel a little bit awkward. You really like to use the depth of your hand to be deceptive. You often have a dagger you have to pay for. So there's a lot of things you need to be able to invest in as Fang.
Indeed, looks like a very resource-heavy hand there for Didier. More blues being pitched to facilitate a swing from this Obsidian Fire Vein. That last card still unknown. Michael here, this is kind of pressure o'clock. We've reached the range where these daggers, well, they're always threatening lethal damage at this point, courtesy of the amount of attack reactions in this format. But we do finally see some of those Art of the Dragon cards making their way into Michael's hand. Is it too late?
Well, especially since we haven't actually picked up a fealty yet. Should we have those, maybe this is actually the exact moment you wanted to go ahead and find them, but we're not converting on them in this case. And Hamilton does have a little bit of safety rolled up in the form of those leapfrog equipments here. So you could potentially try and play one more 5-card hand. But with that art, I don't think that's exactly where you want to be, not having your fealty on the board.
Obsidian Fire Vein still looming on the table here. Michael's hand definitely under as much pressure as he is. Unsurprisingly, a moment of deliberation here from the former world champion. This is very much do or die.
2 resources floating. Could have a 1-cost draconic attack reaction here that would push this dagger to 5. At that point, Hamilton could shove in both of those leapfrogs, but the follow-up dagger would still win a card from hand. Indeed. Do you just want to give that card now? Save the leapfrogs for a future occasion.
Those leapfrog equipment definitely feel like the most important part of this equation going forward for Michael Hamilton. Needs to have that breathing room from these attack reactions to find a way to steal their way back into this game. It will be a nice clean block here with for the Drakai. Ask Didier very simply, do you have any way of continuing this turn? No. The answer is simple. We're past the arsenal. And Michael does find a way to keep a nice set of 4 cards and maybe take the tempo back here.
How is the offensive offer here from Hamilton?
All right.
Up sticks and run, kicking things off. Going to rebuy on that kunai.
Nice way to start. Up sticks and run. Definitely been a bit of an all-star in some of our feature match games so far this weekend. Again, one of those cards with just a little bit of added flavor if a dagger is available to pick up, but always good on face value. That extra 4 points of power, sending in a 5-power attack here, and plenty more to come this turn from Michael Hamilton.
You would expect so. Still cards in hand, resources floating. Good spot to be in as the Cindra player.
Didier slowly finding themselves slightly more on the back foot than they were just moments ago. That fridge likely to be instrumental in keeping them safely in this game.
4 block, just so much for Hamilton to chip through, especially being at 4. Every attack has virtual demands on your hand at this point. That kind of math we just did around the leapfrogs. You have to do that every single time one of those daggers is pushed forward. And the more cards in hand Didier has, the harder it gets.
It's definitely been one of my favorite things about this format so far. These endgame situations just feel so tense. There's so much tension in the air. Both players have the ability to steal games away from each other as these life totals get lower and lower. Both of these players definitely falling into the range where that is possible. Michael taking a brief moment to consider what has been played so far, going through those graveyards. Very much a common choice by our best players we've seen over the course of the weekend.
Didier really in the tank here, thinking very carefully about this defensive decision.
Love to see this from these players. These are definitely the points that matter. We've talked numerous times this weekend about how big of a deal this calling feels. It's a very illustrious club of winners who have found their way onto the podium won a calling at a world premiere. Both of these players very much still in the competition to find themselves in that club by the end of the weekend. It will be those red alert armor dedicated to this kunai here, staking a claim, using that lay low effectively and efficiently while we don't find ourselves marked. However, that Art of the Dragon will come across nice and cleanly, 1 for 5, to continue the pressure for Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, we do have to acknowledge that 1 for 5 is just fine. You're happy with that rate entirely. Yes, you did not get the buff here from Art of Dragon, but still damage being offered here.
Damage that is respected from Didier here, choosing to use that Sisters of Fire. Brothers of Flame, I think, actually, one of the two. Soaking up a hit there. Falling to 6. These life totals inching ever closer. And again, we find that awkward position. Fang on a 2-card hand yet again, and not afforded the flexibility that you might expect. 3 cards, I do apologize. That's significantly more flexible.
Yeah, that is a lot better, and it makes it way harder for Hamilton to figure out. Although it is going to get a little bit more face up, but with large numbers here, coming in for 5.
This is really not what you want on a 3-card hand. Pitching a red to facilitate this Hunt the Hunter. No red played before it, just a vanilla 5. Very face up here, very few tricks available to Didier on this turn.
So Hamilton again has the option of going ahead and just playing a large hand here. But does he have the gas? He hasn't been able to go ahead and leverage a 5-card hand as it stands thus far.
Seeing a few more aggressively slanted options in the hand for Michael Hamilton here. That mark with Magma, the one floating in between the blocking pile and the keeping pile. But it looks like we will be cashing in at least a card here. I should hope so, otherwise the game would end in rather unspectacular fashion.
I think multiple blues in hand for Hamilton. You only want 1 as Cindra the vast majority of the time. So is going to put one of those blues to the defense.
Those sturdy block 3s continuing to impress in all of our heroes this weekend. Michael Hamilton falling it down to 2. But does have plenty of cards to work with. We'll see what starts the chain this time around. So we do have some fire tenets lurking in the hand there. That mark with Magma, of course, a lovely option as well.
I think this may have been a triple blue hand for Hamilton.
Certainly less than ideal if it is the case. However, the turn starting fairly proactively. Fire Tenet definitely looking impressive so far this weekend. Implications across multiple formats for this card. An extra Sonic attack, going to have that little bonus free of charge regardless of the outcome of blocks. For now, though, 3 go again. Does threaten half of Didier's life total.
Yeah, not quite sure if I have my read on the hand right, but a triple blue in this spot would have been disastrous. It feels like Hamilton keeps playing to these points where he can go ahead and get aggressive, steal the tempo back, and really put Didier on the back foot, and then maybe offer that quasi-Kodachi lock endgame that Cindra is able to offer you on the back of those kunais. Thus far, though, these hands haven't come together exactly as Hamilton would like. Is this the exception? What's parked in Arsenal? What can Hamilton get out of Arsenal to add to the foray here?
That Arsenal card has been sitting for quite a few turns now. Definitely feels like a power piece for what Michael Hamilton is trying to assemble as we enter the critical endgame turns of this match. Hunt the Hunter on defense this time, going to be soaking up some damage before we fire off our first kunai.
There were at least 2 blues in hand. This is able to get the buff.
Surprisingly big deal here, this kunai coming in for 2 does make covering it with equipment significantly more difficult to do. And we will, of course, be ending that turn with that mark with Magma. Does put some more pressure on Didier here. We're going to be requesting another card.
Yeah, importantly, Hamilton going to get a rebuy as well. Going to be able to go ahead and use that Cindra ability and start the next turn with a kunai.
Huge implications for how big the turn might be able to go. Those Draconic Chain Links, all important in a hero like Cindra. And we've seen this time and time again this weekend. Players just mismanaging one or the other kunai back and forth to keep those turns flowing steady and comfortably. We will be giving maximum respect to that mark with Magma, but the turn is not over. A non-Draconic Dragon power, not quite as pressing, but is good enough here to threaten all of Didier's life total.
It's good, but it could have been better, and it's so easy to see how this game just breaks entirely different for Hamilton with even a single fealty coming around. everything could have changed. But again, I think there just has been a bit of awkwardness in Hamilton's draws. They haven't lined up exactly how he would have wanted them to. Hasn't found that fealty and hasn't been able to power up now a couple of these cards that get buffed should they be draconic.
It's been a very impressive display from Michael Hamilton, holding on to that Dragon Power for so long, trying to find a window to create that fealty token, get full value out of that very powerful attack, and then more importantly, recognizing when the time had come to give up on that pipe dream and use the card to just provide the pressure required.
So now Didier down to 1, 3 total cards on offer. Hamilton with 2 pieces of leapfrog equipment available. Has he done it? Has he kind of found a window to play himself back into this? It feels like if he makes it through this turn, he gets to start demanding cards from Didier the next go-around with no equipment available. Cindra really good at being annoying with those kunais, but you gotta make it through this turn.
This feels like the defining turn of this match between Michael Hamilton and Didier Deurloo. Huge pressure on the line for both players here. Michael studying a hand. Looks like we have a couple of Grow Wings, maybe a Grow Claws lurking amongst the mix. Some very powerful offensive attacks that Dust Runner Outlaw also lurking in the hand there, doing a phenomenal job on offense. Not one you want to give up to keep yourself safe here, and we have to commit something here to survive these Obsidian Fire Veins.
Yeah, we got to talk range, right? The max range here is 8. We could push to 8 potentially, but also we could stay at 4. And if you're Hamilton, you have to say, is this the moment where I have to gamble on my opponent actually having nothing and trying to play 3 cards on the next turn? Or do I just give respect, give 2 block 3s here, and have everything covered on the back of those leapfrogs?
Michael Hamilton deciding if it is time to make a stand or whether it is time to start a fight, deliberating all of those cards used so far this game to make an informed decision about what might be left inside the deck of Didier.
So many of these games come down to these do-or-die moments against Fang where you really have to sort of decide, is this going to be the time when I say you do not have it? I do not believe you. I am going to gamble here, and I'm going to punish you on the backswing and take this game down.
These games often balancing on a knife's edge, literally and metaphorically, and it's been fantastic to see players time and again calling the bluff. You don't have it. Will Michael Hamilton fall into the same category? Looks like we're considering 2 cards back again. This choice so difficult. Finally considering the implications of fatigue here.
Yeah.
Checking how many cards are left available.
And I think it was a real threat from the beginning. I mentioned I thought Fang was advantaged in a fatigue state the way the early game had played out.
Hamilton coming to the conclusion there is enough cards left to play it safe. The vet dedicates these 2 cards here. Make sure those leapfrog equipment have him covered in case of emergency. And it will indeed be that dyadic buff coming from the arsenal here to juice up this dagger just a little bit more. Up to 8 will demand a response from Michael Hamilton. We're leapfrogging our way to safety.
Yeah, it was the ceiling, and Hamilton played around the ceiling appropriately. Will, in fact, stay alive, but now we have to ask, what is the return fire? How many cards from hand can Hamilton demand? Because if any number of cards is left to Didier, the defensive decisions become so hard. You really have to take 2 cards here. And I think Hamilton is going to be able to do so. I believe there's a Dust Runner Outlaw in hand.
2 cards in hand, 4 cards in deck for Michael Hamilton. This is down to the wire. Both players with 1 single point of life remaining. We're kicking things off with that flavorful head jab, earning at least a card from Didier here.
Okay, coming in for 3. So that's only 1 card so far, and Didier does have the 3 block available in the form of Lay Down, and Hamilton just moves to Arsenal here, and now Didier playing a 3-card hand, and that's disastrous for Hamilton.
A heartbreaking tempo swing for Michael Hamilton. Didier with all the flexibility that 3 cards provides. Will they find those all-important Draconic cards to make this turn tick? We're going to be front-loading this Tooth of the Dragon this time around, making sure that first dagger is earning more than 1 card.
Yep, and now we talk ceilings again. 0 buff would be the play here, so ceiling looks like 7 on this particular attack.
Very telling pitch here from Didier. Sizzling Steel, the card used to facilitate this dagger swing. Normally one you'd consider using in the reaction step to make everything tick. That's got to be a really big red flag for a player like Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, you respect some redundancy, but let's talk reality. there's no cards left in Michael Hamilton's deck. You have to take a stand here. You probably block for the minimum and say there's no way you have it. But Didier's got it. He's got to have it given the pitch here.
Rock in a hard place situation for Michael Hamilton here. Does dedicate 2 cards to the block. Ask Didier the question, do you have what is required? It is going to be take a stab. Extra little bit of juice added to this Obsidian Fire Vein. Is there any recourse left in the hand for Michael Hamilton? It looks like no. Game sealed. 3 world champions falling victim to the field this weekend here in Prague. A fantastic win on the record there for Didier Deurloo.
Yeah, so far, our feature match area, extremely cruel to these world champions. And Didier navigated that game so well, so patiently, defended really well. I have to give a shout out to Michael Hamilton in defeat as well. Played in a very unorthodox fashion, was content defending time after time. And we saw multiple times throughout that game, small breaks in his favor could have turned the match his way in a game that most people honestly would have had no shot in. I think things were just going quite poorly for him early on, but he left himself exactly enough outs. Ultimately, in the end, though, Didier's play just too tight, too clean, and nothing coming from Michael Hamilton in those critical turns.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more. That game felt masterfully navigated by both players. Just an understanding of what mattered on both sides of the equation, and more importantly, adapting to the situations they found themselves in, which weren't necessarily typical for the heroes they chose today.
Yeah, well said.
So, congratulations to both of you. Fantastic feature match, in my opinion. Of course, today we've had a pleasure of showcasing some of the best talent on the big stage, where we've seen up-and-comers crushing that talent on the stage. So
far.
if you would like to be one of the up-and-comers crushing that talent in the near future, there are many, many events on the horizon for you. We'll be kicking things off, of course, with the road to nationals. Not long now until it's time to qualify once again for the national championship season. Personally, my favorite event of the year. I love the idea of representing my country on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I love the road to national season. It is one of my favorite tournaments of the year. It's got that beautiful mix of high stakes and localness to it. You play generally in your local scenes when it comes to road to nationals. One of the, I believe actually the final tournament I played before I joined LSS full time was a road to nationals event. If you go look, one of my profiles shows off my Icelander that I won at that road to nationals on the back of Viserai. That's probably my biggest flesh and blood win in my career. My very, very brief flesh and blood career before I was kidnapped behind the scenes, but still a very fond memory for me. One of my favorite tournaments of all time.
It's an iconic winner's photo. I have edited into many a thumbnail in the past, which is absolutely beautiful. Of course, no Icelanders up for grabs this time, but that doesn't mean there isn't a fair share of glorious prizes to look forward to. If you're joining us for this Road to National season, you will find all of these brand new heroes available in rainbow foil to the top 8. But whoa, look at that selection of playmats.
Yeah, and of course, one of 7 Arakni playmats being given out to the winner. I have a feeling I know which one is going to take the premium of that kit, but we'll see how time shakes out. I want them all, personally. I want to add them all to my collection. My collection of 400 playmats that my wife yells at me for every single day of my life. Why not just add 7 more? It'll be fine.
She won't notice. I promise.
I don't think so.
Straight in the bunch. But no, love to see this. Incredible promos, prize support all around for both our judges and our players. I can't wait to see those gold foil envelopes being cracked open this season.
Sure.
And I certainly can't wait to see many of my compatriots at the national championships in the near future as well.
Yeah, national championships, one of the highlights of the year for all of our regions. And I also want to point out, this is going to be our first real look at a CC metagame post-hunted, a real defined CC metagame. Other thing to really keep an eye on come Road to Nationals season, I think this year in Flesh and Blood is going to be a year of massive change. I think there's this log jam at the top of the Living Legend leaderboard. A lot of heroes are going to be leaving the game. I have my eye on heroes like Zen. I don't think Zen is long for this world. Fi, sitting there with a lot of points, picking up a lot of cards from the Hunted. How long is Fi going to be sticking around? I think there's a whole list of heroes that may not be long for this world, and Road to Nationals is the first step on really turning over the hero roster a bit.
You heard it from the man himself. It's going to be one of the most impactful years in Flesh and Blood history, and I don't want to make sure you miss no part of that journey along the way to the Road to Nationals, so I hope I get the chance to see you there. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We're going to have a whole lot more Flesh and Blood coming up for you in the near future. The next round of this calling here from Prague coming at you in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Thanks for staying tuned, folks. Welcome back once again to another stop on the World Tour for Flesh and Blood. We're here in Prague. We're heading into yet another round of the first ever calling featuring cards from the Hunted. My heart has slowed down a little. I'm no longer worried about disappointing Brian, but I am still worried about disappointing you, Erica.
No, you don't have to be. You're just carrying it this whole weekend.
She says that because we're on camera, but she
no,
doesn't mean it.
I've been hammering it to your head this whole weekend. It's been amazing.
That's fair. It's good to have you back in the booth. Happy to cast this next round of action
Likewise,
behind you. I hear once again that we are not done showcasing juggernauts this round. We've got some big names of the game, maybe one that some folks at home aren't quite as familiar with.
All right.
Sammy Braben was the winner of the Calling Birmingham not so long ago. Comes from the UK, player I'm very familiar with myself. They are a known Icelander aficionado. That's what they took to win that event way back when. They've been enjoying Kano ever since because
Why not?
once a wizard, always a wizard.
Exactly.
But not today. No wizard for Sammy Braben. We'll see if they have what it takes to leverage their limited prowess in this matchup against Alexander. I'm going to go with Tsohohey.
Tsohohey.
God, names are hard.
We have Alex versus Samuel. It's a Fang versus Cindra this time around, and I love to see the full equipment suite. I think all of the sealed games we've seen today has had this full equipment suite because there's so much options available when you're opening 8 packs.
There's such a menagerie of armor. It's been very interesting to see which ones people pick as well. We've seen a tendency to lean towards leapfrog equipment in the majority of matchups, but I love seeing people divoting towards these red alert equipment when playing into Cindra, who have significantly less attack reactions all round. So, another bout of Fang versus Cindra. It's a fan favorite from the weekend. How are you feeling about this matchup now?
I think Fang has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and Cindra can sometimes have a hard time keeping up. But at the same time, Cindra can pack a real punch if everything aligns her way. But that's a little bit of the trick here with building Cindra. You need to have those draconic attacks to fuel your daggers in order to get those daggers back with the Cindra effect. And Fang also needs those draconic attacks in order to fuel his daggers. So it's a little bit of like the same situation, but with a different sting.
Different sting indeed. This time a very familiar sting. We're going to be starting on that kunai and following it up with the lovely, lovely way of benefiting from a sword connecting cut through here. One of those arguably most impactful rares we've seen so far this weekend. +1 and go again if you've already hit with a dagger makes this into an incredible rate.
Yeah, 0 for 4. We love to see those. It's a little bit of a 2-block, and Cindra is packing quite a lot of 2-blocks, which has made her a little bit susceptible to Fang's attacks, typically coming in for 3 and above, as he's about to power up his attacks with those attack reactions.
Sammy paying due diligence to this cut through. Happy to block 4. 3, I believe, with that copy of dice. Looks like they may be deliberating if Sammy didn't know about the extra point of power, perhaps, and would like to dedicate a little bit more block to covering up this attack from cut through. Is allowed to do so, blocking 6 instead.
Yeah, on the first turn here, being able to grab 2 cards on the get-go, still getting a little bit of leak damage through. A great start here for our Cindra player.
Absolutely, kicking things off with another retrieve effect here for Cindra. Love to see these finding their way into this hero. Was a little skeptical if up sticks and run was the only one. Obviously, +4 is huge, regardless of whether you're retrieving a dagger. But I love the fact this is finding implications in the hero that's all about rebuying its daggers anyway.
Yeah, this turn is not stopping. And with 1 card remaining that will go straight into Arsenal, Alexander is finding a really, really strong start here.
Quick and punchy, to the point, not interested in giving Samuel Braben any room to breathe. He will indeed be passing back the tempo with immediate effect. Alexander taking a moment to consider their newfound hand. Looks like maybe tag the target at the front there. Can't quite see the rest of their cards. These players very sketchy with their information this weekend, not being very helpful at all.
One of the downturns of going second is that sometimes you find those golden nuggets in your starting hand that you would love to keep. But if your opponent is punishing you and wants to take your whole hand away, sometimes that can become really punishing because you're drawing into blanks, basically, that you don't know what you're going to have to deal with. So you do the best you can with what you get, basically.
Sammy doing the best he can for sure. Looks like multiple blues wrapped up in his hand for Fang here. Sworn Vengeance going to be the one played out to give a little bit of extra oomph to this Obsidian Fire Vein. But of course, we know these things never stay small forever. It will be that tooth of the dragon that we've seen time and again coming in, getting that dagger up and over the headpiece, and adding a huge buff to this next draconic attack.
Yeah, begin coming in with that draconic, again fueling the daggers, giving them +1 and go again on their own accord. So finding these draconic attacks or attack reactions in order to fuel those daggers is really, really important for Fang.
It is that second Fire Vein making its way onto the combat chain for Sammy Braben. Resources being spent currently once again, just a single point of damage. There's no way it could be any more than that, I promise. One card lurking in hand. Who knows what is possible? Wow.
Oh, Alexander is sending it, literally.
Alexander, no interest whatsoever in taking another point of damage, dedicates that entire armor suite to making sure that second dagger doesn't connect. Doesn't want that fealty to be made from the mark that's currently sitting on Cindra. Maybe that's quite telling about how Alexander feels about this matchup and what's important.
Maybe Alexander is sitting on some spice, having a full hand available to him with an arsenal slot. We're seeing a Cindering Devotion available to him, and that is going to be very, very useful moving on in this turn.
Feels like a huge moment here for Alexander. As you say, Cindering Devotion, hot on the heels, all lurking in the hand here. These are all very, very aggressively slanted cards that look to put the screws to Sammy Braben early here. This doesn't feel like a game Alexander is interested in dragging out.
Yeah, sometimes you can really end up in these awesome situations where you just draw the gold, basically, and you have exactly the pieces of the puzzles that you need. Sometimes in Cindra it can be a bit of a tricky situation where you have those ninja cards that aren't draconic, that doesn't fuel the stack to give your Cindra powers the discount to get your daggers back and get those things rolling. But sometimes you just draw the perfect hands, and that's exactly what we see from Alexander here.
Rake over the coals here stands to be outstanding. Draconic attacks getting +1 for the entire turn means this hot on the heels is also going to be pressing a break point this turn, and so will that Cindering Foresight that follows this.
I was really curious to see this. It's an instant. It doesn't block for anything. It feels like a very risky card to include into your game suite, but on the offense, it can be really, really powerful. So I'm super excited to see this season play today.
Sammy on the back foot, definitely looking to take the game a little bit longer. This game a far cry from what we just saw from Michael Hamilton. No defensive choices from Alexander, but certainly some for Sammy. Smoke signal, smoke out, I should say. Definitely been a fan favorite so far this weekend, overperforming, but it does soak up that first hit and leave Sammy staring down this Cindering Foresight.
Yeah, getting +2 here, so it's coming in
Devotion.
for the Gadding 5 on this upset. No, it's at +1. So, Cindering Foresight, paying
Yeah.
1 for 4 in natural form.
I've got you doing it now as well. Cinderskin Devotion is not Cindering Foresight. I got wizard spells on the brain
No,
thanks to
I
Sammy
know.
Braben. I will blame Sammy for it. He'll hear it from my lawyer. All right. No, wow. What a turn here from Alexander.
Wow.
Display loyalty, aptly named, benefiting from all these draconic chain links. That early buff providing all kinds of bonus pain for Sammy Braben.
Wow, Alexander is all gas, no brakes, presenting so much damage on this turn. There's no stopping him in sight, but Samuel is trying to keep his ends meet with the cards that he has remaining. He wants, of course, to push back, as Alexander is sitting at a comfortable 19 at this point in the turn.
Sammy definitely taking a moment to consider what's up here. Not sure they expected the turn to be quite this large. Hoping to keep all their tools available, staring at that arsenal, piecing together the puzzle as how they get back into the game. This life disparity is quite frankly alarming. If Sammy takes this hit, he's falling all the way down to 5.
Yeah, it's a really hard position to be in. What you can hopefully do is present something on the return and hope that your opponent doesn't draw such a strong hand again so that you can find your way back into these games. But we've seen this plenty times before where the opponent has been on such a low life total and you feel like everything is just falling apart. But then finding your ways back into the game by presenting these powerful attacks with those powerful on-hits to put your opponent on the back foot again. So it's not impossible by any means.
Sammy again deciding to leverage what is offered, and I love to see this from Alexander, utilizing that powerful hero ability from Cindra, scoring yet another point of value from their early plays. Love to see the utilization of these kunai like this.
Yeah, definitely choosing out or squeezing out the last bits of use from that +1 that he got from that instant this turn. So really, really good. Excellent turn, I should say, from Alexander.
Sammy giving it the respect it deserves, working with 2 cards and an arsenal here. It will be a nice, clean turn by the looks of it. Lots of front buffs, points of engagement. Hunt a killer, I should say. This Obsidian Fire Vein is massive. Both these buffs in red. Definitely no small feat here from Sammy.
At least he has something to try and come back with. But the unfortunate part for Samuel is that Alexander has so much health to work with. And if he doesn't present some kind of on-hit that threatens his hand, Alexander is just going to take it.
Alexander super happy to take this damage. 8-ball lands in the corner pocket. Fealty token made for Samuel Braben. Full 4-card hand for Alexander. And we see multiple copies of Ronin Renegade lurking in the hand there. A Burning Blade Dance. All these incredibly efficient 0-cost attacks are coming for Samuel Braben.
Yeah, this looks like a full red hand, but with those 0-cost attacks, it doesn't really matter. He's going to definitely pack a punch this turn. Doesn't have the daggers to him available at his turn, but if he manages to pull out 3 Draconic Chain Link, he can just buy back both of them for free at the end of this turn. So absolutely possible at this time.
Alexander, foot on the gas, does not intend on letting Sammy have even a moment of breathing room. It will be this first Ronin Renegade that connects. Sammy makes the way down to 4. 3 even a buy. Oh, no, back up to 4. There we go. There we go. Too many buttons.
Another one.
Liked it so much, we'll do it again. C in double for Sammy Braben. Another Ronin Renegade joining the combat chain. This one, well, a little bit less life to work with this time around. Not quite as comfortable taking 3 damage now.
Samuel understanding that he is not going to escape this turn without giving up some card or equity in terms of his equipment. He needs to stay alive in what way possible and try to find a piece that he can keep in order to present some offense at his turn as well. So a really, really nasty situation to be in at this time.
Oh no, it's an Imperial Intent on defense here for Sammy. Only 2 block means that Ronin Renegade leaks over, and it's that Burning Blade Dance making its way onto the combat chain. We can't afford to let this one connect. That's a dagger straight to the mind. It might look a little innocuous. There's no daggers directly in front of you.
But
maybe there's not one to throw, but Cindra has no questions to ask about that scenario. We've got 3 Draconic Chain Links. Those kunai are waiting in the wings, and I guarantee you Alexander will be throwing one of them if Sammy gives them the chance.
Exactly. So in reaction step, when this attack connects and the on-hit is on the stack, Cindra is an instant. So we can buy back our daggers in real time before the effect resolves.
It will be those daggers brought back for Alexander, looking to keep their foot down as we could continue into the follow-up turns. Slowing down for just a moment for now, parking that spare card in the arsenal, leaving Sammy with 2 cards once again. What kind of wonders can they work here to get back into this game?
Some kind of on-hit would do wonders at this point in time. Something to disrupt Cindra in her tracks in order to buy some breathing room, essentially. The question is if we have that available to us.
Looks like a resource card and a single buff in the hand for Samuel Braben. 10 life to work with Alexander. You have to imagine they're going to be fairly happy to just take the beating. We can see the cards in that. That's a copy of Ignite lurking in the hand of Alexander. They're one of the most premium Majestics in this. Unfortunately, sitting next to another Burning Blade Dance and a Blaze Headlong. That hand looks ready and primed for action. If you don't present 10 damage, Sammy, I don't think you're seeing any blocks here.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sam is stuck with a red hand, and so he does not have the capability to push a lot more than that. And so looking really, really sloppy at this point. That
fealty is gone, but the lights are green. It's Ignite to kick off this turn for Alexander. If you're not familiar with this one, very powerful Majestic. The next Draconic card you play or activate this turn will cost you 1 less resource. That could be a kunai. That could be a 1-cost attack. It could be any of the tools in the arsenal of Cindra, and Sammy Braben has to figure out which.
What a massive Majestic coming up here from Alexander, really craving those last cards and the last life resources available as Sammy's side of things, and he is struggling to keep his bearings alive.
Samuel Braben scratching with the final points of armor. They have got Red Alert jumping in to save them from trouble. It's going to be that fealty token cashed in to make this
Ninja card.
Indeed, so we are the Trap and Release, the other variation that is offering a mark on hit. 1 to play. Now, of course, Draconic costs 1 less, courtesy of that Ignite, coming on in for 4, and we'll be wrapping things up with a Blaze Headlong. No, Samuel Braben, you do not get to keep 2 cards. There is no pressure on the horizon for you.
Yeah, question is if he gets to keep any cards. He's down to 1 life. He has to give up 2 on this Blaze the Headlong. In 1 card remaining, any 4 attack is going to seal the deal on this turn immediately.
That Burning Blade, that's not even the end of it for the Drakai to end a phenomenal combat chain for Alexander there. That was an incredible showing of exactly what Cindra can do in this format.
Oh, I love to see it. Cindra just playing at her best here today, and Alexander just showcasing the strengths of Cindra when all of the stars just align, and Samuel didn't have anything to say about it. It was just on the back foot the whole game through, and Alexander did not let any breaks go at any point in time.
If I didn't know better, I'd have thought that was a draft deck. That looked absolutely pitch perfect for Alexander there, and I hope we get to see a little bit more of that from Cindra tomorrow. That made me very excited for what this hero is capable of in the future.
Definitely, and that's exactly what I expected to see from Cindra this weekend, so exactly what we'd love to see the showcase on display at the stream here today.
Speaking of future, if you haven't had the pleasure of joining us so far this weekend in Prague, don't panic. Q1 of 2025, flush with never-ending events coming up in the world of Flesh and Blood. The first one on the door is very exciting if you're anywhere near Memphis. We have the first ever double calling weekend of all time. You can take your pick of your favorite format, Classic Constructed, Hunted, Field and Draft, Battle Hardened of Classic Constructed as well. If you want to leverage your skills in Memphis, you certainly can on the way to the World Tour in London. More importantly, we've addressed a little bit of a small problem we typically have in these type of events.
Yeah.
Card availability, hopefully not an issue.
Hopefully not. We have some exciting news that if you need to pre-order or order any cards for Memphis, you can do so online, and you can find it on the registration link at fabtcg.com. We have so many vendors available at your disposal to help you provide all the cards you need to be ready on the calling Classic Constructed.
Absolutely. Even better if you're indecisive like I am and can't decide what hero you want to pick until the day, you can rock up on site on the Thursday and speak to them there as well. Secure those cards, make sure that you can play the coolest new heroes in the first Classic Constructed event of a brand new format. Same weekend, of course, Bangkok, an incredible event I'm very excited to be seeing on the horizon as well. Battle Hardened there, Classic Constructed for folks that want a taste of the Hunted in real time. But those aren't just that. Words are hard. It's been a long day, folks. I apologize. World Tour Christchurch following that one shortly afterwards, and that's certainly an event to keep your eyes on. The calling coming back to New Zealand. It's an exciting moment for everybody that lives in the home of our game, is it not?
Definitely. I think it's going to be very exciting month, and February is just packing full with battle hardens all across the world.
Most importantly, tickets are on sale for that one right now if Christchurch is an event you want to go and join. Barcelona, Portland, Charlotte, they're all on 7th to 9th, but they are 1 month apart. It's a whole lot of Battle Hardens coming up, a whole lot of Classic Constructed for a brand new format.
Definitely, and super exciting to see the new heroes coming into fray, all the new Arachni, Cindra, Fang. It's going to be super exciting to see what these heroes will mean for the meta moving forward.
Big one coming up immediately after that. In fact, two big ones straight after that. Back to Japan for Kobe for the World Tour stop there. Calling and Battle Hardened are both going to be Classic Constructed. I love to see us coming back to Japan so soon after our World Championship.
Yeah, it was definitely one of my favorite trips last year. So if you are in the vicinity, or if you have ever planned a trip to Japan, absolutely do it. I can highly recommend it personally. And Kobe was one of my favorite cities to visit. There's such a good food and such a good array of activities. There's definitely a lot to see and do in Japan.
The following weekend, we make our way to Brazil for the very first time. One of the most passionate communities in all of Flesh and Blood. Very much deserving of a calling, and I'm so happy to see one landing on their doorstep. Sao Paulo will be CC, so will the Battle Hardened. Tickets are on sale now. If you're anywhere nearby, it's going to be a fantastic event you don't want to miss.
Very, very exciting. And I also love that for the Brazilian community. They have been really showcasing that they are a force to be reckoned with in terms of player support and the amount of players that they have in their vicinity. And so very exciting to see them get a first calling.
Absolutely. The road to Pro Tour London does wrap up with a few stops along the way. Give you a few chances to test out those decks before the big day. Dublin, definitely closer to home for me. Looking forward to going and visiting the Irish community and seeing what it is they've cooked up. And Jakarta as well. Also a Battle Hardened there for Classic Constructed in April, just 1 week before we eventually arrive on the golden steps of World Tour London.
Yeah, such an exciting event to look forward to in the heart of London, the centralized city of Europe, basically. And there's going to be so many great events leading up to it. And we're so excited to see, and I am so excited to see where the meta is going to go.
I can't wait to find out. The Pro Tour, of course, going to be one of the headline events of the year. A Classic Constructed calling and a living legend Battle Hardened. So if you want to talk about Starvo, Not that we should be doing that anytime soon. You'll have your opportunity to do so in London, and I will be discoing with you with Icelander Stormbind, given the choice.
Definitely. It's going to be such an exciting event. If you have any possibility to go to any event this year, the Pro Tours are definitely the ones to prioritize, because all of the artists that's going to be there, all of the vendors that's going to be there, there's going to be so many shiny, bling cardboard cards at your disposal. It's just a great event, and I cannot recommend it enough.
You heard it from Brian Gottlieb just a round ago. It's possibly the biggest year at Flesh and Blood so far, and it's been a big, big event so far today. That doesn't mean that we can keep it going forever. We've got to take a short break, real short break, before we bring you yet another round of action from this calling. 2 more to go, I believe. Plenty to look forward to. These players all in contention for all those prizes and prize money tomorrow. We do need to take a small break. So, don't go anywhere, folks. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more action from the World Tour stop here in Prague.
Only 2 rounds remaining here of our first day of competition at the Calling in Prague during this world premiere weekend. And we have got truly a limited mastermind for you this upcoming round. Sam O'Byrne and Erica Forslove. Erica, how we feeling? How we doing? First time we've gotten to hang out together in the booth.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see Yuki. I'm so excited to be here with you for the first time. It's going to be an exciting game. I hope.
Yeah.
It's Yuki after all.
All these games have been exciting. You let the cat out of the bag. You've spoiled it. We've got Yuki Lee Bender on the feature match, who is truly, let's just set the stage a little bit. Yuki Lee Bender is not only one of the greatest minds, greatest players in Flesh and Blood, but truly like a limited master. Last year's World Championships, she dominated Bright Lights draft in a way that very few people did. That was a incredibly tricky format. Some might have even said a little bit too tricky of a format just for like the lay person. For, you know, the folks like me at the Armory is like, I'm just getting fatigued, man. But no, not Yuki, dominating so many different limited formats during her time. And she is trying to take Cindra to a near undefeated record here during our calling. But Alwart, oh boy, Nijveld, we'll say,
Yeah.
is going to try to stand in her way with, of course, the Web of Deceit themselves.
Love to see Yuki on Cindra. I had a short talk with her yesterday during the world premiere, and she was rocking Cindra in that event as well, so might have caught her eye a little bit as a favorite moving into the calling today, and also got a little bit of a head start there in the world premiere yesterday.
She has a great podcast, On the Bobble is the name of it, that I have literally used myself when preparing for either casting or pre-releases or really anything, because she and her podcast host, Jay, really do such a great job of breaking down the game. And I'm sure she will be looking to break down this game, break it apart, and break the rules as she looks to take down Arakni, the Web of Deceit. Game has begun. 2020 is the life facing off. Let's dive down into this one.
Yeah, let's see if this Cindra that Yuki has crafted is as fast as Alexandra's Cindra that we saw last round be. She hopefully has all of the toolkits at her disposal to craft some really, really powerful turns and present so much damage on her opponent that they are forcing them down to a lower life total as soon as possible. Arakni, on the other hand, is able to pack a punch, but is not really super sad to go into a late game scenario where they can do so much value with their daggers and just keep them swinging, as they are never breaking, and they also have go again, so it can be really, really annoying on the lower life totals.
Look at this, first turn of the game. Maybe Yuki just went ahead and passed priority. That's kind of what I took from that body language. And then the Reaper's Call discarded by Alwart on Arakni to get that mark on the first turn of the game. Let's see if Yuki now wants to try to pressure, given that her opponent has only 3 cards left in the hand. Priority back to Yuki. She's still got her action point. She's liable to use it if Alwart's not careful.
Yeah, some of the most successful Arachnis we've seen over the weekend has been able to put the mark on their opponent really, really quickly and getting their chaos wheel moving, so to speak, and getting those different Arachni huntsmen available online
and
as fast as possible.
Look at this. I love when this type of gameplay pattern presents itself in a game of Flesh and Blood. When turn 0 player passes priority, turn defending player attempts to do something at instant speed, lose a card from hand, and then they're able to go ahead and try to pressure. But the Calming Breeze in response, making these daggers significantly less threatening, because you have to imagine Yuki was hoping to use them to go a little wide because there's now 2 cards out of Alwart's hand. But has to do some real thinking, given that the Calming Breeze is preventing the next 1 damage 3 times over the turn after this first kunai.
This is really annoying as a Cindra player. Facing down these 3 times he would be dealt damage this time, prevent 1 of that damage. Cindra loves to come in with his daggers for 1 and also these attacks for 4, making it really easy to cover them up with this additional prevention effects.
This is fascinating too, because Yuki's in an interesting position where she actually maybe is happy to have grabbed the Calming Breeze on turn 0. That's a card that probably was destined for Alwart's arsenal on his next turn. So Yuki here, maybe she just breaks the chain, pitches another card, gets her dagger back, still sets up with the 5-card hand. Depends on the texture of what she's working with, if she wants to continue to pressure or if she wants to just say, listen, I've now bought the Calming Breeze. That's a card I was, not going to want to see on a future turn when you're not going to get to draw up anyway. So let's see if she is just going to go ahead and grab the kunai back arsenal, or if she still wants to pressure from here.
Yeah, with 2 cards remaining in Alwart's hand, Yuki is probably doing some math if she's able to leak any sort of damage on this turn, and we get the perfect follow-up in order to retrieve this dagger back into the hand if she decides to.
Yeah, it looks like she's passing on that part of up sticks and run, not retrieving the dagger from the graveyard. So you have to imagine she has another way to bring it back. Maybe it's just another blue. Here's 5 damage. There is still 1 prevention floating, so currently only 4 would be taken from here. That's going to buy a 3 block from the Stains of the Red back. 1 prevention eats up 1, so 1 over the top. First blood to Yuki Lee Bender as Alwart heads down to 19.
Yeah, Alwart is only blocking with 1 card on this attack, realizing that Yuki has the possibility to come in with an extra attack, as we see, and then wants to keep his card remaining in order to cover up a little bit more damage and try to cover up as much as possible.
Here comes that Cinderskin Devotion. Would normally be a break point, but there's still the 1 floating prevention from the Calming Breeze, so this Razor's Edge will fully block that attack. Yuki here has 2 Draconic Chain Links. So that does not mean she's able to get the kunai back for free. So getting the kunai back means she's foregoing an arsenal on her first turn. So cool to see how different these turns play out when a player decides to utilize a card from hand like that. Reaper's Call, and now we've got actually the Heart of Vengeance coming into the fray.
On turn 0, this is the most interesting turn 0 I think we've seen this whole weekend. Yuki is really bending the rules, it feels like, to transform this first turn into a dramatic turn of event and just sneaking in so much damage on this first turn.
And this is the way, this is why we love callings, we love these streams. We get to see true masters at work. This is a type of play pattern that not every player would see, not every player would think. It's turn 0. I don't want to break my equipment. I might need to use it on a different turn. Yuki here, it might seem pretty straightforward, but it's not maybe what the heuristics would tell you on turn 0. And Mark with Magma here going to go ahead and deal 4 damage and be that important third chain link of draconic variety. So now the kunai comes on back from that Cindra activation because it is free as a bird. What a fascinating turn 0 on this second to last round of the calling. And an important one. Both of these players are X and 1. They both really would like to be X and 1 heading into the last round. Because remember, only players with 2 losses or less are getting into day 2.
Yeah. Playing all of these matches today, also now in round 7, these players are now really understood what is inside their deck and really understands what is the contents and what are the power cards and what are the power turns. So the more we play these turns and all the more we play these games, the more knowledgeable the players are getting. So we are really seeing that peak here in the Haunted Premier.
I think that's a really great point, Erica. Just the way that the players have developed and learned more and more about the format as the day's gone on. This is probably, for some of them, only their 14th total game of this format, and they're competing at just about the highest level of open entry tournaments in this calling. Mark of the Huntsman is going to be the first true action. We're still on turn 1. Here comes Mark of the Huntsman coming in for 2. Of course, if it hits, there will be no mark from here, but the Mark of the Huntsman could then be destroyed to remark Cindra as the Web of Deceit looks to complete their contract.
Looks like Yuki is saying no blocks here, no respect for this Huntsman. She is marked, so it's going to have a full effect moving on here. And we're going to see the mark disappear. Question is, will Alwart find a way to remark in order to turn Arakni on, in order to turn into chaos in the end of this turn? We see some stealth cards at his disposal at least.
2 damage. Been taken. Looks like still thinking on the on-hit trigger. Does Alwart want to let this thing hit the graveyard? The answer is yes. Going to be destroyed. Yuki marked, unmarked, marked again. Up sticks and run. Going to be this time the effect is going to be utilized to bring back the Mark of the Huntsman. So really no harm, no foul there. Losing it to remark. Oh, how about another Mark of the Huntsman? Same one, same question, same decision for Yuki. Does she want to let this one hit? Only difference is, this time it's got 6 power thanks to the +4 from the up sticks and run.
Yeah, a very powerful turn here from Alwart. With 1 floating, it's really scary proposition if he has any attack reactions, but at the same time, there might be an arsenal slot available. At the same time, he wants to probably keep the mark in order to get into chaos mode. We can also still flick the dagger if this connects.
Yeah, same question once again for Alwart. Yuki blocking 3, taking the rest of the damage down to 15. And it looks like time to follow this thing up with an attack for 1.
That's actually a really blue heavy hand he had at his disposal here. Can't be too happy to see that going into your first turn with 3 blues and 1 red. That's not really the place you want to be. But Yuki decides to take it, and she is remained unmarked at the end of the turn. So no Arakni turn over at this point in time as we pick up again to Yuki's turn. Yuki, on the other hand, is kicking off and blazing with a blue 2 cards remaining in hand. A kunai is being presented here.
1 damage, once again, upon the combat chain.
The only on-hit here is that Alwart is basically marked, so on-hit here is creating a fealty token in Cindra's favor. But blocking 1 is not typically what you want to do at this point in time.
Gets rid of the mark, brings in the fealty. Cindra pledging her devotion, pledging her allegiance once more to her homeland's righteous cause. Dragon Power going to be utilized with the fealty here. Looks like, yeah, you can still in response. Actually, I don't know if you can play it in response, but technically before that Dragon Power was played, the fealty is going to be utilized to make a Draconic. So now it's just a big old 1 for 7. One floating means the other dagger can come back as well, given that this is now the second Draconic Chain Link. Pretty nice couple cards here utilized from Yuki Bender. Looks like she might also be establishing a card in that arsenal.
Yeah, beautiful turnaround here, using that fealty token beautifully. I love these ninja cards that have these tricks that if they turn into Draconics, which they can with the fealty tokens, they can do so many powerful things. You have the one that deals 2 unpreventable damage if it's Draconic. You have this one that becomes a 1 for 7. It's such a powerful turn here. So 2 card 8 basically for Yuki. And she always loves to talk about the value gains of your cards. And I think this is exactly what she's talking about when she references that.
Cindra, ability. Costing just the 1 with those 2 Draconic Chain Links, so the kunai comes on back. It's been really cool watching Cindra play develop over these last couple of days. Our players playing towards really keeping both daggers around, flicking daggers with cards like throw them at them, or throw yourself at them, and of course the danger digits. I'm seeing a lot of players do what Yuki's done, what we saw Alex Price do in our first round of the day. Really trying to keep 1 dagger is all they need. Attack with the dagger, you know you're going to lose it, bring back the other, making sure at least 1 is at their disposal at all times.
Yeah, having that 1 starter Draconic can be really, really powerful because it can really help set up those turns where you have those cards that requires more Draconic Chain Links in order to get the go against, get the on-hit effects going. So keeping 1 of those daggers is really important. And what we typically see is, as you mentioned, the 1 dagger left in graveyard that can be picked up at the end of the turn. So they always have that 1 dagger available that can create the chain links with in order to pick up the other one and just keep that ball rolling. And Yuki understands that the more cards she has at her disposal, the more the more punch she can pack on her next turn. So keeping that arsenal was really, really important to her.
Gonna go ahead and buy a block from this Market the Huntsman. Yuki is not interested in getting marked this time around, especially with only 1 card left in the hand from Alwart. If it was a stealth attack that, one of those Market the Funnel Web, Market the Black Widow, that would not be good on this turn. She does not have any blocking equipment left for her. Both of these players only presented 3 points of armor, which I think is pretty interesting as well, given that both of these players are doing so well. X and 1, clearly, strength of their deck is good enough.
It's very interesting to see. Me and Scott talked earlier about the importance of the equipment, and also that it was really fun to see that most of the players that we have witnessed so far were able to find a full suite of equipment, because there are so many different equipments available to you in the generic slots. So you're typically, when you pack up these 8 packs, you're able to find something in each slot. And that's what we've been seeing throughout the weekend. So it was really interesting to see that these players were the first time that we didn't see a full equipment suite for. And they're still doing so well.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the kunai once again. Pitching away. I think it might be a trot along down there.
Oh, it's such a beautiful card.
I know.
Love of the blue block 3.
But little guy's back. I know there's a great suite of 3-block blue generic cards. I actually think it's a fantastic addition to the set, to the limited environment. No blocks, no reactions is the call. 12 for our Arakni player, playing 15 from Cindra. But Yuki's got 2 floating, 2 cards in hand, and 1 in the arsenal. Looks like breaking the chain here, allowing that kunai to head to the bottom, just to go ahead and be able to bring them both back with another one of those blue 3 blocks. Put in context there, here comes the dagger once again.
Not the most valuable turn, but what are you going to do when you have so many blues at your disposal? I think activating Cindra here just to get some extra picks of damage in, and it's so awkward to block. 1 point of damage? No way I'm going to give up a card for that.
Yeah, Yuki, you see a little bit more why she was happy to block on that last turn. She did not have a whole lot going for her on this one. Here comes a For the Emperor. No real text on this one. Just going to go ahead and be a 1 resource, 5 attack.
And no go again, so Alwart knows that there's nothing more coming after this, so there's only 5 damage presented here. Can he find a way to utilize his full hand and maybe come back with a bit of a punch here? Or are we committing some blocks here? Arakni, of course, having a full array of 3 blocks available at their disposal typically. So it's very easy for them to create some more value by blocking with cards that they can't use on their turn effectively.
Let's see if Alwart wants to do just that. Facing down 5, already at 11, nearly halfway through the life total there. Still got over halfway to go in the game, 20 minutes remaining. He's got 11 life to Yuki's 15. Yuki, however, out of armor, save for the danger digits. Wonder if she has something like a poisoned blade to make those kunai even more threatening with the danger digits. We haven't seen much other ways for her to be flicking the daggers. No throw yourself at them, no burning blade dances. Playing a little more of an honest Cindra deck than we have maybe seen prior. It looks like Alwart's maybe loading up a couple blocking cards. He does have some really nice equipment over there. Leapfrog gloves, the red alert visor, and the blade beckoner plating. So armor advantage to Alwart, but life advantage currently to Yuki Bender.
Yeah, looking to commit this Razor's Edge, interestingly enough, that's typically one of those trick cards that you want to have at your disposal in order to force some damage and also force some on-hit effects. But Alwart is deciding that this is not the turn that he wants to utilize it, and he doesn't want to keep it for his future turns either. So very interesting blocking decision here.
There goes a rare as well, and that whittle from bone. Be able to do something if Yuki was marked, but currently not. Alwart not able to find the, look at this, an all-red hand that didn't really do what he wanted. He has to put away a mark of the Black Widow to the bottom as well. I think with a lair of the Spider, it's really not quite the easiest to tell what the back card is in the pitch zone, but might have been a D-React that he was not able to establish in the arsenal on this turn, so didn't want to keep it around. Happy to send it to the bottom. This is a really tough turn cycle for Alwart. Yes, was able to block 5. It's spinning 2 cards out of the hand just to present 1 and maybe mark. And Yuki here just still respecting the mark because clearly, honestly, the hero text on Web of Deceit here has not been nearly as relevant as we saw even earlier in the game, say, versus Simon Nielson, when the Web of Deceit was constantly getting the go again, constantly threatening that hero ability. Here it hasn't been very good, and so Yuki's maybe considering just, even though this turn is not that good at all, this bloodline is being committed to the Bach to make sure that Arakni is not able to transform into something with a little more maybe of a hero text that Alwart would be able to get a little more value from.
Yeah, really unfortunate turn here for Alwart, not getting as much power as he would have hoped to, and sometimes you get stuck with those too few blues, and we saw that first hand that he drew was keeping those 3 blues and 1 red, and it's also really unfortunate because it doesn't really pack a punch, especially when you're on the play, and so pulling into a full red, it's really, really poor performance of the deck, so to say.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Bummer if you are in Alwart's seat. However, Yuki here, going to go ahead and come in. Looks like pitching away, I think, that dual threat. I love seeing that pop up in these Cindra decks. You know, it's a Majestic, not easy to open, but I have to imagine maybe the most alive in the Cindra lists, given that they are so easily able to attack with a Draconic attack with a Kunai, and then do exactly those 2 things. Yuki sending it to the bottom here. If she can get 6 points of offensive value out of that card, that might be enough to break the math.
So getting the split damage through is also really important. Coming in for 4 is a really hard breakpoint, but it can also help create another breakpoint if you have a 3 power attack coming after this that is also creating it into a 4. Alternatively, also your daggers becoming 2 power attacks, which is also really awkward to block sometimes.
Following this up with the hunt, the hunter. Going to go ahead and mark because a red card has been played. Not an on-hit, an on-attack effect. Really nice in these decks that care about fealty, care about marking. That's going to buy 2 more pieces of blocks from Alwart here. Looks like he's really comfortable being a little bit defensive, waiting for his pieces to come together a little more cohesively.
Yeah, very respectfully so. It's really, really what drives the more professional players from the more beginner type of players, understanding the fracture of your hand and trying to realize this is not the hand that I want to traverse into damage, and understanding that there's more powerful turns for me in the future. So I'm keeping my life total high for when I get to that hand. I really want to keep it so I have some extra life totals so that I can take some damage in order to send those powerful attacks.
Alwart's been trying to transform all game long, and finally the Black Widow is returning to the arena from the Brood. And this, I mean, Black Widows are known in our world for being quite dangerous if you feel their bite or their venom. And I have to imagine in Wraith, it is just as devastating. Look at the effect there, giving the cards with stealth the ability to banish cards from the hand. Alwart, he's been having some trouble really stringing together some, actual on-hit effects. Black Widow's going to help that quite a bit.
Definitely. It's such an amazing extension to the turn, and also being an attack reaction, it doesn't really present any on-hits up front, basically. You have those cards available to you that you can discard in order to activate that attack reaction that then prevents the on-hit effect. So it can be a really, really scary proposition for Yuki, and it's not something that she wants to lose some more cards in her hand for no reason whatsoever.
Here comes a trap and release. On hit mark. Forego again. Classic little ninja stat line. Leapfrog gloves just being committed to the block, not with any, shenanigans with attack reactions. Just going to go ahead and block 4 on this turn, as well with that blue Scuttle the Canal.
Yeah, and Alwart is committing the blocks here, not really wanting to have this realized by all means.
And here comes another on-hit mark effect and on-hit make a fealty because of the mark previously in this game. Yuki was stuck with an all-red hand of her own, but the difference is she still converted it into 9 points of offensive value. Not the best, of course, out of 4 cards.
No.
Not what you want to be doing, but
4 for 9.
when your opponent is, of course, at 11, that is still 9 damage that they have to think about, and it's going to buy, it looks like, a couple blocking cards from Alwart here.
And I'm also thinking about the pitch deck. If we get to that scenario where we are reaching the pitch cycle, then those 2 red cards is really going to pack a punch when your opponents hopefully is all stuck with blues in the left on the other side of the deck.
I know. Both players nearly on the same turn, pitching 2 reds to the bottom, but Alwart's been doing a fair bit more blocking than Yuki, so she might actually maybe even be ahead in the deck damage race when you consider... Even, you might expect the Assassin deck to be doing a little more deck damage, but Yuki's doing pretty well here. Here comes
the stealth attack.
Plunge the Prospect, I believe. This is coming in for 4 because it is attacking a marked hero, which is really nice because now this becomes a break point on itself, and the Black Widow effect threatens to make it an attack for 7. Yuki would have to give 3 cards to stop this thing. And that's if the card in Arsenal is not also a pump effect that can affect this Plunge the Prospect.
Yeah, this Arsenal has been sitting there for quite a while, waiting for the right opportunity to strike their opponent. And this on-hit effect now with the Black Widow available for Alwart is really, really presenting an interesting proposition. But we don't have any resources available to us. So Yuki is trying to figure out what can possibly be in this Arsenal that could be threatening this on-hit effect. The card left in hand, of course, is something that we want to react with using the attack reactions available. And that's exactly what we see here.
And look at this, Yuki is content to just lose a card from the hand and take 7 damage. However, she does have a smoke out. That's going to at least do a total of 3 points of blocking. That means 4 is coming over the top. And now it is time for a card from hand to get banished. Thanks to the Arachne Black Widow effect. You see why Alwart was trying so hard to transform all game long. These effects of these brooding assassins so powerful. We'll have to return to the Web of Deceit at the end of this turn. However, here comes the Kunai of Retribution. Yuki lost a couple cards there, 1 on defense and 1 from the effect. But now the Blade Beckoner plating is going to go ahead and block 1.
The Beckoner plating being so good in this matchup. All of the heroes having daggers and this getting +1 if it's defending a dagger. So it's really, really throwing some real value in this game in particular.
Mark with Magma, the follow-up. There's that second chain link. We've been talking about it all game. That first kunai really just being the starter. And now, of course, 1 floating can grab you back that third kunai if you'd like it as well. Here comes the perhaps final piece of equipment from Alwart to try to just shore up the life totals. Once again, this represents half of what Alwart is working with. Fealty getting popped for this next attack to make it draconic because it's Art of the Dragon Fire. Look at this thing coming in 4, 5, and 2 damage. There's the fire from the dragon. 2 unpreventable damage. 1 for, let's say, 7 here. Pretty nice. That's 2 times we've seen Yuki spend 1 resource and have 7 points of offensive value. That is hard for any deck to compete with.
Again, I love these ninja cards that have these special effects when they become draconic, and Yuki is just putting that at their best display in this match, and I love to see it.
And look at this, because we have 3 draconic chain links, thanks to that Art of the Dragon Fire being draconic, Yuki making sure to just get that 1 point of value off the danger digits when she can, because now when she activates Cindra, she gets both daggers back instead of just the 1.
Beautiful display here from Yuki. She really understands the power of her hero and using it at its greatest extent. Flicking the daggers, making them, turn them into the graveyard, activating Cindra, packing them back out of the graveyard, having them available at her next turn, and just going at it again, having a fealty token also available to her. Just such a beautiful display of the Cindra hero power here.
Follow up. Gonna be a public bounty, +3 to the next attack that targets a marked hero. And it's just gonna be the mark of the Huntsman to follow this thing up. So 5 on hit mark. And of course, if that is a card in the arsenal with stealth.
We still haven't seen it.
Yeah,
it's been stuck there since
it's been there
round
for
one.
a minute, yeah.
So I'm getting really, really curious what this could possibly be.
On hit, that mark of the Huntsman can get destroyed and remark, as of course, Yuki already marked from the public bounty. No blocks, no reactions. 5
Yuki's
damage.
sending it. Send the bill. We will commit the dagger into the graveyard. Yuki's going to remain marked for the time being.
Which means it's time for a second transformation of the game. Dice
it
gets
gonna
rolled.
be?
Number 4.
Is it red
I
back?
think that's the red back. Let's see. Yes, Arakni red back. This is an interesting situation here for Alwart because, of course, the +3 is good. The go again is good, but sitting at 5, Cindra keeping 4 cards. Are you going to be able to keep enough cards to make that go again relevant? I'm not sure that's going to happen.
That is exactly the good question. I don't think this is the Arakni that he wanted at this point in time. He really needs some of those impactful on-hit effects that can disrupt Cindra in her tracks, taking some cards away from Yuki so that she can not present so much damage coming back and back again and take Alwart back into this game. But at the same time, Yuki's at 6, Alwart is at 5. There's no one's games at this point in time. They're still very, very even so far.
Cindra, with using the Fire Tenant, strike first. When it attacks, the next Draconic attack on the combat chain is going to get +1, a nice little basically 0 for 4. That's going to buy a 3 block from the mark of the funnel web. Here comes a dagger, really annoying, coming in for 2 now, thanks to the Fire Tenant. Strike first. 2 floating from here, 2 Draconic chain links. That buys another block. Alwart sees the writing on the wall. Doesn't think he's going to be able to stay alive too much longer if he doesn't block. So now here comes a grow, looks like wings, right? No, grow claws if a Draconic attack was the last attack. Ooh, a nice little 1 for 3 in your blue slot. That's buying another block from Alwart.
Pretty good.
And the question is the Burning Blade Dance going to hit the combat chain here?
Yuki's checking. How many cards do we have left? Some miscalculation maybe has happened. Just checking that everything is correct.
Gonna attack here with the kunai, utilizing that final floating. We are now at 2 Draconic chain links total, but we saw her flash the Burning Blade Dance.
Committing all the daggers onto this chain link. She's not going to be able to buy them back this time around at least, but she is committing everything to get every single card out of Alwart's hand, presenting him with no possibility to do any offenses on his upcoming turn.
That looks in. She's representing a +1 power on this, which means that is going to go ahead and hit. She can flick the dagger, and that is going to be the game. Yuki Lee Bender moves on to 6 and 1. The extra power there on that attack, able to allow the on-hit effect of Burning Blade Dance to connect, flick that dagger over the top, and just like, I don't know, Michael Jordan, a perfect bullseye.
Love to see Cindra on display here. A really, really cool hero, but with so many intricacies, and there are so many gotchas that like, oh, but if I do it like this, and if I put my chain link like this, and if I take away the chain links and put the daggers into the graveyard and put up a new zone, it's such a beautiful display to see the ways that Cindra can play, and Yuki is just taking it to the next level, I feel like.
Taking it to the next level, indeed. Congratulations to her, moving on to 6 and 1. If she can take down her next round, she's sitting relatively pretty. And if there's one thing I don't want to do, it's sit across from Yuki Lee Bender at a draft table. She is a machine, just a monster out there. Congratulations. Absolutely. And of course, Alwart not out of it at X and 2, just needs to win that next round, and then he will perhaps be able to move on to day 2 as well. That was a fantastic game between both of those players.
I love that game.
Oh,
it's such an amazing display, such great players, showing such a great sportsmanship.
Well, let's go ahead and check in, of course, with the World Tour. Let's talk about all of the various ways you can get involved. We've got all these events all year long. The national championships, of course, are coming up. And we've got that RTN season just around the corner. If you want to qualify for your country's national championship, 50 of those suckers happening all around the world. 22 planned callings, of course, this being our very first one. We got a lot of Stonewall gauntlets to give out, as well as those 60 planned Battle Hardens. And, of course, the Pro Tour coming to London, the APAC region, and then the World Championship. I was about to say comes home to the United States. It certainly does not come home. This game is made in New Zealand. If it was coming home, it would be coming home to Auckland. So I won't be too, Americentric. Yeah, Americentric. Yeah, obnoxious is completely apt and fair there. We're going to go ahead and talk now about the Player of the Year. A fantastic way to reward all of the grinders out there, the folks going out, hitting as many events as they can. But it's not really just about it's about consistency, not just going to every single event you can go to. You really got to place well at these events to get the points that you need to move forward and try to take some of that prize money for your own. This is where you can get those World Tour points. 3 points at the Battle Hardened, 16 points at both the National Championships and our Calling Series. And, of course, lion's share of the points are going to be earned at the Pro Tour and that World Championship. You got any World Tour points on the books this year? You've been doing too much casting?
I did win the Battle Harden in Florence. I think that granted me at least a couple.
Oh my God, that's got to be at least 3 points. Yeah, I'm sitting here with someone with World Tour points. Come on, y'all. Here's our current leaderboard. A little bit of an update from last time we showed this. This is the correct leaderboard here. We've got, of course, the world traveler himself, Mr. Brody Spurlock, Michael Fang, Michael Hamilton rounding out the top 3 of that list. But this is where I do want to stress, it's not just the player with the most World Tour points that is going to go ahead and become get all of the prize money from the Player of the Year event. It's actually also regional. So players in the EU region and the APAC region also competing against their fellow countrymen, countrywomen, country people to be able to try to take some of that money for themselves. So you're actually, you're great. You don't even have to worry about competing against, Mr. I'm go everywhere because I'm 20 and I can.
Wish I could. I could.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, we have got one more round coming up for you, and it is going to be quite an exciting one. We have been seeing, I've been actually so stoked. We've getting to see so many of the various heroes represented in this set all day long. Every single hero has been kicking ass, and every single hero has been highly represented in our stream, and I think pretty well represented out there. But there's a player we've gotten to check in with a couple times over the weekend who is playing for that undefeated record on Arakni. We've seen him a couple times. It's the master of many heroes. Pablo Pintor plays for an undefeated slot in the day one of this calling. It comes up right after this. You're not going to want to miss it.
And welcome back, everyone, for the final round of action of today's calling here at the World Tour Stop in Prague. I am very excited to see how things round out today. We're on the cusp of day 2, which has 2 more drafts in it for our players lucky enough to experience that, followed by a cut to top 8. But no one is there just yet. We've got one more round to decide who gets the chance to draft this set for the very first time.
Isn't that exciting? Like, the best reward for these world premieres is to get to draft at a competitive event for the first time. What a privilege these players have that go stage 2 tomorrow.
Oh, speaking of privilege, we've certainly got some great players in our feature match area for
Oh,
everybody at home. One that we've been following for a good chunk of this event, the man, the myth, the legend, the Spanish submarine, Pablo Pintor, currently 7-0 with an Arakni list, workshopped by himself and Daniel Correas, teammate at Sunflower Samurai. They apparently both thought this hero was very, very strong. Sat down last night, did some workshopping before the event, trying to figure out how to best play back into Fang. And that is, of course, the matchup that Pablo finds himself on the other side of here in the hands of Johnny Chapman. Johnny, one of the old guard from the UK. Lovely to see them at 7-0 here, mostly because they have recently, well, not even recently, moved away from the UK to pursue other endeavors. Hasn't had the chance to play quite as much flesh and blood as they would have liked. Doesn't seem to have knocked a single bit of their prowess off here, sitting undefeated and playing for that spot on the podium at the end of the day.
Oh, what a lovely story to come back into this last game of the calling into day 1. It's our round number 8. These players have been playing these decks for the past 7 turns. They've been playing these decks all day today. They know exactly every single intricacies. They know exactly every single card in that at disposal, know exactly where the power lies and where their withdrawals are. And so finding these last couple of games of the day has been an absolute delight.
We'll take a quick look at the equipment layout, much like our players were doing beforehand. It is going to be that red alert equipment that's on high showcase from both sides of the table here. A ceremonial robe, some vengeance equipment for Johnny, and of course the leapfrog equipment we're so used to from Pablo at this point.
Definitely coming in clutch here to prevent some damage coming in from those attack reactions on Fang's side of things. We're probably going to expect a couple.
I just got to shout out the poker player in Johnny Chapman, that hood going straight up. As soon as business is down to action, it is time to...
Is he a poker player?
Oh, yeah. Johnny loves a good bit of poker. So you can tell the demeanor shifting immediately. It's time to put on a show.
You're not allowed to use shades, at least. So that means
no, true. No shades in this case.
Not full poker mode, unfortunately.
So first decision he has to face, of course, that mark of the Huntsman, making its way over. We're going to suck that up nice and early. Not interested in letting an early mark sneak through from Arakni if we can help it.
And Pablo is probably very happy to grind some cards out of their opponent's deck. If we're looking to take this game long, then, of course, any cards that you get at this point in time is really, really helpful.
Pablo here, fully aware of what's going on. Look at the laughter between these two. These players are so well-versed in this matchup at this point over the course of the day. The early equipment block deserves all the respect from Pablo. And more importantly, Pablo understands the implications of that immediately and reassesses how the rest of this turn's going to play out.
Indeed, this is such a good start. And Pablo is having a think. We're not seeing as much as the players sitting down reading the cards anymore. These guys know exactly how these cards play out and just trying to find the perfect lines to go with them.
No, these players certainly not 7-0 by accident. It's Backstab making its way across the combat chain here for Johnny. For Pablo, I should say, towards Johnny. Let's take a moment to consider how he would like to continue this turn. Definitely interested in keeping a number of those cards available for their upcoming turn. Does take the hit. Now, that's exceptionally telling here for Johnny Chapman. Those cards must be a premium. We've given up armor on the first turn of the game, and we want to keep 3 of our cards going forward.
Yeah, respecting the dagger on hits or on it. If they hit, they can be possibly used to mark your opponent. And as we've seen so far, the most powerful turns, or the most powerful games, I should say, that we have seen from Arakni so far is when they get the possibility to mark their opponents really, really early on in order to get their chaos machine moving, so to say.
Wow, we see why Johnny was so just invested in keeping this turn put together. We are twisting and turning in all the right ways. Majestic attack buffs here. No breaks on Johnny Chapman's plan. This first Obsidian Fire Vein is huge!
Astronomical, the Saver Bloodshed. We haven't seen this card, at least I haven't seen this card being played today, and it's showing powers, and Pablo is full respect on this dagger.
It's very interesting. I believe Pablo Pintor has a copy of Saver Bloodshed in their deck as well. I believe we saw it on camera earlier on, and definitely one that's definitely appearing in these top performing decks, an incredibly powerful Majestic.
Take notes. Take notes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Open Majestics. Great notes from your pre-release. Love to hear both players laughing
Majestic's
along
good.
in the yes, good research. Pablo here with a somewhat tempo-orientated counter-attack, using those cards, respecting everything Johnny had to offer, but we will pursue Johnny to the edge of oblivion with 4 additional points damage.
At least it's a bit of a salvage, having those cards face up, being the action cards instead of having those attack action cards at a hidden information point. Basically playing face up, saying, hey, this is a dagger for 9, it has these on hits, what do you want to do about it? And so Pablo is respecting that and coming back with as much power as he can punch, basically, and finding the great value turns, I'd say.
It's been very interesting to watch Pablo Pintor navigate how to build this Arachni deck in the Seal. We see time and time again a high priority on the cards that mark, even the generic options that offer the ability to quickly mark, showing up in force in Pablo's list and really trying to force those chaotic transformations at every opportunity.
We have another Obsidian Firevein with 2 cards in hand. We have nothing floating. It's a red card being promoted to pitch here and 1 card in arsenal.
Very telling pitch here from Johnny Chapman. Never ideal to be pitching a red in these spots, but is it a case of redundancy? Plenty more waiting in the wings to jump this dagger up. We'll see what the immediate follow-up is right now. Johnny, Blistering Blade, I believe, +2 in this case, as there's not 2 Draconic Chain Links. Of course, the dagger itself making itself a little bit bigger for the trouble. Most importantly, go again here in this case.
Exactly. We have to find those draconic reactions in order to fuel the go again on these daggers in order to come back with some more, and some more we will see.
It will be another one of those potent 1-cost attacks we've seen overperforming this weekend for the Emperor, normally leveraged by that ceremonial chess piece we see Johnny holding onto a little bit later. For now, making the most of an awkward all-red hand, still finding a way to present quite a bit of damage.
Love for the Emperor. We have a 1-cost 5, and it also has a block 3 being a draconic action attack. It's a really, really good staple, as we've seen throughout the whole weekend.
Pablo choosing to respect how much damage is being presented, that mark of the funnel web, and again, that equipment, very happy to be cashed in early and often in this format. I think this is something the players have learned as the weekend has gone on. These attack reactions get more and more dangerous as the game continues, keeping your life total high so you can afford to take risks when you don't have leapfrog equipment available. Seems to be very rewarding for these players.
Definitely, and again, this Mark of the Huntsman is going to prove some value again here for Pablo. Seeing if Johnny has the respect for these daggers as he did on the first go-around.
Taking a brief glance at that fresh 4 cards. Johnny so far been making a bit of a stand to make sure they avoid getting marked at every opportunity, but of course, Fang not super happy to be playing 2 card hands, so eventually something has to give. We have to concede eventually. The question is that now?
It's not the most effective block. Since you're coming in for 1, there's not card in your disposal that blocks for 1 except for a couple of equipments, and that is exactly what we're gonna maybe he's thinking about it.
Certainly something we've been seeing plenty over this weekend as well. As you say, these daggers so pesky, so problematic, and so difficult to block efficiently without giving up a card and wasting value. But your limited amount of equipment suite does give you the ability to cover up those on-hits free of charge. And Johnny deciding here if leveraging that final free piece of block on their feet is worthwhile to stop this Mark of the Huntsman.
At least they don't have piercing.
Oh, thank the Lord. Nobody needs that. Relentless Pursuits. Soaking up the damage here will be Mark the Prey coming in for Pablo. Again, we see a heavy favoring of these attacks that are willing to mark on hit. Wants to end the turn with that mark in place as often as possible and become truly chaotic. Both sides of the blade is the follow-up to try and force this one through. No dice, says Johnny Chapman. We're going to smoke them out.
Really? That's a big marked.
It was the careless toss for me that really did it. It's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not marked. You are. Like, yeah, just chugging
Love
it
the
across the table
ambition of
there.
these players, like really feeling it as they are playing
There's
this game.
so much character on display from both of these players, and it's one of the biggest joys of Flesh and Blood. I love to see there's so much on the line here. Both of these players are playing for not a guaranteed spot in the top 8, but they're very much lining themselves up to be in the premium position to chase it down.
Sure.
And none of that matters. We're just having fun.
What is going on? Oh, okay, we have...
Okay, that is going to be cut from the same cloth. We've got quite the hand here for Johnny Chapman. This is cut deep, searing gaze. I believe that's Scalding Iron and a cut from the same cloth of their own. Now, Searing Iron, that's a dangerous card if you've got a number of Draconic Chain Links, but this hand is very, very redundant. Makes a lot of sense that Pablo's taken a moment to study here and realize just how big these swords might become.
Yeah, cut from the same cloth, being a really, really big powerhouse we've seen throughout the weekend, being able to see the full content of your opponent, understanding exactly what are the on-hit effects that is possibly coming, what are the attack reactions that they're possibly sitting on, are there any defense reactions that they're possibly sitting on. It's the information that you're gaining from this card is so powerful, especially in these games that are so tricky with these attack reactions and defense reactions.
For the first time in this match, Johnny Chapman finds themselves marked. Will Pablo Pintor be able to maintain that over the course of this game? We'll have to wait and see if a chaos transformation is on the horizon. We've got a mark at the Huntsman to start, threatening to keep the pressure in Pablo's favor.
Yeah, Pablo loves sending these daggers along, trying to get as much value of them as he can. But Johnny, as we've seen so far, has been in full respect of these daggers so far. Really wants to avoid getting marked, but he's already marked at this point in time. So question is if he is still going to continue respecting them or if he's going to try to let it hit so that he gets the mark removed. And that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, very deliberate choice there. Johnny very aware that mark was coming off. Pablo, no. I will sacrifice my mark at the Huntsman. That is staying where it is. We are interested in gaining additional value from keeping our opponent in our sights. And again, we see this strategy from Pablo Pintor, prioritizing these attacks that will keep that mark in place. There's no need to give up pressure. We can keep our foot on the gas. 5 damage coming in from Razor's Edge alongside this. And more importantly, Johnny Chapman still marked.
That must be so annoying. Pablo really putting down the hammer like, no, you're staying marked. And then I'm going to present another attack. But no, you're staying marked. And this could be so annoying sometimes as an Arachni player because you want to present damage, but you also want your opponent to remain marked. So that can sometimes be a little bit difficult.
We find ourselves with lucky number 5 coming up on the dice. Of course, Arakni, Tarantula, the big V in play. This one, an exceptionally dangerous option to see on the other side of the table when you only have 7 life to work with. Those daggers hitting just a little bit harder and possibly getting significantly bigger.
Maybe Pablo is a little bit sad now that he committed his dagger to commit to that mark. Now he only has 1 dagger available as he has now transformed into this Tarantula.
We do know that Johnny's hand is packed with gasoline. We're front-loading that cut deep, I should say. 5 points of power coming straight across here. Plenty more to go lurking in the hand for Johnny Chapman.
Again, a very upfront play here. Being presented with a little bit of information, but there's still 2 cards hidden, or hidden. It was hidden. Pablo knows exactly what those 2 cards are, so the only hidden information here is the card left in his arsenal.
That armor jumping in the way for Pablo Pintor here.
Expecting an attack reaction.
So maybe he's still deliberating some future blocks here. Might want to soak up some additional damage from his Obsidian Fire Vein.
Looks like he has a blue at his disposal, so possibility to send a dagger somewhat comfortably, I would say. Deliberation
indeed. Scalding Iron will be the line from Johnny here. Going to add a little extra juice on top of that dagger, courtesy of Draconic Chain Links. But of course, our Leapfrog equipment going to jump on in, soak up a little bit of that additional heat. As will this defense reaction. Hunter or hunted from the arsenal here from Pablo Pintor. A little bit of extra life loss. That's surprisingly impactful in this spot. Johnny falling to 6.
Johnny falling quite hard on his turn. Down to 6 already. Up to Pablo Pintor 16. But we do have, go again on this dagger.
Fealty token scored in the process. Definitely opens some additional floodgates for Johnny in these turns to go. It is that second Fire Vein making its way onto the combat chain here. Just 1 for now, but we always know that can get a little bit bigger. That Searing Gaze lurking in the hand.
Could be a situation now where he decides to keep his arsenal card, to keep it hidden, and that's exactly what we're going to see here, unless he wants to commit that to the combat chain as well. As this draconic attack is going to get go again from the attack reaction.
Aggressively marking once more in this case. A little bit of damage pushed through.
We have some mark action going on here. Pablo is going to stay marked for the end of this turn, as it seems. Looks like it.
Johnny refreshing that hand, looking to find the assault.
And there we go.
There we go. A tail of the tape. This powerful Majestic coming back again. The smile, impossible to hide from the face of Pablo Pintor.
I heard his card is good.
I've got one too.
I got one too.
Day of a bloodshed coming in clutch for both of these players over the course of the game. 6 damage coming in from this Mark of the Huntsman. More importantly, go again tacked on as things currently stand. And we're threatening to draw a card if we connect. This is back-breaking for Johnny Chapman.
Really powerful here for Pablo. This Tarantula is coming in clutch here, presenting so much damage and so many annoying on-hits here for Johnny. Sitting at 6 life. This is looking really, really scary if I was on the honest side of the table.
Johnny scrounging through the hand, considering their options. You can see the deliberation all over their face. This is a turn they have to get right if they want to stay in the fight. So much pressure from Pablo. All at the hands of a small, seemingly insignificant dagger.
Do we have anything floating after this?
So blue was played, looks like 1 floating, I believe.
Should be, right? Leaves Johnny with some expectation on what could possibly be in hand of Pablo. If there's any reactions to go with this.
2 cards in hand here for Pablo. Plenty of permutations. If you're sitting in Johnny's seat in a spot like this, how do you open the door? How do you put pressure back on Pablo without falling victim to an attack like this?
I mean, if you're sitting on a trap or some kind of defense reaction, you could comfortably, hopefully, block 6 on this one and then figure out an attack reaction or defense reaction accordingly. And that looks to be the case here. But do we have a defense reaction to cover things up in case it gets bigger?
The attack reaction ability of the Tarantula being used here. Sigil of Solace.
Sigil of Solace! Haven't seen that one today, have we?
We have not seen it on camera in any of the feature matches for me. Definitely playing a bit of a bailout here for Johnny. That dagger getting significantly larger, but most of the bite being blunted courtesy of the all-time impactful instant from Welcome to Wraith.
I always get so excited to see it. It's just a clutch card coming in to preserve some life, keeping Johnny a little bit more healthy.
Okay, a very important moment of deliberation here. Of course, Johnny becoming unmarked unless Pablo wants to cash in that Mark of the Huntsman.
It's
and
a tough
keep
call.
That mark on. Of course, cards in their hand. Texture super important in this spot. Players establishing that 1 resource. It will be that Orb Weaver Spinneret joining the fight here. That Graphene Chelicera ready to go, and even more damage coming from Pablo Pintor.
Deciding not to cash in the dagger, respectfully so. He wants to keep his capability to throw double daggers moving forward together with his Graphene Chelicera. And that is exactly what he's going to do right away.
4 points coming across. Extra point of life leaked over courtesy of the Tarantula. Johnny holding on by the skin of his teeth. That armor leaving him with 1 small point of life remaining. It's an uphill battle from the man from the UK, but there is 2 cards and a dream on this side of the table. The chess piece kicking off the turn. We are draconic through and through. What does Johnny Chapman have?
Obsidian Fire.
Colour me surprised. Obsidian Fire Vein joining the start of this combat chain once more. Now, this is very telling, though. We did choose to crack our chess piece in this case to pay for this dagger. Johnny, perhaps not interested in using either of those cards from his hand to facilitate an attack. Instead, hoping to go big and large.
2 cards remaining, nothing floating, as these daggers pace with the chest piece, so...
Okay, so the drop of Dragon Blood here definitely looking pretty damn impactful. Extra point of power onto the dagger. Whole resource, capable of being gained, costs a little bit less thanks to that Draconic Chain Link, but more importantly, drawing another card for Johnny here.
Hoping to find some offensive capabilities here with this 1 floating. Does he find it?
Okay, Blaze Headlong,
It's
not a bad way to
something.
go. We're definitely seeing why Johnny had to take this line. This wasn't a choice. Those last 2 cards in hand were both instant speed effects that left them incredibly susceptible to the damage presented by Pablo Pintor. Doing their best to put up a fight with up to 2 fealty. That extra dagger does find its way across the line. Pablo down to 8, but with all of the momentum and just one single point of life stopping them from being undefeated here at the Calling in Prague.
Yeah, that D-React coming in clutch here, marking Johnny in order to get these daggers up and firing as Graphene Calicera is going to come in for 1 with go again, or +1 from Arachni Huntsman as they are marked. And so coming in with go again on the fly, and Chapman is going to have to respect it.
This is exactly where you want to be as Arachni Web of Deceit. Your opponent is marked. They are on 1 life. There is no way for that mark to go away. All of your cards become incredibly powerful. This Chalicera, way stronger than normal. All these future stealth attacks throwing an extra point of damage. The back is against the wall for Johnny Chapman. That second dagger joining the chain. Similar story. To go again once more. Demanding another card from Chapman here.
Did not present any attack reactions. That is a little bit of more information gained there for Johnny. Can sit a little bit more comfortably, but he's gonna be faced with lethal
It's
in
two
the
instants.
end.
2 instants in the hand for Johnny Chapman means there is no way back, no way to block out those final points of damage. It will be the Spanish submarine himself, Pablo Pintor. No losses today. 8-0, perfect record, and a fantastic spot to be in heading into day 2.
Wow, what an absolute showmanship here from Pablo Pintor, showing us all once again why he's on the top of the ladder and maybe soon on top of the world leader points.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we learned plenty about that Arachni deck by watching Pablo play in real time, and it goes to show the work the team put in on the night before. We caught wind. Teammate Daniel Correas also 7-1 today on a Arachni list as well. Both those players sat down, chiseled out the details. They knew Fang was going to be the deck to beat. They wanted a plan into Fang, and well, it looks like they found it.
Definitely. It's such a great show of display. And if you didn't catch Pablo's earlier game, absolutely go back and watch it. It was such a killer. And so finding ways to play Arachni really being shown here over the course of the weekend, and all the blessed players on display, showing us the beauty of this new set at the best capacity, and we're absolutely here for it.
Incredible games all weekend, and we certainly want to champion those who have managed to go undefeated on the day. So we are going to show you them on screen now. Of course, Pablo Pintor, you just saw them going to 8-0, but my big standout here, is that one of each hero?
That is absolutely beautiful. One of each hero in the top 3 of the undefeated players going into day 2. What a beautiful showing here for the Hunted set. Really showing the display of that. All of these heroes are as capable as the next one. And the way that the format is turning out to be, all of these heroes has game into each other as well.
A huge congratulations, of course, to Felix Krish and Juan Luigi Lea, also achieving that perfect, unblemished record heading into the second day of competition, where they will find just 2 more drafts standing between them and a place in the top 8, and maybe a shot at that first ever gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet.
What an absolute end of the day. I'm so excited to see the drafts tomorrow. How is it going to look tomorrow?
Honestly, I think quite different. I think we're going to see a very twisted take on the experience we've learned today. Players will look at the experiences that we've seen on camera, learn from those, but I also think a number of these heroes stand to gain new tools, new benefits in the draft format, and I'm looking forward to seeing that explored for the first time live and in person with all of our friends.
Definitely. We're going to cover all the drafts tomorrow, and we're going to show them, we're going to have probably someone on display showing us exactly how to navigate this draft format for the first time ever, and live in person in this calling event. I am super excited to see how this is going to go.
Unfortunately, as excited as we are, that we'll have to wait for tomorrow, because for today, we are going to be wrapping up the show here at the World Tour in Prague. It's been a pleasure to entertain you. Thank you so much for watching the broadcast. It's been a delight, and thank you for watching all the features. But for now, it's been amazing. I've been Howling Minds. That has been Erica Forslöv. It's been a pleasure to have you. Stay safe out there. We'll see you tomorrow for more things Flesh and Blood.
See you tomorrow.